Hey, I am literally having my dinner. We were running late and some people needed me. A lot going on this week. So we're just getting people on, and I am attempting to eat a bowl of pasta while people are joining. So get on, say hello, and I'm going to take bites now and then as we get the show rolling. Great to have everybody here. I'm excited. We have been too long without a live stream. That is my image that goes up when I'm having pasta. How is everybody? Let's get in it and say hi. I am. This week's show is not brought to you by Tonya. Yeah, there we go. Luke is here. Luke, what's up? Do I have good audio? Yeah, I do. Microphone good? Image good? We have one monitor kind of in it, whatever. Seems okay. I put multiple drinks in the fridge tonight because my wife is away. My kids are hunkered down playing video games. I've got the dogs with me. I just cracked a beer. And I am prepared to have more than one drink this week. I know. That's, you're all excited. What a week it has been. All right. It's been a week on the show. Let me tell you, this has been the most interesting, I think, week we've ever had, which I'm sure people are going to want to talk about once we get on a little bit. Oh, you can tell my dogs are here. I don't think anyone's here. I don't think so. I think the security guard, sometimes they get water right behind my head. All right, another bite of pasta. I worry you can hear me on the microphone. It's like one of those ASMR videos. People eating pasta very quietly. I apologize. Very, very busy, so I was racing. But for those who are wondering, it is pasta arrabbiata. See if I can not dump it all over my keyboard. That would be excellent. It's really good, a little bit spicy. And if you've lived in southern Italy, it's kind of a standard. Wow, I was expecting more people. We are early. We're on the early side, so we may not get people this early because I was like, we're going to do it at 5:30. And then I'm like, we haven't had a lot of time to announce it. People have gotten out of the groove. I haven't shared it with a lot of people. I should probably do that, right? That's probably the thing to do. Let people know that they can hop on. Fava beans and Chianti. I do like fava beans and Chianti. What I really like, Jillian made it. She was racing. She didn't know if she was going to make it in time. That's actually why I stalled, is so that she would have time. When I lived in Italy, the thing that I really became addicted to is not fava beans and Chianti, although those are fantastic, but after dinner, my favorite dessert is a sweet white wine with biscotti that you dunk in it. It is the most amazing thing. Luis Martin from Managua, hey, welcome. All right, we're up to a whopping 4 people now. We're getting there. So what's everybody been doing this week? What is going on? Fill me in. Up to 5 people. We're getting there. We are early. Definitely early. But I'm a little bit exhausted. I need to have a live stream evening where I just hang out with you guys and decompress a little bit, because it's been wild. I've been so busy with the vlog, and we got a lot of shows out. Ometepe, dude. So Jillian, how did you like Ometepe? Because it's fantastic, but it's such a unique thing. Like, and this is your first time, right? Assuming she can hear me. Perfect. All right, I'll leave you guys for a second. I'm doing my those who haven't seen it, I'm doing bites of pasta in between people jumping on, just so I can get through my dinner as we ramp up. All right. First time, loved it. Really appreciate the birds and animals. It's really cool. Where did you stay? What town? Ometepe. For those who haven't been, Ometepe is very cool. Very, very cool and unique. If you're here traveling on vacay, you got to hit Ometepe. Those of us who live here, it's weird because it's like an internal vacation destination. It's just hard enough to get to that it kind of feels like a vacation, even though it's so close. If this is like back in New York, it'd be like going around the corner. I used to work for a call center. Now you want to work as a freelancer. A freelance, okay. So what kind of call center and what kind of freelance work are you looking to do? Saw squirrels, no need to put photo up. No, trust me. It's arrabbiata and I have a beard. So while I work very hard not to be covered in pasta sauce, the risk of it is too high that I either have to go off camera one way or another. So things you learn when having a beard. Like this is, like, you can't always tell, but that's in front of my mouth. So like if sauce drops off a fork, there's no hope. And I'm at a desk, so I can't like completely lean over or I'll go into my keyboard, like third world Scott problems. Isakor Kasahun, boy, I probably pronounced that wrong. Great to see you as well. Thanks for joining us. I'm not doing too badly. We did a little live stream the other night from the Simple when band was playing, and everyone is kind of like, this is not the live stream I was expecting. But we had 187 views just during that little bit while we were showing the concert. It was really good. It was a nice concert. We had a couple different people performing. I've heard a rumor they're going to be playing Desperados, the same people. I might be able to get out and record them. So that might be coming up. I don't know if it's this weekend or just sometime soon. I haven't heard yet. Yeah, it was nice. Of course the internet kept cutting out because it was jumping back and forth between my cell service and the Wi-Fi. So it kept, I don't know what it looked like live, but it kept cutting out. Oh yeah, wait, they don't do karaoke that often? I have to ask. I don't know what they do for karaoke. Or are you saying I gotta come to karaoke? I don't know when they do it. Monday is now trivia. Maybe it's trivia and karaoke? Maybe they put those together. Tuesday is open mic, and then the big Tuesday Booze Day concert with concert DJ and hundreds of people. And then I don't know what they do other nights. It's a hopping place. For sure. It's funny that Jillian goes there more than I do. But Jillian, if you want to do karaoke, Gaquitos in downtown does karaoke 7 days a week. And is generally pretty full. Maybe article writer. What do you think? So this is Martin about being a freelancer. Maybe an article writer. What do you think? I'm still doing my research. Article writer is a tough field these days, unless you are really deep in a subject. If you're really deep in a subject, where you're producing really firsthand primary content, then yeah, like you're going out and you're researching, or you're the expert on that and you're the source. Great. If you're just trying to do article writing third hand, then you have a problem that, and I hate that this is true, but this is the reality of our times. AI is doing this job. And really well. It goes out, scours all the sources, puts together something that sounds good, and does it in seconds. And so it's even if you were able to find work today, that work would diminish incredibly quickly. You'd find like within 1 to 2 years, the entire industry will be gone. For article writing, the thing that makes me different, I hope, for a very short period of time, is that I'm doing research on Nicaragua. I'm going out and visiting Nicaragua. I'm bringing an American context to it. I have a very specific thing where I'm generating the content, and there's no way for an AI to go create that because it can't visit those places and do those things. So that provides a uniqueness to the content creation that I do, and that's really important to understand today. That 5 years ago, if you said I just want to get hired to write articles for someone, you'd be in great shape. That'd be easy to do. There's lots of people need article writers, and outsourcing that offshore or offshoring it, doesn't matter if it's outsourced, is absolutely the smart way to do it. But that's going to be a tough thing to do. No, James was not your provider, or it could be both, but probably not. It was definitely on this end. I gotta been there twice in the evening, and each time karaoke. Oh, at the Simple. Jillian also says geckos. No, geckitos. Geckos is the cumbia bar that's bigger. They're owned by the same guy, right? Same person that owns 23. But you go to Geckos super late at night when you want to see the 45 to 65-year-old set getting up and doing the, we've been married for 30-year cumbia dancing. That's like the thing. It's like all the cute old couples go to go dancing at night. And of course, a lot of the 30 to 40-somethings go to get wasted and watch them. Like that's a thing. And it's almost always live music. For some reason, it is super warm in here tonight, even though I've got the air conditioning cranked and it's not that warm outside. Might be that I'm eating arrabbiata in the background. But yeah, and then Geckitos, which they own, is a much smaller place in a really awkward building right across from Barbaro, and they do karaoke 7 nights of the week. Ketchup chips. My kids like them. It's not my thing. They're okay. I'm not real. I am a bot. I've actually been accused of being a bot many times. And sometimes I've failed to prove otherwise. Not into ketchup chips, but sour cream and onion. Jillian's got me. That is mine as well. That's me and my youngest daughter are big on sour cream and onion. You can do both, but for karaoke you can only do the one. Hey, we're up to 11 people. We're getting the ball rolling. And I cranked up the air conditioning. It'll be cool here in a minute. Monty Python, Life of Brian, I rate number 1. James, are you asking, is that my number 1 movie? I have very strong thoughts on my number 1 movie. So the first thing I can tell you is there's no way that my number 1 movie would not be during the second golden age of Hollywood, the 1990s, which is my favorite movie period. However, my two runner-ups, number 2 and number 3, are both not in the 90s, but number 1 has to be. I'll let you all mull on that for a minute. I'm pretty sure I have said my favorite movies on the show at some point, but it could have been years ago. I do not know. I am now into movie collecting because I can. Okay. Janet says, I have this on, but I have to go to work too, so you keep checking back. It's in the background. But at least Janet's here. Woo! Hey, Janet! Janet, have you and Jillian been out to hang out yet? If not, we have to make that happen. We all live within walking distance of each other. All right. I have the one thing I was supposed to do today. I was busy. This is not my fault. The one thing I was supposed to do today is hire a new CEO, and she's just now messaging me. Oh, I've been busy. New World Money is here. What's up, generic expats? Yes, I do. Yes. It is toasty Tonya night. This is actually my only Tonya that I've prepared. After this, I'll be switching to Flor de Caña grapefruit. I have a lot of messages all coming in at the same time as well. What are everybody's weekend plans? What are you doing? I have a friend's daughter's birthday, so I will be partying like a 13-year-old. And just to be fair, I often party like a 13-year-old, so it should be good. It's early. What do you guys think? What is a good time for doing this? Not that I'm going to listen to people. I'm pretty much going to do it when I get to my desk after a long day, but just wondering. Flor de Caña grapefruit is my jam. Oh, it is so good. Of all the seltzers, because this is a seltzer place, that's my favorite. However, there's a new berry from Flor de Caña, and it's in my fridge. It is nice and chilled, and I've not tried it yet. Marcella dropped it off for me, and I have to drink it on camera, not during a live stream, because I got to get a nice good shot of it. So hopefully over this weekend I will have time, and this is the real problem, remember that I need to drink it on camera. So maybe I can get to that. But for this I can drink things I normally have, like Tonya and Flor de Caña grapefruit. Hey, Kevin's here. Hey everyone, Nebraska in the house. Just got done planting onions and sweet peppers. Or, Kevin, you are now talking in a Nicaragua group. You will refer to sweet peppers as jidoma. How's the daughter's birthday? How was daughter's birthday party? It was good. So it wasn't the party. It was the like for her birthday stuff. We did her party here 2 weeks ago when it was actually her birthday. It was tiny. Like, she's not into parties. Like, it was cool. But the thing that we did for my daughter's birthday was we went, and I went on Thursday, a week ago, just now. We went to Managua because both of my daughters are city girls. They just are. And so every time we're like doing something where it's like, hey, what do you want to do? They're always like, we want to do whatever in Managua. So we always go to Managua for whatever that thing is, right? And mostly it's like food, cafes, and things like that. We go to like Barrio Cafe for breakfast because they like to do eggs Benedict, salmon, things like that. I do need a new PA. Yes, you were correct, Luke. That is something I always need. We go to Sushi Ito, which was great because one of you guys was there at Sushi Ito, so got to meet someone from the channel that time, which is always fun, and it drives my family crazy when people just come up and are like, hey, I know who you are, and they're like, but it's always great, and things like that. And we always go to Pane e Vino, which is, they're not the best Italian restaurant, but they're so reliable. It's such a comfortable place. It's such a good spot to go. The food is always good. There's always a really big pasta menu, so whatever you're in the mood for, and they got like risottos and good wine, and so we almost always go to Pane e Vino. We're Italians, so it's like our one like really opportunity to go there. Now there is, for those who don't know, an amazing Italian restaurant out on the beach just down a little ways, and it's authentic and really, really good, but they kind of specialize in kind of specialty Italian rather than like bread and butter. That's probably a bad turn of phrase to use for restaurants, rather than like stock by the book Italian generic, which Pane e Vino does in spades with every type of pasta, every type of pasta sauce, risottos, pizzas, and all of it is really good. None of it is the absolute best, but all of it's really good. Anyway, that is what we do. And then we go to cafes, and we... sorry, sorry, watching a funny video in the background, and it got me totally distracted because it was hilarious, and I'm going to do my best to find a way to share it with you guys. Of course I can't. I'm gonna turn this off. I had to look. I thought someone sent me a message. So I opened Instagram for a second, and I got distracted. My apologies. There you go. I'll take a second while everybody watches that. But we really like just being in Managua. It's fun and it's relaxing, and there really is a lot of good food. I got to do a bunch of walking around. The episode I did from there was super popular, and I did a second one, and I separated them. It's coming out tomorrow afternoon. So if you like the walking around Managua stuff, I'm doing another long walking Managua, walking the Pista Jean-Paul Genis episode is going to drop tomorrow afternoon, and so you can see more of that. All right, New World Money actually has a question. What stops you from driving to El Salvador? The large body of water between here and there? I think you mentioned that it was a problem that it would be changing for you. I want to see some El Salvador content. Yeah, so I mean, the real answer is the Bay of Fonseca keeps me from driving there. But the legal barrier is that a car that is licensed in Nicaragua is certainly allowed to drive to El Salvador. For those who don't know, you have to drive through Honduras to get to El Salvador. To go directly between here and El Salvador, it is a large body of water. If your car is owned by a company, then it's not allowed to cross that border, simply because when it crosses the border, there's no owner on the other side, and it creates this problem, and so you're not allowed to do that. Not a big deal. Very few people want to do it. I mean, how many people own a car and want to drive 2 countries away? It happens, but it's actually not that common, because most people either don't want to drive that or they want to go there some other way, right? So it's not something that comes up that often for people. When it does, the answer is simple. Having a placarded car or a licensed car through your company is what you do when you're a tourist, right? Because anyone can own a company. That's just, there's no limitations on that. I always say that, and then I always say, except probably if you're a criminal. But normal people, whether you live here, visited here, heard about Nicaragua and have never been here, you're always allowed to invest and have a company, and that company can buy a car. Any company here can buy a car, and you, as someone the company gives permission to, can drive that car. So all of that is super simple. So if you come here and you don't have residency and you just want to drive, but you want to own a car, you simply form a company, either just for this or for some other purpose, and use that company to buy a car. It's that easy. And you could go through like all of the legal behind the scenes, how company incorporation works, and figure out why it works that way. But it's very simple. Yes, Juan Carlos is correct. That's totally untrue, Juan Carlos. It's 40 minutes. I did just do it. It is 40 minutes. Distracted myself as always. If you do want to do it, which I want to do, I want to be able to drive to El Salvador and Honduras and Guatemala. I love the region, and for those who don't track me enough, I work in Belize, so it's actually faster by 3 hours to drive to Belize, not including stops, than it is to fly from Nicaragua. So that would be fantastic. I can take friends, just drive to Belize, have a good party, road trip, and all that. Be super fun. So I want to be able to do that. So I'm getting residency, which will lead to something we'll discuss, because those who've been watching the channel know that this came up a lot this week. But so if you get residency, then you're allowed to still have a company and still do all the same things. That's fine. But if you then want to put a car into your own name and be the personal owner of the car, you're totally allowed to do that. Expected, almost. And so that is the thing that you have to do. You have to get residency. Then once you own a car, you can just drive to other places. Now, I do have a friend who does have a company-owned car, and he's able to drive to Costa Rica. I don't know if he had to do something special for that, but he is able to drive to Costa Rica, and he said it was not a big deal. Costa Rica is not part of the CA4, so they have their own rules. If you are going into the CA4, that's Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, they do not allow Nicaraguan company-owned cars. There's no allowance for that. It must be personal, and that's just their rule. So that's the limitation, right? I see a hair out of place on the monitor, and that's it. But I get backwards as to which side is which. That's what's going on. So what's going on with me in that process is I've been working on residency for quite some time. We're no hurry. It's not a big deal. Because this is the only reason we want it, is for being able to do this drive that New World Money wants me to do. And then I can take my camera gear, then I can go see all the stuff in between, then I can just go around all these different places. It's going to be a lot of fun. It really is. So I'm very excited about that, but we had to work on our residency, and the last steps of residency are that you need to have an Interpol checkup. Basically, they just say, no, he's not wanted, and you have to have a health certificate. And we had done these things in January. We were all set, and then we had a medical emergency of quite some magnitude, and that just disrupted things. And it caused us to have to wait, or we ended up waiting, long enough that those things expired. So we had to, wait until we had a little bit of time, and then we had to start over, go to Interpol, which we did a couple weeks ago, do that all over again, and then as soon as that was moving, we had to figure out how to get into health services when we could get there, which we did a couple days ago, and then we had to get our health certificates, which we have. And so those things we now have. Then there is technically another step, but I don't think you have to wait on that step, but you have to go to Migracion Managua and get these forms. And for some reason, we didn't have the forms until now. Because that's a requirement, or because we just were procrastinating, I have no idea. But so my wife literally went to Migracion today to get those forms. So you just fill out those forms, put the paperwork that we have accumulated over the time together, and submit it. So we are at submission point, I hope, on Monday. That's where we are. And then it generally goes pretty fast. But then after you submit, there should be just one step left, which is the interview, and that is when they come to your home and surprise you and interview you in Spanish about why you want to be a resident of Nicaragua. Which should be relatively easy, because they're going to be like, well, this is what you said on this date, and this is what you said on this date. Is that still true? And I think it'll be fine. So that is the process. So all these things. So that is where we are. We are, in theory, very, very close to having all that done, and then I'm going car shopping. That is the story. Juan Carlos is correct. It is a 30-minute flight from Managua. The reason that we don't necessarily want to do that is, one, it flies from Managua, so you got to drive the wrong direction for a few hours to take that really short flight, and of course you got to get to the airport and do all that stuff. And then when you get to El Salvador, you got to go through the airport and do everything there, which it's a really nice airport. It's my favorite airport in the region. El Salvador has an amazing airport. But then you're in San Salvador, which, if that's your goal, that's about as good as it could be. But if you're not trying to get to San Salvador, you may be really far away from where you want to be. Like if you want to do Ruta de Flores, you want to do La Union, anything like that, you may not want to fly into San Salvador because you're going to be really far away, considering it's only several hours to drive from here. The big advantage to driving it, if you're up here near the border, because I can get to the border in under 2 hours. I can be in Honduras faster than I can be in Managua, in theory. So that's important as part of the scheduling thing. So if you're going to go to near El Salvador, like La Union, or you want to have a car and be able to drive around and you don't want to have to go up there and rent one and then do it, driving up from here really isn't bad. But if you want to go to San Salvador and you're just like, I just want a weekend in the city, yeah, absolutely, flying out of Managua is a million times better. So it kind of depends what you want to do. But what I want to do is be able to drive all around Honduras, all around El Salvador, and cover large bits of ground. And I want to be able to, obviously, and this is the real mistake of people who are flying, you can't stop along the road and get pupusas. So I don't know how that flying thing is supposed to work. That makes no sense to me. Jillian says, how much does it cost to form a company? If you just want a basic company, it is extremely little. Like several $100s typically, if you don't really need to do anything. A bunch of your costs is just going to be going to the lawyer to make sure that all of your ducks are in a row and make sure you're not crazy, right, coming up with weird stuff to do. And a lot of people will give you old information, so you got to watch out for that. But that's basically where you are. Scott, can you explain how Nicaragua views ATVs? Well, mostly they kind of go like this. Obviously, U.S. is different, but can you buy, register, and use a four-wheeler as a normal vehicle? So the simple answer is no. ATVs are not eligible for placarding. You can't register them. You can't put them on the road. They can go fast enough, which is 50 kilometers per hour. I'm told I've not verified that. 50 kilometers an hour is what I've heard is the limit to what, if it's slower than that, like you have like a little golf cart and it can't go that fast, then it doesn't have to have a license. Officially not allowed out on the road. However, the reality is One, that a bicycle can go 50 kilometers an hour, right? If you're healthy, when I was young, I definitely could go faster than that on flat ground. So technically, bicycles can be a problem, but never heard of it actually being. But electric bikes, absolutely, I've heard of being a problem. I also know other people that get away with it just because, no one notices because it's a bicycle. If you're down on the beach, we see people with ATVs go down the road. However, this is important. I've never seen anyone that you would mess with, that you didn't have to worry about messing with going with an ATV down the road. Meaning that when I see an ATV go down the road, it's like someone really important. And so they're probably friends with the local police. They're really well known. If you just go by an ATV and go down the road, you're probably okay. But because you're in your own town and you're not like taking it out on the highway, probably okay. But officially you're not, for whatever that's worth. And unfortunately that's the case with almost anything, right? Here's what the law says. Here's what you could get in trouble with. But if you're like a really good citizen, everybody likes you, there's no reason to complain. No one's going to complain. So that's kind of where it is. I don't use an ATV to get around. So it never comes up for me. But I do want to get a golf cart to go around, and it will be very similar, just quieter. Buddhist is here. Mario, what's going on? Mario and I are going to go on an excursion up a mountain sometime soon. I've not forgotten. And Mario, Buddhist, brought me one of my favorite whiskeys that I should be drinking on the live show. I don't have it with me at the moment. I will drink that on the live show for everyone. For me, mostly. He, of course, says, "Hey, Scott, I'm planning to visit Nicaragua this coming December to February." Nice. From Toronto, which is basically my home city. What do you advise me in regarding to flight, route, and accommodations? Thanks. Generally, I'll try to get this right. From Toronto, what you want to do is take a direct flight to Fort Lauderdale or Miami, doesn't matter. You get down there and then spend the night or come down in the morning and have a flight out in the evening, so you have lots of time. But the secret for Canadians typically is to get to Fort Lauderdale because it's generally cheap for Canadians to get to the southern United States, but to go beyond that is generally not cost effective. And so, and I have really good friends that are Canadians and are constantly like struggling with this, and it does, there are tricks to this. So if you can get to Fort Lauderdale, then a flight from Fort Lauderdale to Managua is 2 hours and generally about $120 if you're looking for a good day. So that final flight is Spirit, and then whatever gets you from Toronto to Fort Lauderdale cheaply is generally what it's going to be. He is actually Buddhist. I'm pronouncing it that way because he's really into plants. He has an orchard, so it's Buddhist. We should all get together. Mario, Jillian lives really close as well. Jillian, Mario, and I are neighbors. Twice. We're double neighbors, which is really cool. For those who don't know what a double neighbor is, we each have two houses. We're both neighbors of both of them. Juan Carlos, question on hybrid technology. I'll do my best. Have a Prius. Does anyone in Managua work on these? Last time I was in Nica, did not see any hybrids. There are very few hybrids in the country. They do exist. I'm sure someone will work on it. You're a Toyota, so I expect that you can get it worked on at Casa Pellas. But you're going to be very limited. The parts are not going to be in stock. I've never once seen a Prius in the country, let alone other hybrids. But a Prius specifically I've never seen. So I think your Prius parts, if anything needs to be replaced, will be very difficult. Doable because they can special order them. But like I can tell you, I have a Corolla. I have a recent model, not like new, but like not old Corolla, and they can't get a replacement key when the key fob broke. They don't have them. So parts are a major problem. Just that's the thing that kills us. We're actually car shopping right now, and I will do my best to take you guys along on the journey of getting cars here. We're talking about doing two crazy things, TWO, crazy things. One is we're really interested in getting a large vehicle. So we were thinking about the Toyota Sequoia type size. They don't sell Sequoias here, but that's size. So that's basically like the Land Cruiser Prado, and we see those all over. Like that's a very viable car here. So we were thinking about that. But they're a little bit pricey, and everyone's got them, which is fine. But Chery and GAC have some really nice looking options, and Chery's might be hybrid. But there's very small dealers, and they're only in Managua. And GAC is brand new to, like, they were handing out pamphlets in the streets, like, grand opening, come check it out. They're at the Gallerias. If both of them are going to show up, no. Cherry's dealership is going to be on tomorrow's episode. I just walked past it, you'll see it, but it's in Car Dealer Row on Jean-Paul Genis. It's on the south side of the road, near the Nissan dealer. I can't remember who they're actually next to. It's a real small Chinese dealer, and they've got some nice looking hybrids online. I haven't been in the dealership here. And then GAC just opened down at in the Gallerias, and they have a little bit bigger dealership, and they're the ones advertising, but I don't know what their offerings are like yet. I've looked at their pamphlets, and they got some stuff that looks interesting. Haven't sat in one. So for those who have not looked into it, here we have a large selection of Chinese vehicles, and they have some amazing track records on quality with still quite good prices. And some of them, like GAC and Cherry, are new to the market, so they're being a little bit aggressive, potentially on pricing and stuff. So we definitely want to go look at those. That's for our main vehicle. We need a 7 or 8 seater as our main vehicle. For my personal vehicle, I am looking at the BYD Seagull, which is not sold here in Nicaragua. This is doing exactly what I tell everyone not to do because it's incredibly stupid. But it is, I want to go to Costa Rica to the nearby BYD dealer. There's only one there, and then another one in Mexico. There's nothing in the CA4 for it, not even Guatemala for some reason. I'm sure they'll have one soon. And that's a full electric vehicle with a range long enough that you can drive from San Jose, Costa Rica, all the way to Leon, Nicaragua, and die like as you come into town. So obviously I'll stop somewhere in the middle and charge, but I'm really interested because it would give me an electric car that allows me to hit all of Nicaragua, basically. All electric, just charging at home and never have to worry about anything. But there are charging stations on the Nueva Leon carretera, so that's possible. Let's see. Jillian, yours would be super simple. Hybrids, Prius. Thanks for the info. I only asked because I want to live where I want to live is very rural and rough. Just a thought, am I going to get too old, look cool on a bike? Yeah, Kevin, so if you're like out in a rural area, I mean, if you're out on dirt roads, generally there's just no policing of traffic, right? You could go out there with a tank if that's what you wanted. Like, no one's going to care. It's if you take it out on the road is where it's going to run into a problem in most cases. If you're in a rural area, you have no other traffic, they're not worried about you hitting kids or anything, then generally it's going to be just go have a conversation with the police locally, move in, get to know a few people, go see the police, bring them coffee, maybe some cakes or something, get some goodwill going. This is Nicaragua. Like, be social, talk to people, have conversations. Guys, I'm on a dirt road. Would it be cool if I just got an ATV? Like, anyone got a problem with that? Man, you can't take that out on the road. No, just on my dirt road. Yeah, whatever, have a good time. Done, right? Like, that could be it. So, in that kind of situation, probably just, it's, people just stand in the road here. But like on the beaches, like they are a problem. They're getting into traffic. All right. So let's see. Budist and Bud, $40 to $60 red eye from Lauderdale. I've yet to find it direct from Lauderdale for that. I have found it for $68, but you have to hop on to Houston. That would be great, 40 to 60 from Fort Lauderdale, except I don't ever want to be in Miami. Juan Carlos says, got it, we need to encourage this over there. Yeah, we do. And I think it's going to start now that they're really starting to see it in Costa Rica and Guatemala, but it's got to trickle in a little bit. And remember, we have a very different fuel supply than the countries around us, so it encourages the use of fuel a little bit differently here, so people aren't worried about it the same as other places. It's Buddhist because of my love of growing plants. Grew up in New York City. Kevin says, hitting kids. Oh my God. Martin says, hey Scott, I was planning to write fiction, my own version of some tales I used to listen to when I was a child in Managua. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, if you're doing your own stuff and you're writing like articles to submit places for cultural stuff or historic stuff or whatever, yeah, that could be really cool. I have no idea how that's going to make money, but absolutely. I used to be a newspaper photographer, and it didn't make money. So, but that was my career for a while. I was a photojournalist, and it was actually cool, right? I started off like everyone does. Well, this is what you do, for those who don't know. You start off in photojournalism. Your first jobs are covering things like the high school musical that they're going, not High School the Musical like Disney, like your local high school's musical for the newspaper. Take pictures of the kids, practicing on stage, that kind of stuff. And it's like this big in the newspaper back when the newspapers used to be on paper. A lot of you are probably too young to realize. And music played on these big plastic discs that went around. Then I was very frustrated doing newspaper work because it was so banal. And I did it for a while, and I was very frustrated and made no money. I thought I was doing like an okay job, but there was just nowhere to go. And I wasn't the only photographer. The other guy had been there for a long time, and had good equipment, knew what he was doing. I was young, and it wasn't the end of the world. I worked other jobs, but it was not making the kind of money I had hoped. And then they sent me out to cover an Easter egg hunt, which, by the way, this has nothing to do with that, but I discovered this. This is my bag of happy. I found jelly beans in the pantry today, and now they're in my office. And I was sent out to cover an Easter egg hunt. And I remember being like, this is it. This is my final cover. Like, I'm not doing this. This is so dumb. And went out and went to this Easter egg hunt. And I was like, okay. And I did some stuff. And I got a little bit creative because I was giving up. And I put in my work. And when I got the paper, it came, and it was a full color, full spread front page. Like, the whole thing was my photo. And that makes good money. And I never had to do stupid stuff again. I did covers I did like the big color photos for the covers, and I did sports. And that was it. That was the only things I ever did after that. And so then it got to be a really fun job where I got to go to cool events, do cool photos and stuff. It really was. It was pretty cool. Nika Man, coming to Leon next month. Any hotel you might recommend without getting gringo price? My Spirit flight, excellent, is arriving at 1 a.m. Yes, it does. So planning to drive to Leon and spend a day or two there. So the first thing is, generally, if I'm coming in on the Spirit Red Eye, if I don't have like my driver, which you can totally use my driver, Leo, it's probably like $80, $90 for him to drive you in from the airport in the middle of the night. Like, it's not bad. Leon's not that far. But what I often do is I stay at the Best Western. That way I don't have to worry about what if the flight's late, what if I don't figure out where my driver is, what if there's a problem with aduana. So it depends. If it's like I'm light and I'm coming in for work and I just need to get home, I get picked up. Or my roommate gets me. And if I'm coming in and it's like a big thing and I've got luggage and there could be like delays at the airport, I just stay across the street. If you're getting a rental from the airport, from Casapelas has a Hertz budget Mavis rental in there. Then yeah, you're just driving out, and at that time at night, you should be able to make it in about an hour and a half once you get in the car. So if you're awake enough to drive out, what kind of hotel are you looking for? Like, are you looking for super cheap? Keep in mind, I do not know the hotels in Leon that well because I live here, right? So there's some that I know, but I am not necessarily the best reference for them. If you're looking for something really nice, El Convento and La Perla, the price is going to be the price. They're expensive, but they're really nice. But they're not going to gringo price you. They're going to same thing that Nicaraguans pay. I generally, if I'm looking for a more reasonable thing, it's Los Balcones, really close to Via Via, slightly east of downtown. That's pretty nice. I like that. Flores del Sartan, something like that, if I'm looking for something a little bit fancier, kind of midtown, but not like La Perla. Those are the ones I tend to stay at, but there's lots of hostels that people rave about, like Lazy Bones is nice, I'm told. Poco a Poco is nice for hostels, that kind of stuff. I know some people from the channel have stayed at Volcano Hostel. They said it was nice. So those things are out there. It's a long drive. It's kind of not actually a long drive. We did it. So the airport is on the east side of Managua. I live all the way on the west side, and I made it the last time we went from the airport to my house. So this is crossing the entirety of Managua, the entirety of the distance between the cities, and then crossing the entirety of Leon and the entirety of Sutiava. We did it 76 minutes at night without traffic. So it's only so far. Convento is really nice. It actually was a convent and it's pretty cool. I'm in a hostel in Sutiava. Yeah, Jillian has a nice one in Sutiava. Brian, hey Scott, my name is Brian. I've been watching your channel for some time. Awesome, thank you. My wife and I are planning to retire in Nicaragua. Amazing, thank you. And we'll be moving down there in October. Very nice. Well, congratulations. Welcome to the live stream. We have 21 people on now. We're doing well. Yes, no traffic, that is why. Doing it, so the thing is with the Spirit flight one, is that if you're coming in at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, there is no traffic. But, Nikaman, pay attention. When you leave the airport, this is important. If you're driving, when you leave the airport, the main highway, the Pan American, as it comes through Managua by the airport, has multiple detours. There are no signs, there are no lights. If you are going at speed down the highway, you can hit a concrete barrier 90 degrees flat on perpendicular with no warning. Be really, really careful until you're through the city. It's a major construction zone. I was out there to pick up my business partner, Paul. Marcella and I were driving down, and I have driven this a bit, and it was at night, because it always is, and we're driving along, and I felt like something was wrong, and I flipped on the high beams, and it was a wall in front of us. We had to slam on the brake. If I had not just flipped on the high beams, we were both. She practically peed herself right there. She looked up. She had no idea there were walls in the road. We had been going down. She had no indication whatsoever that we were about to slam into a wall. Be really careful out there. That construction is, I don't know why it's completely unlit. But so, yeah. Jillian, not for a Canadian, Juan Carlos will drive 509 kilometers to buy a pack of smokes. That is absolutely true. And I lived 11 years in Texas. We would drive 509 kilometers to pick up a buddy to go on a road trip to get a pack of smokes. Brian has a couple of questions. Well, ask away. I have a couple of answers. And a couple of beers. TJ's here. Hey! TJ was at the bar with us 2 weeks ago? Kidding, but not really. Yeah, it's kind of true. What are you drinking, Scott? Atonia? It is Atonia. I'll have to have one when you get there. Absolutely. Be really careful when definitely be careful. Once you're past, like it's kind of obvious. There's a really dark zone, not that far from the airport, maybe within 2 miles, I would say. Once you get to like the boulevard, and certainly when the name changes to Pista Gaza, you're good. Everything out there's fine, because then you're going past like the Capitol building and all that's lit up and it's parks and it's all no problem. It's as you get near the airport, it's a relatively poor barrio zone, and it just doesn't have all these bright lights of monuments and stuff. So that's where the combination of dark and construction is just, it's great construction. It's going to be an amazing road when they're done. And it's all part of the Pista Gaza upgrade, right? The entire stretch from the airport all the way to the Carretera Vieja, not the Nueva, that one's close. The on the other side of Ciudad Sandino, they've now made that, because that's the Pista Gaza stretch that goes through the new Palestinian park and all that stuff. So it's all new, all kind of crazy stuff. And then the other thing is, at night, it's really good just taking the Pista Gaza all the way up to Ciudad Sandino, especially if you're going to Leon, because when it comes onto the Nueva, it just merges you right on. You don't have to worry about anything. But that mountain is such a pain to drive up in traffic. But at night, if there's no one out there, then it's just right up, just make sure you're up to speed. Not much, DJ. It's been a slow start. We're still early on. We're only an hour in. Regarding residency and importing goods, it seems like I remember you can bring in up to $20,000 duty-free if you are a resident. Yes, that is the number that we have consistently been told all along. Of course, it is subject to change, and I've not heard if it's recently increased because of inflation. I would not be surprised if it goes up to 25,000 sometime soon, but I've not heard of an increase. I think it's still at 20,000. I am supposed to get my residency extremely soon, at which point we are making a judgment call on doing a $20,000 import of mostly junk. It's like we have a storage unit full of old crap that it's like, we can't deal with it where it is. If we import it, at least we can go through it at our leisure. Smart, Scott, smart. But yes, you should be able to import about $20,000 worth of stuff. Won't be a problem. You spent 2 weeks driving all over Nicaragua, and the last day I finally got pulled over on your last day. Yeah, I mean, Did you get pulled over like at a random stop, or did you get pulled over because you were in trouble? Or did you get pulled over randomly and then get in trouble? Someone on the channel was saying he got pulled over every 6 kilometers every time he goes between San Juan and Granada, which I have done that drive, I'm not going to say a lot, but I don't know, 20, 30 times. And I think my record is getting pulled over twice. And anything that far in a tourist zone, you're going to get pulled over once or twice. Like, my all-time record is getting pulled over 5 times running to Managua, but it's always during a holiday. It's like always, you know it's going to happen. And it's never a problem, right? You get pulled over and you're like, yeah, here's my paperwork. I got pulled over back there. And it's like, boop, boop, good, gone. Like, it's so fast and easy. Oh, you did get in trouble. Sorry. I have, and this is very knock on wood, but I have not gotten in trouble in a pullover in 9 years. 9 years ago I did, but not since then. No, that's wrong. I did. I blew through Via Carmen, which is western Managua, like way, way, way out west of Managua in the country. And it feels like you're in the middle of nowhere, and Via Carmen has so much police presence. And I saw them in the distance, and I'm like, no, I was doing double the speed limit. I slammed on it and slowed down and pulled into the stop and just pulled over, and they're just like... So that was a little bit expensive, but that was, I was completely at fault. Oh, you're on your way to the airport. Were you flying on your way to the airport? That's what we always do. I can't believe we don't get pulled over more often. I should say, when the people I'm with, I'm surprised. I actually don't drive that fast. I'm pretty slow because Nicaragua's crazy. Like, there's just always something in the road. It's not my fault, right? I am so averse to hitting an animal in the road. I'm somewhat averse to hitting people in the road, but seriously, they know better. But animals in the road, like, I can't. I hit an animal, I'm going to guess, in 1996, and it still bothers me. Like, that's... and there was no way I could have avoided it, and it's just it haunts me. So that's something I know if I was to hit anything, it would just be terrible. New World Money just started watching Stranger Things because of me. Oh my gosh, that's awesome! And it's like a time warp. Oh, it is a time warp. Yeah, like it is so 1980s. It's epic. You're 51, so almost my age, and almost the same age. And it was like your youth of D&D and all. I was a D&D kid as well. Brian says we have to travel back to... Okay, so wait. So Stranger Things, one of my favorite shows, absolutely fantastic. If you like that and you're into video games, Beyond... No, is that right? Is it just called Two Souls? Beyond Two Souls? Oh, shoot. It's from the same people that made Detroit Become Human. It's older. I can't actually prove this, but I can prove it for all intents and purposes. It is the video game that Stranger Things is based on. Fantastic. It's like playing Stranger Things, but with just enough twist. And knowing that it's older, you're like, this is what Stranger Things is. Whoa! It's really cool. But it doesn't have the 80s thing. Other than that, that's unique to Stranger Things. It was fantastic. But, so, my favorite new show, I can't believe I don't know anything. I'm so disconnected being in Nicaragua that a million shows and movies come out, and I just have no idea, right? So, I discovered Only Murders in the Building, which is Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. And probably all of you are like, yeah, of course we've seen it. I had no idea, so I just binged it, went through all 3 seasons, and the 4th has been announced. What a show. So good. They act, and it's definitely Martin Short's best performance, I think. TJ says, on your way to the airport, had to make a U-turn, said it was illegal. Yeah, I don't know if those are really illegal. It depends where you are. Some places they're clearly illegal, but a lot of times they are. You forgot you bought something all the way from... Oh, you brought something all the way from Texas for you, and did you take it back with you? What games do I play? Oh, are you the one who asked me? I remember there was a comment that said, what games do I play, and I never managed to respond to it. So I don't play many. I just don't have time, in case that wasn't obvious. But I love video games. I think that they are this amazing art form and a very important part of the literary experience of our generation. And my kids are big-time gamers. So for me... games have to be something that I'm doing to connect with my kids in some way. And so we do some things that are just fun. Like we, every so often, like 2 times this week, we played Overcooked, right? Just a action game with the kids, where you like assembling dinner, like some one of those like puzzle speed games. But when I'm playing games, it's always the same, and my kids are basically the same. We play games that tell stories, and I've been playing very, very story, literary-driven games with my kids since they were extremely little. My eldest was probably, so this has been, I feel like, 2014. So she would have been 5, 5. And then my youngest would have been 2.5. And at that point, my eldest really got into games, and she was controlling and playing games herself. The youngest would like watch and be really into it. And then as she got a little bit older, she got probably even more into it than the older one. But since that early age, we would all sit together and play like old Space Quest and Night of the Rabbit and things that like were good for kids and had like this good story. We were always into it. So my favorite games are often things like Mass Effect, Dragon Age, Dragon Quest VIII, Detroit Become Human. I have the worst hiccups tonight. Holy cow. What are some good examples? The King's Quest series for older games. Anything that just really has a deep story. I get sucked into. We recently played Road 96. Thought that was really good, especially for people who are feeling the weight of Americanism. It was very, very present, I would say. Gargandale says, "Hey Scott, are towns such as Matagalpa, Esteli, etc. worth visiting from Leon for just a walk around town and a return to Leon the same day? And if so, which town do you think is better for a day trip?" Have I done that? Yes. Yeah, honestly, I think so. If you're going to do it, I definitely recommend Matagalpa. It is the closest and most interesting visually. I have done Matagalpa and Jinotega as single-day trips. I've done Esteli only as an overnight. Matagalpa, if you're going to do it, go, and I've done this a few times as a day trip, actually. Run up early in the morning, park near the cathedral, and then just explore town on foot. If you can, you want to stay until it's late. Which encourages a hotel, of course, but Matagalpa has a really good like early morning and late night thing going on that some other places don't, because it has the amazing cafe culture. So you really want to kind of start with like breakfast and views, and then spend the day walking the city and see the parks and the restaurants and find some cool zones and just explore. And it's mountainous, so if you can, get up to different elevations. Of course, that can wear you out, but try to do that. And then at night, or at least in the evening, hanging out in a cafe, maybe getting food, doing a couple cups of coffee, of course, before you drive back, is fantastic. Like the coffee culture up there is so different than anywhere else. It's really cool. And of course, see the cathedral, check out the main square. It doesn't have a lot of sights. Go up to the Mirador, but do not eat there. The food is ridiculously bad. But yeah, Matagalpa is pretty cool for walking around. I love walking it at night, of course, which doesn't work for a day trip. And if you can, go on a cooler day, because some of the cool stuff is like really walk far if you can. I love walking miles outside of town. You get like, we don't get this in Leon really, but Matagalpa has like sprawling little roads up into the hills with like beautiful like big houses and developments and stuff. And it really is. You have to kind of get a larger scope of Matagalpa to really have like a good sense of it. And if you're driving in, also consider, if you have somehow time, I don't know how you would, is the road to Jinotega from Matagalpa is amazing. It's one of the best drives in the country and full of cool stuff. You bought me a bag of Buc-ee's nuggets. Ah. So I lived in Texas. Buc-ee's is the giant chain of gas stations there that's like a big... It's a hilarious thing. It's like this giant beaver spot with amazing bathrooms. It's really funny. New World Money, Neverwinter, only one you play when you ever do. Great in groups. Yeah, I have Neverwinter. I like some of the more, Skyrim and some more recent things. Obviously, Neverwinter is actually D&D, and they are not. My kids have been playing, Baldur's Gate 3. That's been one that we do play together. And all of us play it. Like, each of my daughters and I all have our own games. We watch each other play, but we also play our own as well, and we all watch each other. So gaming for me is almost always hanging out with my kids. 3-hour drive to Matagalpa from Leon. Yep. Buddhist just binged Fallout and loved it. My wife just binged it because I got it for us, but I have not watched it myself because I'm waiting to watch it with the kids because the kids and I play Fallout together. My wife doesn't play Fallout, but she did play Fallout 1 in 1997, so 27 years ago. So she has a little bit of a Fallout thing, but it's been a long time. Ethan Cavill, I'm in contact with about 6 real estate agents and private owners in Nicaragua at the moment. I'm trying to find a property with hot springs. It seems very difficult. It will be. Do you have any advice or ideas? I'm hearing most are owned, protected by the government. Yes, most are, I'm sure, protected by the government. That is probably a true statement. I'm not sure, but this is a very, very out there thing. You'll be visiting in 2 months to get down on the ground. Okay, so, wow. So I know an area that does have homes and does have hot springs. So I guess first question is, what do you want to do with it? Is this like a business thing, or you just really like the idea of a home that has hot springs nearby? That's going to matter a little bit, like accessibility and stuff. But if you're doing this in a vacuum, and the rule is a house and hot springs, then the area I'm going to say that might be interesting, give me a second to make sure I'm getting the name right. Oop, I forgot I didn't log into my watch. Is not actually that far. It's actually in Leon, but not in the city. Not in the city at all. Way, way out there is San Jacinto. Should have known that. San Jacinto has so first of all, hot springs, for those who don't know, is hervideros in Spanish, or at least in Nicaraguan Spanish, I have no idea. And there is a enormous hervideros in San Jacinto. Health retreat, that'll be long term. Doesn't matter where it is. More rural, the better. Less developed, the better. Yeah, so they definitely exist because we have volcanoes. I know that the hervideros at San Jacinto is partially privately operated, and they go out and they collect the mud and they sell it. I could grab some. I've got a couple bags of it right here. It's beautiful. I have an episode where I went and walked that, and Nicaragua 360 has what I think is a really cool episode that goes through the hot springs. So you can see in 360 degrees, especially if you own one of the 3D headsets. Oh, I had one sitting here and I don't know where it went. Anyway, get a 3D headset and put that on and do my 360 tour of the hot springs. It's like you're floating above the hot springs. It'll be really interesting. And from that video, you should be able to see the line of houses against the hervideros. It'll give you an idea of what might be available. That does not mean that you can buy and get in there. I have no idea. But I do know, I'm both looking at a map and have been there, that the hot springs go directly up to some of the houses. Like there is, I'm just going to guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10-ish houses that are visibly along the hot springs, and what looks like maybe some on another side, and then there's a field on the back side of it. But do any of them have actual access? Could you do something with it? That's I don't know. But that stuff does exist. So it's at least a starting point where you could go physically get into a hot spring. You could, look at my 2 different episodes, the vlog episode and the Nicaragua 360, and have something to work from to know what you're expecting. And then, of course, look at a map. It's literally, if you're on Google, Hervideros de San Jacinto. And it's on Route 26 between Leon and Matagalpa. Plays into people talking. If you're doing the drive everyone was just talking about for a day trip in Matagalpa, you're going to go right past it. And it's in the Departamento Leon, and it is at the volcano that it's at the base of is Mumbo Tombito. So I expect that there are others. But I think there's some nearby, but Polaris Energy is built on top of one of them, so you're not going to find one there. But this entire region, relatively close to the volcanoes, is your best bet because most of your hot springs exist because of the volcanoes. They're far out spots from the volcanoes. You can get hot springs directly in a volcano, but that probably doesn't suit your purposes. You also, I know, there are hot springs underneath Laguna de Apoyo, which is now off limits. The entire zone is no longer real estate friendly. You can't transact. I think you can sell the existing houses, but nothing new can go in. And the hot springs there moves. So you could be like, oh, I got the place. That's perfect. And then in a year, it may not be there anymore. And then you'd be like, that was my sad face. Someone can imagine the sad trombone sound to go with it. So that's probably not a way to go, but those things do exist. So you've got some stuff like that. My guess is that around Shenandoah probably has some stuff as well. Do you need a license to ride a motorcycle? Absolutely, yes. Could you potentially get away with? No, I don't think you could even get away without one. No, you absolutely need one, and motorcycles are pulled over easily twice as often as cars. A lot of people do ride without motorcycles. A lot of people ride without motorcycles. What does that even mean? A lot of people ride without a license, but they do get in trouble. Probably not going to throw you in jail or anything. You'll probably get a good hefty fine. They might take your, bad things might happen, or you might completely get away with it. But legally and officially, you definitely have to have a license for operating any vehicle. Clive has decided he wants to be on the show today. Oh, my baby. Hi. What's up? What's up? You just wanted to say hi? Oh, you need a hug? What is this? What is it? Wagging his tail. You wagging your tail? Oh, I have a bowl of pasta and you want it. But the random stops on the side of the road, like TJ was talking about, where he got pulled over because now in his case he did a U-turn, so that's a little bit more, going to get pulled over. But there are random stops all over the country, and they about half the time we go through them, we're like, oh, it's just a motorcycle stop because we have a car, and so they don't stop us. That's a really common thing. You're just so cute. You're just so cute. He's a very shiny dog. It is so true. It's so true. You're shiny. You're on TV. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't care. The other dog is right behind him, trying to bite him. So that's what's going on. Hi. Hi. You're so happy. You're so happy. Okay, you go down and play. No, okay. Is there an update on cannabis laws? No, definitely none that are updated. Since the president's son wants to legalize, he did an article over a year ago, not sure how or if there are any updates. So there's no official updates. If that's, this is Jean Carlos Migars. Let me know if I pronounce it correctly, or just humor me and pretend I did. We hear rumors, but that's not an update. We hear rumors that the country is making a regular move towards legalization. We are expecting legalization. So there's no update like, oh, they've decided not to legalize and that's not going to happen. But it is very likely a long process and something that's going to take a bit of time. And at this point, oh, he decided to sleep on my lap. That was not what I was expecting. Oh, he's so sweet. So at this point, we're just waiting for there to be official updates. But the hope and the understanding is that the chances are very high that Nicaragua is probably going to legalize. That is the best. Migars like cigars. All right, Jean Carlos Migars. Got it. All right, Brian says, we plan to travel back to the U.S. probably once a year. How do you handle your cell phone service? Do you keep a service in the U.S.? It's pretty important for my wife's mother to be able to call us. So I do. I don't know. Just really quickly for Ethan, yes, all live streams that I do get uploaded to the account. So this will be available in its entirety, generally within about 30 minutes of when we wrap up. It uploads a higher quality version. It waits until it stores it or something, and then it tries to fix it a little bit. So it looks slightly better when it's done that way. But yeah, the whole thing will be there. So to Brian's question, so what I do, and I don't necessarily recommend this, but I travel a lot, so that's why I do this. I keep an American number that I don't give out anymore. That's T-Mobile, and generally I really like T-Mobile, but do not get a T-Mobile business account. It is so bad. But the T-Mobile normal accounts, they're the best. But yeah, we got so screwed. I meant to have this on and kind of forgot because I was in a rush. There, because I like the orange with the blue. And my head's very shiny. Like the dog. He's very shiny. You're shiny. He's like, stop that. Completely. So T-Mobile is fantastic. And the nice thing about T-Mobile is that everything works all the time. And then when I'm here, I can be on Wi-Fi. So I just have Wi-Fi calling on T-Mobile if I need it for anything. So it just acts like I'm in the U.S., no problem. If I'm in the U.S., Canada, or Mexico, that's all domestic. It's all North America, so T-Mobile treats it all as one. So that's fantastic. And like 120 countries, 180 countries, something unbelievable, T-Mobile has automatic service. So when I travel throughout the region, South America, all over, drive between countries, just works. So when I'm going anywhere, I switch it over to T-Mobile, and ta-da, it's fantastic. And I'm just on like a normal T-Mobile plan, monthly, like whatever. And I use an iPhone for those who don't know. Where is it? iPhone 13. Mini. I wish I could get more minis. I like the minis. So the T-Mobile is just amazing and just gives me this flexibility to be a traveler, to work anywhere, to do whatever I need to do. And if anything happens in Nicaragua, like I don't pay my bill, which happens, I just switch over to that and it works. What I do in Nicaragua, and so this is not the cheapest thing, right? Because I keep two plans. I use Tigo. Claro is fine. Everybody always asks me which one to get. I can't differentiate between them. I'm sorry. But I have Tigo. There's a Tigo app, and I do what's called prepay. In the U.S., it's post-pay, but we don't really have a term for it. Most people don't worry about it. Here, I think that prepay is better, meaning you literally pay ahead of time for your usage, and the way that it works is it's like, I want to say $6. It's 200 quart. That must be $6. And just under $6. And that gives me 15 days of service. So $12 gets me through a month. And if I have a time period, like I'm going to be in the US, I don't pay it. I just wait. If I'm going to be in another country, I don't pay it. I just wait. So it ends up being really cost effective at the times where I'm traveling or anything like that. It just doesn't. And when I'm in Nicaragua, if I'm home, I don't pay it. It's only when I know I want service. So it varies. Some months I keep it the whole month. Some months I use it 3 days. So I pay for the 15 days, and it's $6, and it's really fast, works really well. I have an app on my phone, so I just pull out my credit card, open the app, go boop, 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 boom, charges in like 10 seconds, and you're done. And if you don't want to do that, you can stop by any pulperia in the country with a little blue Tigo sign, which is basically everyone, and just walk in and be like, I got 100 cord, give me 5 days or whatever, and they'll just go put in your number and you're good to go. Hi. Oh, he's making moaning sounds. You're making moaning sounds. This is his, normally at this time of the day, when everything's normal, my wife is here, and he is in bed with her watching TV. So this is his normal nap time, and that is why he's being like this, because he's with me, and he wants someone to climb into bed and snuggle him, and he's a little bit upset that it's not happening. Yeah. Yes, I'm talking about you. So that's what I do, and I think it's a really effective combination, and you can do everything as an eSIM. So I have a T-Mobile eSIM, so it's part of my phone, and then right now my Tigo is an actual SIM, but I'm going to eSIM that at some point, probably when I get a new phone. I'm just lazy right now. And then when I'm in like Guatemala, I may get a Guatemala SIM and do the same thing, and just because I like to be there a bit. So that's what I do. It's a small bit of additional cost over just eliminating the US phone and trying to work something else out, but it makes it that I get all my two-factor authentication from the US. Nothing changes. I have the same number that I've had since the 90s, like whatever. So that's what I do. However, I also have a landline. Like I have a regular phone, which I can't reach because of the dog. When I don't have the dog on my lap, remind me, I'll try to pick it up for you. But I have a regular phone that I normally keep on my desk. I just sat it on the floor for the moment. And that's a U.S. number, right? That is my house number that I got in 2003 in Geneseo, New York. And it's the same number that people have always had for me. That's unlimited. Like I can do anything with that. So there's some flexibility that way as well. I've been really lazy about this. We're going to be sponsored. We actually have a telephone company that wants to sponsor the show. So this is us plugging them when I don't have my deal worked out yet. But VoIP MS is a really good company that provides landline style service, VoIP, for expats. Not specifically, they provide it for anybody, but it's really good for expats the way that it works. You don't have to have a bunch of extra stuff, and you could have a house phone. And you can also put an app on your cell phone, which I do. So I can also turn on an app on here and use my number to call. So some flexibility there. And I just saw some of the other stuff come up. I uploaded, this is just me and the poodles. I uploaded a new short of one of my dogs today, and 3 people liked it. So it's a pretty big YouTube day for me. So what happens when you have cute dogs, you get lots of likes. Excellent, sir. Thanks for the info. We'll be bringing that industry into Nicaragua once it becomes legal. Thanks. Cannabis, yeah. What's the charge for roaming on T-Mobile? I don't know because I never make the calls. For being on it with data, it's completely included. We pay nothing extra. I never make T-Mobile calls. And remember, if you're on Wi-Fi, it's not roaming. You are local. Like it's only when you're on the cell service that it would be roaming. And so I have not accepted a call on my T-Mobile ever out of the country. I just don't. People know how to reach me. They reach me on WhatsApp or whatever. I understand why you have a problem that it's like I think you said your mother-in-law and they want to call from the U.S. So that's limiting with a cell phone. Unless you turn off the cell service and just do it on Wi-Fi, or if you're willing to have a limited times when you're reachable, and this doesn't work for everyone, do the desk phone thing and not use a cell phone, and then that phone is in the U.S. It isn't roaming at all, and then you can eliminate that charge and be much cheaper. So there's a little bit of creativity depending on exactly how you want to be able to use the phone. And of course, it could be like, you have your T-Mobile, you get a call, and you say, hey, Mom, look, I'm out at dinner. It's not a great time to talk. I will call you as soon as I get home, unless it's an emergency. Having the T-Mobile, in case of an emergency, that you're like, oh, no, I got to go? Right, like, that's good. But as long as you could be like, hey, can I, I think it's like $1 or $2 a minute. So those calls will get expensive if you do it very often. So going and but with my desk phone, like we do pay per minute. It's like 0.4 cents. So I can be on for hours and be like, oh, did that cost me $3? Whatever, right? Because how much are you going to talk in a month? Like not very much. So that can be a really good way to go. And of course, I don't know what her situation is. You could also get her a modern phone like that and then connect them and then not have to worry about anything at all. There are ways to do free calling. If you can get her to be a little bit flexible on how she uses her phone, you could come up with some free options pretty easily. James says, the weed issue is, from what I read, was environmental. Seems the opposition to legalization fear that forests will be decimated. Last year, Canada did $220 million in exports of weed. Well, I think they could probably eliminate a lot of that fear by just not allowing exports. But why do it if you're not going to export? AT&T are free for calls in 29 Latin American countries. Oh, that's cool. Including all Central American, free roaming and calls to U.S. and any other place is included in the Latin American countries. Oh, I've not seen that. One of my employees has AT&T. We went to Guatemala. She couldn't make calls at all. But it says, I keep a Mint number. They use T-Mobile, $15 a month. So I've been wondering about doing that. We were not able to get Mint because we're out of the U.S. too much and they wouldn't accept us. Something like that. I can't remember. We looked into it. Thanks for the information. You're welcome. I thought about porting my number over to Google. I would consider moving over to Google, but Google won't let me. They say that my location is not yet approved for Google Voice. My fear with using Google and with anything Google, I use nothing Google. I'm not like anti-Google, but I don't trust that Google will keep whatever service I use. Everything I've ever used from Google, they've just eliminated. And so if I move my phone over to that, where's it going to go? When they suddenly turn off Google Voice and go, yeah, it wasn't making us money, which it's not, then I'm back to square one. And they do that with everything except for Gmail. And even that, I don't have super high faith. Ethan has another question. Wait. No, first, El Nicaman, I am actually using AT&T, just got the plan this week because I can just roam there and use the service for free. I mean, with T-Mobile it is too. I roam the whole world for free. It's just the calls, but free or not, I'm not going to make a call on a cell phone. So for me, the T-Mobile is really good. Another question, this is Ethan, have you had any encounters with the Anabaptist in the country? I saw there are about 10,000 in Nicaragua. That feels high, but okay. I mainly eat. Do you actually mean eat? From Amish Mennonite in the U.S. and would like to do that in Nicaragua. Oh, you're getting food from the Amish and Mennonite in the U.S. and would like to do that in Nicaragua too. I mean, you could come to my house and eat because I'm Amish, so my background is Amish. My grandfather was Amish, my father Mennonite. So I come up from a Amish Mennonite food background. As far as Anabaptist, I've seen them in the airport. I honestly don't know where they're located. So the problem, I think, the challenge will be, so you want to eat Amish food, whatever, Mennonite food, and you're in San Jacinto, there's a good chance you're going to be hours away from where someone is. That's a very real possibility. But could be close. UMA is the same as the potential sponsors. Well, they're the same in some ways. They do it in a very different way. VoIP MS is a trunk provider for telephony vendors, who then allows you to, as a consumer, buy a trunk and use it as a single line, which UMA is kind of doing something like that, but they don't have the other pieces. So they're very different vendors in how they approach it, but they're making VoIP phones in two different ways for sure. Oh, you were a beta tester for Google Voice. I tried to be. They've been denying me since beta. I've no idea why. Anabaptist, I heard, is the umbrella for Amish, Mennonite, etc. It's not quite true, but yes-ish. It kind of works. I used Google Voice while I was in Kyrgyzstan and Afghanistan. Nice. So for those who don't know, I've founded phone companies. So I have a lot of phone options as far as things like that. So using Google Voice has never been a big deal. I always have access to a pretty good phone system. What am I doing with my hat? I'm looking in the wrong spot. So it's never been something that really came up as a problem. I like Google Voice, but it actually doesn't give as much flexibility as the phones that I have. So for me, it doesn't make any sense. If I was just an expat and just didn't have a phone company and didn't have a business providing phones and stuff, then it probably would be exactly what I would want to do. As it is, I'm connected to all my offices around the world. I can, be on the phone 24 hours a day, and it doesn't cost a penny, and it's crystal clear, and I have all kinds of control over everything, which is a really big deal, and conference rooms and all that kind of stuff. My dog is, every so often he gets up and checks to see if I've eaten my pasta yet. Oh, but you're so sleepy. Oh, it got quiet. We have so far had 122 views on the show. It says current viewers, does it? Oh, chat rate. Interesting. I can track the chat rate as we go. Views, nice. Interesting. Weed production, that's interesting. I have not heard about deforestation as a risk. Obviously, that is a risk. Nicaragua is not the biggest country. However, we don't have the deepest population. How much land do we really need to produce the amount of weed that we would use? I don't know. That's an interesting point. I have no idea. How would you summarize your life in Nicaragua so far? Oh my gosh. Hot. That's how I would summarize it. Before I get to that, I switched my elderly family member over to UMA and saved $50 a month. Nice. What is has the gorilla in the room been addressed yet? Just joined in now. No, the gorilla, I hope you mean the elephant, but perhaps. If my AT&T service doesn't work, I can make a call in Nicaragua. I'll be so pissed with AT&T. Oh, yeah, let me know how it works. It probably works. She was eventually able to get it to work. It was like a lot of work. She had to keep calling them and doing stuff and using my phone, and it was a huge hassle, and for me, everything just worked. So it was like, yeah. How would I summarize my life in Nicaragua? I mean, it's been an adventure, and a very hot one. But it's also been amazing. Like we've just continuously loved it. But I think one of the most important ways to look at it is that it has been a journey of self-discovery in many ways, because every time that we go another 6 to 12 months, it's like we find out a new thing about ourselves. Like, we want to live at the beach. And then after a year at the beach, I don't want to live at the beach. I want to live in this city. We move into the city. And then after a while in the city, okay, we do like the city more than the beach, but we really need to be away from downtown. Oh, now we're in the barrio. And now we kind of fit into our spot, right? And at first it's like, yeah, it's going to be like sunsets on the beach every day. And then after a while it's like, you know what? I love sunsets, but I don't know if it's just a time of day it's hard to do. Now it's, we're settling into kind of a more normal routine. We're less like, oh, it's Nicaragua all the time. Sometimes it's like, I just want to watch TV once in a while. I still like to go out a lot. And honestly, I mean, how much TV have I watched? 3 days I've watched TV in the last 6 months, but that's more than it used to be. We like going out for live music. I say that a lot, but that's a whole new thing that we never did before. And it's really neat being able to go out and do live music and go out and do all this stuff, and we never did that before, and it's been so fantastic. It's been just such a great experience, learning about ourselves and finding how we want to hang out and how we want to live and how we want to do stuff, and it is to quite some degree challenging. There's all these things you got to learn, all these things that are different, all these things that you discover about yourself in Nicaragua, and so it's always something new. Whereas when I lived in Texas, for example, when we first got there, it's like, hey, how do you get around and do these things? Really quickly, you kind of fit into it, and you're like, whatever, it's just kind of Texas. And in Nicaragua, I feel like there's just this constant amount of we're figuring out this entirely new part of life that we didn't really know about before. My dog is shaking. I can't tell if he's cold or if something's wrong. Aww. Definitely, we are constantly changing ourselves and discovering what we like. And we started at the beach. Now we go to Managua on a regular basis. At first, it was like Managua was like this far off place you don't consider. And at first, you're like, oh, we're going to be going to San Juan del Sur like once a month. We're going to be going to Ometepe all the time. No, we don't do that stuff. Life definitely changes day to day, and it's us that are changing, I think. And I wasn't planning on having a vlog like this when I came to Nicaragua at all. Is DMCA a thing in Nicaragua? Absolutely not. They do not put up with that stuff here. No. What made you leave the U.S.? I'm feeling like Nicaragua is how the world used to be, more lively and outside. That's absolutely true. We really, Janet says agreed about the live music. Janet goes with me to live music quite often. Okay, real quick, this will be fast. LG Schwartz, hey, how's it going? I have an incredibly important question for you, Scott. Can you buy Tonya by the case in Nicaragua? I literally buy it by the case for my house in Nicaragua. Yes, I do that. This came from a case that I bought at the house. You can, if you know what you're doing, also buy it by the keg. Very few people do. You can. I keep 9 kegs at all times, not 9 Tonyas. I keep 9 kegs of Nicaraguan beer at all times. Okay, so back to the why did I leave the U.S. for Ethan? So I grew up, obviously, I'm originally from the U.S. I'm from New York, and I've always liked travel. Canada was always a possibility when I was young. We always talked about it, and when we got older, when my wife and I were maybe our first year or two of marriage, we started talking heavily about, we both really like to travel. We want to see the world. Maybe we want to live outside the U.S. I'd always wanted to live in Uruguay. I took Latin studies when I was in high school, which is obviously not a very in-depth thing, but it was very, inspirational for me, that a lot of South America especially really seemed interesting. And of course, Europe. I always wanted to go to Europe. And one of my best friend's parents used to live in Guatemala. They're very, very American, very Dutch, right? Old colonial Americans, but they had lived in Guatemala. And I remember being young and learning all this stuff about Guatemala from them and being like, oh, that's a whole thing that no one knew about, and that was interesting. So we kind of always felt like we would want to live abroad. We wanted the adventure of it. My wife and I are very adventurous people. And when we were fairly young, I was working on Wall Street, and I was given an office in London and an office in Belfast, and we went over and did some work over there, and I took my wife with me, and we were like, this is fantastic. We love coming to Europe. This is amazing. And then I went and did some travel stuff in Germany on my own. Loved being in continental Europe. Every bit of the experience was just, this is fantastic. And we'd always been doing research online for years when we were young and just been like, oh, there's so much out there. We want to learn more about things. And one of the reasons I don't like living, in my case, in the U.S., but it's an algebra problem, right? In X being the country I was born in. It doesn't matter where I was born. I would want to live somewhere else because I like the adventure of a new place, right? So the U.S. Gets ruled out for me simply because it's the country I was born in, if nothing else. But in the grander scheme, I don't want to live in a country where my first language is spoken. I don't want to live in a common law country. I do not enjoy being in anything under common law. The constant fear that you can never escape is not something I want to ever experience again. And so leaving the U.S. was at first very much we just want this kind of adventure sort of thing. And we started with travel, but we said, no, the real adventure is you got to live there. You want to get into culture. You want to really get to know a place, not just check out the food and the views. Hi. Yes, I know. Oh, I'm sorry. And then when we were a little bit older, we took a little pause because we had kids. And once the kids were old enough to travel, we were like, okay, we're going to make a commitment to, if we want to know what we like, if we want to know if we want to live in the U.S., we have to live other places. And so we did a really big tour of Europe to go see every place. We did an insane amount of research and then put in a massive amount of time going around Europe with an eye towards exploring every place we might reasonably consider for living. And when we did that, we fell in love with being in Europe. The whole thing was just amazing. We found so many places that we just loved. We discovered some places we really didn't like that we thought we would. Learned so much about ourselves with travel, became travel experts. We little kids and backpacking and doing the grand tour and huge amounts of time and research really changed who we were as people and gave us a whole view of the world we hadn't had before. And when we came back, we were absolutely like, we're moving to Europe. Like, we have to move. Like, there's just so much of the world you got to explore. We can't do it by living in the U.S. And so we started moving towards that path. My job ended up not letting me. They had said they would, and then they didn't. So I ended up changing jobs. That stalled us a little bit. But eventually, through a bunch of things, got an opportunity that we had to leave the U.S. We actually got a U.S. ban. It's not quite what it sounds like. You're not allowed to work in the U.S., but if you work in some of the fields like I have, you can get kicked out, basically. Even as a citizen, you don't have the protected right to work. So that kind of leveraged us into moving to Europe. We moved to Spain and just started the process of living abroad. And really quickly, we discovered that we immediately felt more at home. We felt more at ease. We had always known we wanted to raise our kids abroad to give them a global perspective. And so we had homeschooled. We had planned to homeschool from before they were close to school age. So it was all ready. Everything was lined up, that being able to live abroad but move from place to place was always built into our planning. And so once we started doing that, we immediately discovered that we were super happy. We loved what we were doing. We loved every country that we went to. We were just like, this is so awesome. And I've been to 40 countries. I've lived in 8. And one of the things that consistently comes up for me is, and this may have changed, Canada has lost a lot of its attractiveness. But generally, I would say every single country I've ever been to, I would prefer to live in than the U.S. Probably still even Canada, but that's a tough one. But the U.S. and Canada definitely hit the bottom of my list. Of 40 countries that I've been in, I've never actually lived in Canada, but I grew up on the border, so I have a lot of, I've had an office in Mississauga, and I've built businesses there and done a lot. I have customers in Canada, and it doesn't make my list of countries I would ever actually consider. Of course, it also speaks English. It's basically the country I grew up in. It also is common law. So it doesn't check any of my positive boxes. It checks all my negative ones. So there's also that. But whether it's food or culture or lifestyle or legal systems, frameworks, the feeling of safety, all those things, they make not being in the U.S. very attractive. And then picking the right country is a completely different challenge. So it took us a long time to settle in Nicaragua. We went to a lot of really amazing places. We have a lot of options, right? I know of at least 50 different cities that I could easily just move to and be super happy. But But Nicaragua has been perfect for us. It really has been the right choice. We feel very good about having chosen Nicaragua, which is amazing, right? Considering how much we put so much into it, and then to have found what kind of seems like the right place so close to home is pretty neat. Nika Man says, taking my wife to know my home country, Leon, Didiamba, Hinotepe, Masaya, Granada, Huigalpa, nice, will be the route. Eventually looking for land to build our house. I'm leaning either towards Leon, Granada, or Didiamba. Leaning towards somewhere in this wide swath of the country. I like Didiamba a lot. That's a nice area. I prefer just a little bit east in Hinotepe, but they're about the same. When I was in Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Kyrgyzstan, and Afghanistan, it wasn't a thing. Live music wasn't a thing? That's really sad. I like the monotony of staying in the same place. I really struggle with it. Hey, Larry's here. Just hopped on the show. Hopefully I didn't miss an hour of you singing Michael Jackson's greatest hits, complete with moonwalking. No. I did do Michael Jackson Thriller dance, but I didn't sing it. I just had background music. Ethan says, yes, I'm only 25, and I've always planned on homeschooling. I think you're too late. At 25, you've probably finished school. If you haven't graduated by now, I would give up. His moonwalk was great. Yep, sorry you missed it. Yep, Canadian as well, and left 18 years ago. Likely would never move back. Yeah. I'm not as far. How long ago did I move? We kind of, sort of, it's hard to say, because in the U.S., like, we started the process of moving away, and it kind of took a while for it to all take hold, but it's basically 10 years at this point. I moved away from Toronto region. The only thing that I missed is the food. Toronto does have some good food. DMCA. We answered that, TJ. Did you miss it? There's definitely no DMCA here. Nothing like that at all. Also no YMCA. And also, no one knows the moves for YMCA. That may be my number one disappointment in Nicaragua. What is it, TJ? Old 70s stoner. Here, emphasis on old. Oh, Jillian, DMCA is the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. It is a very, very corrupt bit. It's a unbelievable piece of shame for the United States government. Essentially, large media conglomerates managed to pay the United States government to look the other way and give them essentially carte blanche to threaten anyone over media. The theory is, if you were to, like right now, if I was to take some song that is copyrighted by someone and start playing it, obviously there should be some amount of I'm not allowed to do that. Or in the U.S., they think I should not be allowed to do that. I don't want to get into an international political discussion as to whether that's good or not, but under U.S. law, you're not supposed to be able to do that unless you have some agreement to pay them for it. Well, that's fine and dandy, and they probably should have some means of charging me or something. But if you look at the DMCA and how it actually works, they can basically just threaten anyone for anything. They don't have to prove that you've done anything. They can pull all kinds of information. The countries you listed don't have the DMCA. Okay, cool. Yeah, a lot of places don't. A lot of good places don't, right? Good places don't tend. That's another thing. Look for places that think the DMCA is okay, or something equivalent to it. So what they would do is they would be like, we're suspicious of this person. Then they would go and get court orders and just say we have DMCA, and they'd order private companies to hand over personal information that they shouldn't be able to get access to, and then they would accuse you of something that they can't actually prove in most cases, and threaten you with really hefty things. They could have your equipment seized. They can put you in jail. Generally, this doesn't happen, but for a while it did, and it got really scary. I mean, this was like McCarthy era stuff going on all over. People just sharing songs, which, okay, in the U.S. is illegal, but there's a gap between it's illegal to let your buddy borrow a song you have and we're seizing your car and arresting you, and like things that were completely acceptable for 100 years suddenly became insane crimes with no change in law, right? And it basically gave private companies insane amounts of power. that no private company should ever have, and violates all kinds of privacy rights, all kinds of internet rights, all kinds of so like the starting theory of it isn't necessarily the worst thing, but what they did was a completely unthinkable shutdown of freedom of speech, and just leverages private companies to do some really things. Yeah, Napster was a good example, and like there are 100% legitimate. And legitimate meaning completely legal in the U.S. in all ways. So, for example, I have a band. I have my own music. I can put it on Napster. I can put it on Torrent. I can do anything I want with it. It's my music. But I can still have, I don't want to say, Capitol Records, right? They can, just because they're a big media company, not because they own something, not because they've done something, just because they're recognized as big company, they can issue a DMCA and have me arrested for sharing my own music. And while eventually, in theory, I might be able to get out of the charge, there's no guarantee that a court will let me out. I can just go to jail for them stealing from me. Like, it's terrible. Now, I'm not saying that happens very often, but it makes everybody a criminal just for existing. You go on the internet, you could be arrested, basically. Now, it isn't used that aggressively anymore, and people know how to get around it in most cases. And in all of Latin America, it is considered an excuse for just stealing all intellectual property from the U.S. Basically, because they did the DMCA, it has eliminated any moral qualms that most of the world has had in stealing stuff from the U.S. So, there it is. I mean for children. Oh, yes, kids should homeschool. Yeah, that's much better. Do I have a tech and software background? I started as an intern for Eastman Kodak in software engineering in 1989 when I was 13 years old. I have been in tech and software continuously for 35 years. Actually, that is the subject of today's video. If you saw the 4 o'clock afternoon video that released, someone asked me the other day, do you have a job? Which is fine. Like, do I have a job? That I get why that could be questionable. But then they're very weird, and they're like, what did they say? Inheritance and funds or whatever. Wow, my brain is just those things that I can't have. Right? Funds where you get from your parents all this money. Those don't count. I'm like, why would you have to explain that those count? Right? Do you lift weights? Sleeping on the couch doesn't count. Right? That's implied in the first part. But okay. Anyway, so I'm like, okay, I guess people really don't know what I do, and people don't even know that I have a job. Yes, I have a job. I work in software and in IT, and teach it. I've taught it. I wrote the book Linux Administration Best Practices in my first year here in Nicaragua. That's on Amazon, and actually this channel drives not a lot of sales. Let's not kid ourselves, but a noticeable amount of sales. If you go onto my channel, there's always a link to Amazon, or just look up my name on Amazon. I'm the only author with my name. You can buy Linux Administration Best Practices, and of course, give it a good review. I am very proud of that book. Everybody I know in technology who's read that book is like, oh my gosh, this is the book. It's been well received by people that I respect. Yeah, the elephant in the room. Yeah, we'll get to the elephant. Just me and the poodles. I feel like the music industry should pay me for using their music in YouTube videos. It's free promotion, right? Right. That's back to the payolas. That's basically where we are. Yeah. America must protect capitalism at all cost, or what they call capitalism, at least. Don't get me started there. I had quite the rant about that earlier today. Not on the show. I'm currently in Canada, and this is Dale Smith. My eyes are getting old. I'm like, who is this? Dale Smith. I'm currently in Canada and looking at a retirement place. Needs to be cheap to live, and so far Nicaragua seems to be checking a lot of boxes. Well, if your one box is cheap, then it definitely checks that one. In your opinion, how long would I need to go to start? Okay, Dale, do you mean how long would you need to come down to kind of like get a feel for things? Tell me if that's not what you mean. I'm going to start answering as if that's what you mean. So I think, anything. Whatever you can do to come down, I think is just the best. Like, come down, give it a try. And then if that's a week, fine. And this is, so you're going to see an episode that comes out that basically answers this. It's already recorded and uploaded. It's just not live yet. It comes out in like a couple weeks. but I did actually record this exact thing already. It really is, the thing you don't want to do is wait any more than you have to. If you need to make decisions about your retirement or any place you want to spend the future, I think you really want to, once you've done a little bit and said, okay, Nicaragua, I don't know, speaks a language I like, it's in a place that I like, it's a safety that I like, the cost of living that I like. Once you kind of get past that first part and you're like, okay, Nicaragua's a short list country, and it sounds like it is. It's on your short list. And certainly I think it's one of the ultimate short list locations. It's not the right answer for everyone, but it's almost everyone's short list. Then just come down. If it's 1 week, that might be enough to come down. And what I say in the upcoming video is it's the smell the air moment. Get off the plane. Okay, give it until the morning at least. Get up, look at a city, go out and have coffee, have breakfast, take a moment, breathe in the air and go, am I like super excited to be here? Or is it, oh, this isn't what I wanted? And yeah, you may want to still give it some more time past that point. And certainly don't just go, this is awesome, I'm going to move. Okay, give it a little bit more than that to make sure. But of people I know that have done it, it really comes down to that they pop down, and people who are going to love it, they love it within the first day. And people who are absolutely never going to love it, they hate it within the first day. And getting past that for you, and presumably, probably, did you say, it's just you, coming down and making that decision for yourself and getting past it is really important, because what if you absolutely don't feel the magic? You want to start looking at other options right away. But if you do come down and you're like, oh, I could do this. Yes, this is working for me. Then you really want to start figuring out what you need to do next. And of course, if you come down with lots of time and you can spend time driving around to go visit different cities, the more time, the better. You can essentially, as a Canadian, just come down and stay, so you don't have to worry about there being an actual limit. If you can come down for several weeks, you will appreciate it. The more time you can do, the more you're going to get a chance to get used to getting breakfast. The more you're going to get used to going to the grocery store. That's an important piece of getting to know any country and your experience there. Deal with going out to restaurants, see a bit of the nightlife, meet a few people, talk and get firsthand, like, how frustrated are you with this? What do you do when you can't do this? Like that kind of stuff. You want a little bit of time to not just be running around to all the different cities and just being like, oop, there's a monument, oop, there's a church, oop, there's a... Because you'll never really, you'll know what Nicaragua looks like, but you'll never actually get a feel for it. You'll just be really in a tourist mode. And so what you want to do is give yourself enough time to stop feeling like a tourist and start feeling like you're living there. And so you'll be like, you know what? I like going to Desayunazo for breakfast. Let's go to there again. And then after a few times, I'm tired. Like, can we go to a cafe? Let's just go get sandwiches at a cafe. Egg and cheese croissants. Like, okay, cool. You're getting into the how do we find our next meal kind of thing. And you're starting to try out different pizza places, stuff like that. That'll be important for taking the moment to get that sense of, will this be a place I can live? And of course, I say this a lot, don't be afraid to take some risk. If you're like, Nicaragua seems good, but I just can't prove to myself that it's the best thing. And my wife had a really hard time with this. She wanted to keep going to more countries. She kept saying, well, yeah, Nicaragua is our top choice of all the places we've been. It makes the most sense on paper, but I haven't been everywhere. How do I know somewhere else isn't better? I'm like, you will never know that there isn't a better place somewhere. You can't go to every country, every city. You don't have enough lifetime to do that. That's not possible. You have to narrow things down, take your chances, give it a try, and hone the cone of uncertainty as best as you can over time. And eventually, we got her to a point that she's like, okay, I feel confident in Nicaragua. And then she realized that, okay, the move to Nicaragua, you don't want to move after like 1 day of research, right? Because the risk is in 2 days of research, you're going to discover that Peru is what you wanted. Oh, why did I go to Nicaragua? I need to move on to Peru tomorrow. Then you get to Peru, and in a week you go, oh, it was Brazil. And off you go again. You want to narrow that down to make sure you're not in a position where you're going to suddenly discover that it's the wrong spot and move on. But once you're past that to a certain degree, once you're like, I'm really confident that I can give Nicaragua 2 years, and if I'm wrong, I'm not very wrong. I'm just, it's not quite Chile. Okay. Or as there's got to be something more. Scott Moore over there, right? They gave Nicaragua a while because his wife is Nicaraguan. And then after a while, they're like, okay, gave it a year. Now we're heading up to Guatemala. And when they got to Guatemala, they were like, oh, this is what we wanted in Nicaragua, but tweaked a little bit, like it's not as warm. That was their big thing. And, right, but they were tweaking it. They enjoyed their time in Nicaragua. They weren't upset that they were in Nicaragua. It just didn't end up being their final choice. And Guatemala might not be their final choice either, but they're trying to hone the decision, and they moved on. So as long as you're coming to Nicaragua and have that confidence that, well, maybe it's not the perfect answer for me, but it's certainly a good answer for me, then you can come down, and if you discover in 6 months or 12 months or 5 years that either it never was the place for you or it changed and it's becoming the place that you don't want to be, right? Because things change, right? The United States today is not the United States of 10 years ago. You could easily have loved the United States 10 years ago and today be like, I'm a little bit stressed out. I got to find something else. Or Canada, right? Canada's been through the same thing. It doesn't feel like it did 10 years ago. Well, we don't know that Nicaragua is going to feel the same in 10 years. You just can't know. But you can't make that decision now. You can't make your decisions today based on what you think maybe there's a risk in 10 years, because no place are you ever going to have that. So if you come down and you put in time here in Nicaragua in this example, but this goes for wherever you choose as your first place, then having that that certainty that, it doesn't matter, that it's perfect. It was good enough for the time I was there, and if it ever becomes not good enough, I can have spent that time figuring out where the next place is to go. And probably you will naturally do so. If you're living in Nicaragua, you will get all this information, some of it about Nicaragua and some of it about other places. Meaning you take your Canadian background and you replace a bunch of stuff and you go, okay, here's what I didn't like in Canada, and this is completely different. Do I prefer the way in Canada? Do I prefer the way here? You can like make your next decision a lot more powerfully by spending some time, in this case, in Nicaragua. And so, like Scott, you may be like, okay. I figured out a whole bunch of things. Now Guatemala feels like that modification of Nicaragua a little bit to tweak it in the way that he wants. And for me, Nicaragua and Guatemala are super close. Like that definitely where I would go if I wasn't here. But for me, it's if I spend time in Guatemala, I keep going, Nicaragua's just that little bit different to be my top choice, but Guatemala's fantastic too. And you may be like, you know what? Over time, the factors may change for you. That's also a thing. We found that one part of our life, being in the same time zone as family in the U.S. didn't matter, and then at a different point, it did. And so that can be important stuff as well. Amazing. I'm a software engineer too. Awesome, Ethan. Very cool. TJ does Linux distros, so we have a lot of affinity of people here. Janet lolls to capitalism. Jillian says, thought it was a new designer drug. Well, it's that too, obviously. James says, I heard that Napster was located in Gaza. Have a lawyer go serve papers. Yes, a feel. Janet Sweeney, are you the person? TJ met at Yes, you guys met at Via a few weeks ago. Trinity says, BlackRock and Vanguard own 95% of all assets worldwide. Protect it at all costs. Yeah. Dale says, a week to me seems more of a vacation. That is absolutely true. I'm looking for more of a home type feel, if you know what I mean. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and a week is like a vacation. The only reason I would consider saying that maybe come down for a week is that first week gives you that breathe the air moment. So Alan, that a lot of you know, Janet definitely knows. I can't remember if TJ met him. You may have. Was he at our table? Yeah. He was at the table with us, TJ. For him, he came down, and we came down in the middle of the night. So when he woke up in the morning after a night's sleep, stepped out into, it was the Barrio Cafe back in the day, he knew Nicaragua was the place for him. Now, he'd done research. He was not coming into it blind in any way. But when he stepped out and got his first real glimpse and breath of Nicaragua, he was like, yeah, I think I'm ready to stay. And then his wife, at the same time, came out 5 minutes later, said nope, turned around and went back in. And so both of them knew their answer instantly. Now, they gave it 10 days. At the end of 10 days, she was equally nope as she was in the first breath. And he was equally, yep, this is the right place for me. This is my dream location, as he was in the first breath. So 2 completely different reactions, and both extreme ones. But most people I know either have a reaction of just hating it or loving it, or being like, I would never want to live here, but this is a fun vacation, all within that first day or maybe the first 48 hours. But it really typically doesn't take too long to know if those things are going to be good or bad. It doesn't mean that it's the right location for you if you do feel that way, but it means that it has the potential, if the other factors work out for you, safety, cost of living, location, time zone, whatever, and you have that I'm emotionally fulfilled by being in this place, you put those together, you probably have at least a winner as far as it's going to keep you happy. Maybe it's not the perfect place, but that's okay. Perfection is the enemy of good enough. Who's up next? Oh, Mark says ready for a month. A month is pretty good and very enjoyable. James says Nicaragua has it all. I want to do worst weather time April. Got to figure out to get a vehicle. It's deal breaker. Get a vehicle. Got to figure out get a vehicle. It's deal breaker. Are you saying that having a vehicle is a requirement? Trinity says 16.3 trillion USD. Compete with that in our free. Oh, compete with that in our free market. Actually, I should call you Triple T because it's again you capitalize them. That's actually smaller than one of the hedge funds in the U.S. They're not quite as big as you think. There's a single hedge fund that has more than that under management, but it's 100% private. Like there's absolutely no declarations about it because it's how the hedge funds work. Those are hedge fundy companies, but they're not actually hedge funds, so they have to declare how much they have under management. That is the trick. And for those who are wondering how you get kicked out of the country, you can put those things together. TJ says, how hard is it for Nicaraguan to travel to the U.S.? Extremely. We have a number of friends who live here. So if you're going up and seeking asylum, it's moderate. It is hard. Right, you're paying coyotes, you're putting your life in your hands, so that stuff is very hard. Once you actually physically get there, getting into the U.S., if you're coming by an asylum route, it's a terrible situation, but the actual chance of getting in is moderate. If you're trying to go in through a legal non-asylum path, like you said, have a passport from Nicaragua, get a visa, the number of people we know that do it, it's basically if you're wealthy here, you have a 1 in 10 chance. If you're not wealthy here, you have a 1 in 1,000 chance. We know people here who are at least partial owners of U.S. companies. They have good, wealthy income even in the U.S. And as a Nicaraguan passport holder, not a chance. They apply every month and have for years, have no chance of getting in. Married to American, doesn't make any difference. No way to get in. No criminal record, no nothing. Just not an option for tons and tons of people. I know under tourism, I feel like I've only ever known one Nicaraguan to get in that way, and they were a very wealthy employee of mine who had a lot of financial backing and family-owned good-sized companies and managed to get it in. For all intents and purposes, assume for normal transit, travel, anything like that, Nicaraguans are essentially banned from the U.S. They can't even pass through to use the airports. I've been there 2 times. Can't wait to return. Hopefully next time it's permanent. Good luck. That'd be awesome. What's the easiest airport to arrive at and easiest to get around? Well, there is a total of 1 airport in the country, so that one. There's going to be a second, but it's not built yet. Managua Airport is your only port of entry by plane in the country at this time. The place that matters is not Managua, because there's no other option. What you want to do is fly in from Fort Lauderdale on Spirit in most cases. And yes, people say, but I don't have Spirit. If you can find a way to get to Fort Lauderdale, generally that's going to be a better deal for you than trying to go through any other path with any other airlines. Spirit is so much better. The only reasonable, consistent complaint that we hear is the time of their flights is super inconvenient in some ways. But in other ways, I actually like getting in the middle of the night. Aduana is tired and they're done with you. The transport is quick and easy. There's no traffic. It's just, honestly, for me, I'm a night guy. Like, I have no problem working late. I literally work until 1 o'clock every morning. Coming in on that flight doesn't bother me in the least. I actually think I prefer it. So your mileage will vary, but other than the time, the Spirit flight is kind of perfect. So James says, Cargill Group, no one knows. What's that in reference to? Cargill is here, and very importantly, Cargill makes the best American sliced cheese for grilled cheese sandwiches and burgers, like cheeseburgers, that you've ever had. It is so much better than anything I've ever had in the United States. We've tried every single one here. It is so good. And it's the cheapest. It's like called Premier, and it looks like cheese that fell off the back of a truck. Nope, put in the effort to find that cheese. Larry mentions El Viejo, spelled incorrectly, but I don't know why. What's up with El Viejo, Larry? That should be a J, unless you're saying something I don't know what you're saying. El Viejo is the second city of Chinandega. It's the small satellite city. You can see it in one of my videos I did a month ago where I flew over and I took some phone video out the window on shorts. One of them, when we went over Chinandega, if you look carefully, you can see Chinandega and El Viejo. They are kind of connected. It's pretty easy to point out. The easiest thing to see from the sky is Corinto. Holy cow, is it visible. Triple T says, yes, I went with Spirit from Fort Lauderdale for $50 one way, obviously. But, man, was that originating? Okay, Trinity, was that originating in Fort Lauderdale, or did you hop through? Because I consistently find it cheaper if Fort Lauderdale is not the originating airport. So, like, for example, if I go from Houston to Fort Lauderdale to Managua, I get like 60 something. But if I do it directly from Fort Lauderdale, it always seems to be like 100. But maybe it's just the timing. TJ says, I like to travel, but I noticed it's expensive to fly to Aruba or any other country like that from Managua. What airport should I look at for travel? Yeah, it's always not better than single cheese. What's single cheese? So Costa Rica does have some decent airports. Liberia is not that great unless you're going to the U.S. It's like a U.S. airport. So we use it only for that. Southwest goes there. If you're looking for more broad travel, your options, basically you can fly from San Jose, which is quite far. They have really great connections all over, or fly out of Tegucigalpa and San Pedro Sula. Those airports go all over the place. Cargill is family owned. If you eat, they make money. James, if you tasted their cheese, they deserve to make money. That is the best cheese, but they certainly don't make a lot of money because it's like, I don't know, 10 cents for a pack of cheese. It is the cheapest cheese you've ever seen. There's no way that is made from any actual product. That must be somehow cheese made from petroleum leftovers. There is no way to make it so cheap, but it is so tasty, I don't care what it is made out of. Mark says, brand U.S. Kraft, I assume. Kraft, which is now, starts with an M. I actually grew up next to the Kraft factory. Wow, 10 minutes away as a kid in Avon, New York. Larry, I always miss some of your chats. Something's wrong with your chats, because I really do go through and catch an incredible amount, he says confidently. Cargill makes very little money from us on that cheese, though. Like, the margins have to be slim. So Aruba, though, I'm surprised that's expensive, because Aruba Airlines is one of the few airlines that comes into Managua. But for the most part, if you're looking for the cheaper flights, it tends to be Tegucigalpa and San Pedro Sula, and they're being merged into a single airport, so that should get better. But we're getting a new airport, so hopefully that gets better as well. So that is, what do you want, little dog? He's shivering. I'm getting sweaty because there's a dog on my arm. I also have a heart always on my screen over the spot where you said something, Larry. If you say anything else, like hi, there it moved up. Why is that? No, I don't know why I've missed your chats. I saw the El Viejo and nothing else, but I really am looking. I have 2 days left in Nicaragua. Is that true? And you're in Managua. Oh, this is a hypothetical. I thought I was being told I only had 2 days left. I didn't know what happened. You only have 2 days left in Nicaragua. You're in Managua. Do you go to Leon or San Juan del Sur? So, I mean, both are good options. I guess, Andrew, this is Andrew Jensen. What are you really looking to do? What have you done already? Like, if you've spent the whole time in Granada, then probably San Juan del Sur. Have you spent all your time, like, up in the mountains doing stuff and all kinds of different things all over? Then probably Leon, because you won't have had the colonial experience in Granada, so you got to get it in Leon. The things that make San Juan del Sur attractive, beautiful bay, lots of restaurants, very walkable, like just get there on a shuttle and walk everywhere. You don't need a car for 2 days. You don't need a car for anything in San Juan del Sur. If you're going to be there for a week, yeah, you might want a car. But if you're there for 2 days, no. Don't waste your time leaving town. Walk everywhere except maybe the statue. Take something up there. But if you're healthy, walk that too. I love just walking around San Juan del Sur. It's called the 16. It's just a 4x4 block zone. Easy. And there's not so much time that you're going to run out of really good restaurants. And like there's all this beach activity. And there's shopping. And just easy. So if you're really looking for that beach experience, then great. If you don't have that colonial or you want more colonial, what Leon has going for it is it has the beautiful cathedral. That's its own attraction. It's got the beautiful plaza. It has probably more restaurants than San Juan del Sur, but spread out. But it is still walkable and it's safer than San Juan del Sur, but that's mostly irrelevant. It has colonial buildings everywhere. The dog wanted to go. So if you just want to see a different style of colonial than Granada, because they are stylistically different, it is explorable. So walking that for a day could be really interesting. It has the nightlife. San Juan del Sur has the expat, backpacker, wild party nightlife. It's known for that. Leon has the Nicaraguan university. You can see that. There's a gecko right there running around. Leon has the university crowd live music nightlife. So in San Juan del Sur, the thing to do is to hop from hostel to hostel and get wasted by the poolside and do that stuff. Like, that is the thing. The thing in Leon is to go out and go to live music at like a Via Via or En El Vivero and see like a small band play and get like authentic Nicaraguan music and like do that. And then go dancing at 23 Bar and like, you know, drink a couple beers, get all sweaty, get exhausted. And when you feel the old hitting you, and trust me, if you're 25 and doing this in Nicaragua, you're going to feel old at some point. Then you head to Gecko's and listen to cumbia bands live, which is much more old folks. And people just throw down bottles of rum and drink like you wouldn't believe. Both are drinking like crazy, just different styles. And so one is like a foreigners enjoying being on the beach and away from home together. And the other is like you get to sneak into hardcore integrated into Nicaraguan society really easily. Janet, we need to put together like a walking tour of what to do after 10 p.m. to be in Leon. Like, it would be a thing. Like, there's a trail you can do. Go from this bar to this bar to this bar to this bar, and this is your night from 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. and get the experience. It would be great. The other thing with Leon is that, so that's one thing you can do, and the other thing you can do is go to the beach. So San Juan del Sur is all beach. Leon has a beach, and it's pretty close. It's like 15 minutes. You can take the public bus and just zip down there. And that beach on like Tuesdays actually has a party to rival the big Sunday one in San Juan del Sur. So there's actually, you know, literally hundreds of people pour onto the beach, and it's DJ all night, and you can do that there as well. But you also have a more general chill and more Nicaraguan beach. San Juan del Sur, doesn't give you the feel of anything else in Nicaragua. Las Piñitas and Ponaloya give you this is, more or less, what all the other beaches are like all throughout the coast in all the different regions. They vary, of course. I don't want to paint them all with a single brush, but they're all relatively similar, and then San Juan del Sur is its own animal. So the advantage to León is you're going to get two very different experiences, a colonial city with unbelievable university-driven nightlife and the ultimate live music scene in the country, combined with one of the number 2 beach in the country, but a more traditional Nicaraguan beach. And the reason that it's so much more traditional, that there's an actual geographic reason. No, there's an actual geologic reason why one is traditional and one is not. All of the Nicaraguan beaches are surf front, flat rocks against the ocean. There's sand, but it's rocks underneath the sand. You always have this. And then San Juan del Sur is unique, and this is why it's the big thing, because it's a protected bay. It is the only sizable bay in the entire country. So it has this really gentle non-surf beach. So everywhere else are big-time surf, and it is not. You cannot surf in San Juan del Sur. So hopefully that's enough to give you a what to do with 2 days. 2 very different things. Both can be very wild and party. If you want to do volcano surfing, that's León. And the volcano surfing, if you do it right, will take you directly from the volcano to Bigfoot, which is like the organizer of things, to Las Piñitas, to the party. So Tuesday nights is the time you can do the whole circuit, and it's just hopping from thing to thing to thing, and it's wild. What's the explanation of why so many are leaving Latin America for the U.S.? It's a little ironic that many U.S. natives are leaving too. It's a little bit ironic, but it's not non-obvious when you look at it from what's going on. So the U.S. So there's a lot of factors, right? Everyone has their own reason for becoming a nomad or becoming an immigrant or becoming an asylum seeker, a refugee. So this varies. But the high-level view is that the United States has a massive need for low-cost immigrant labor, and so needs this. They also have a need for their populace to not think they're getting immigrants. So they have to balance at an economic level what they need versus what they need the public to accept. And to do that, they can't just open the floodgates and say, we're opening the borders, letting people in, and we're going to have all these workers, because immediately the whole world community is going to say, you just gave a whole bunch of people a place to live and aren't giving them health care and aren't giving them Social Security. What are you doing? Right? This would be a huge thing globally, that we were abusing people, and Americans would have this huge backlash of, I didn't invite these people in, we don't want people from other places. This is how America tends to react to things. Not everyone, but more than 50%. It is the general mindset. So that doesn't work, but it causes a problem because the United States is desperate. It depends on this labor. It can't compete without it. It can't feed itself without it. So it must find a way to get it in. So the United States does and always runs a marketing engine that convinces people throughout the world that it has unlimited jobs and unlimited affluence, and if you can find any way to get into the United States, you will be rich. Hollywood is used heavily to do this, but when you come down to places like Nicaragua, go talk to Nicaraguans and ask them what they view of the United States, and they all have a very consistent, completely mind-blowingly unconnected with reality, hardcore belief of what the United States is, because they are bombarded their entire lives, and this goes way, 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 way back, with this message that the United States is inaccessible, but amazing, and that they will just find affluence. Just the American dream is just, all you have to do is sneak over the border and you'll be rich. And so once they get that, once you believe that, then you experience hardship in Latin America. Our economy's bad. Maybe there's a war. Maybe there's a change of government and you were very close to one and now it's not what you want. Name the thing. People go through things that make them not want to be where they are. And you have this, America is amazing, right? Americans have the same thing, right? Italy's amazing. France is amazing. We get told all these places are amazing. We idolize them, right? Oh, man, if I could just move there. But we also know we can't, right? We have a little bit more information. We have access to more resources. Most of Latin America, especially the people who are moving, tend to be quite poor. And you'll find that it's people who've never had the ability to travel, Like we said, Nicaraguans can't travel. So they never get to go to the U.S. on vacation. They never get to go anywhere on vacation, which we can go into some other time. The U.S. essentially has we call it the blockade. And we just started getting flights from Venezuela to run the American blockade. But every major point of transit in the region is blockaded to Nicaraguans by the United States. So it's all but impossible for Nicaraguans to have any visibility into the world under normal circumstances. So you have this populace that is absolutely isolated. It's like 1984. They're kept in a bubble, and not that they're monitored, just 1984 in the way that they're spoon-fed information. And it makes it that when the United States then leaks false information that says, oh, it's so easy, just get to the border and you'll automatically be let in, everybody believes it. They're so convinced. The United States just loves immigrants. That's what they tell people here, that it's this dreamland and all you have to do is get there and it's automatic. You'll be rich. Everyone gets a job. Everyone gets a house. Everyone gets a car. Like, it's crazy. And that's what people believe. So when they believe that and then they experience any hardship at home, everyone is just like, let's go. And then every coyote is out there going, I can make a quick buck. This is a huge market. And so they're incentivized to encourage this as well. And by the time it's too late, it's too late. So that is driving people north. But then whenever someone gets into the United States, they get hit with reality. So both Americans who live there and foreigners who arrive and then are hit with that harsh reality then generally want to leave. And so not everyone, obviously, but lots of people. And so you have a mass exodus of people from the United States who have experienced it, and a mass exodus from other places to the United States of those who have not experienced it and generally don't have enough worldview to evaluate what they're being told about the United States to realize it's not plausible, right? Because they're often being told things are economically non-feasible. How could that possibly be? But when you come from a really poor country, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Venezuela, right? If you have never visited other places, if you don't understand global economy, you see videos of Europe and the United States, and they display them, really large, powerful countries that are incredibly wealthy, as being so rich that there's no context for trying to figure out what is and isn't plausible in reality. And so it's very easy to just convince yourself that there's this magic panacea waiting for you. Just looked at flights from Edmonton to Managua, October 20th, 389 Canadian. That's not so bad, but the 20 hours, 46 minutes is terrible. Dale, I have a bunch of friends who do that, and the thing that they just discovered was try looking at flying into, I mean, that 389 is not that bad, but look at flying into Houston and then taking Spirit from Houston. That's what they found. I think it was Houston. Maybe it was Denver. Look at a couple places. And Rick from Denver, I saw you said hi. Hello to Rick from Denver. Missed you when I was in Leon at 100 degrees on the 13th. Yeah, we had a couple days that were pretty awful. April 13th, I'm pretty sure you missed me because I wasn't here. I know there was a day that it hit 100 and I was in Belize. So I managed to escape. It was also warm in Belize, but you found Leon similar to Granada. I mean, it is similar to Granada. That's fair. I think if you live in both, you'll find that they're nothing alike, but if you're just visiting, they're very similar. TJ is a big guy. I like Leon's food better. As a vegetarian, I like Granada's food better, honestly. I love going to like Nectar, the Garden Cafe, that stuff. I like all the vegetarian food. Leon's claim to fame is giant greasy burgers. That is the food here. Trinity says, I like how the average person here is 20 years younger than in the West. Oh, here, Nicaragua. You like how Nicaragua is 20 years younger than everywhere. That is, I mean, that's cool, except you have to wonder where they go after they're at a certain age. But yeah, it's a very youthful. No, the real reason is because there's a lot of kids, right? So the West, the U.S. and most of Europe, the rate of having kids has dropped way off. And places like Nicaragua, it's not up, it just hasn't really changed. And so you have like this traditional families and kids everywhere, and it is nice. It's lively. Universities are full, high schools are full. The future is a new generation, not petering out. Not that's going to happen in the U.S. It's just the U.S. is looking at a contraction potentially, and that it feels a little bit scary to a lot of people, reasonably, right? That there could be a population contraction, and what does that mean? How does that work for Social Security? We've been depending on population growth for so long that it takes a lot of adjustment, and change is scary. I think you answered your question. Leon is more your scene. Awesome. Well, and if you're here, let me know, because this is where I am. The best grilled cheese, Buddhist. The best cheese for grilled cheese is government cheese from the U.S. I would pay a premium when it was available at co-ops. Okay, I have to be honest, I've never had U.S. government cheese. But I feel confident that Cargill would give it a pretty good run. For sure, walking tour. Yeah, yes. We should every night, Janet, give a walking tour of Leon to the drunk people. Joe Black is here. Hey, I will be visiting Leon end of this month. Awesome. So that's in the next 3 weeks. Definitely let us know when you're going to be in town. We're often here. Janet says, must take a break and go. Oh, you have to go work again. Leaving this running, though. Everyone have fun. And Joe Black, enjoy your visit. Check out Nicaragua for the events. That's nicaragua.com. That is the website for everything going on. Live music, anything like that. Free. Just go. It's like a event listing site, right? Just here's every event. And you can filter. If you're going to be in Leon, just go up to the top and choose your departamento of Leon. And it'll only show you the events. Now, it's by departamento, so just be aware that if there's an event far out in one of the other cities, that it's in the departamento. Departamentos are like states. So if it's going to be out in La Paz Centro or Nagarote, for example, they will show up in the Leon group, or Malpaisillo, or even way up north, right? So the departamentos are big, but 90% of the events are in Leon proper, so just make sure that you're aware of where the place is. But yeah, it'll be like, oh, here's the band, here's the restaurant. You can look and be like, what place looks like fun tonight? And it'll show you like, here's tonight's stuff, here's tomorrow's stuff. It makes planning things really nice and easy and quick. Taking a break. Great, thank you, Janet. You're welcome. The grass is greener. The grass is greener. That is a huge thing. Yeah, it's... wherever you are, there's a chance that you're just going to look at everyone else because you're not seeing on the ground. You're seeing from TV. You're seeing from movies. You're remembering in the rose-colored glasses of your memory, right? Like when I'm in Spain, I go, oh, but Romania. When I get to Romania, I'm like, oh, but Spain. Nature of people. Oh, would you recommend taking the UCA bus from the airport to Leon? Well, that would be amazing, but there is no UCA bus from the airport. That is the reason we don't take it. The UCA bus goes from UCA Terminal, which is not that close to the airport. That's a hike. If you were going to do that, and you certainly can. Okay, TJ, I'm going to remember to come back to you. So if you leave the airport, there is, I believe, a city bus out of there, and I honestly have no idea where it goes. I should go do that with someone at some point and just ride around on the city bus from the airport and figure that out. That would actually be valuable. Generally, if you're coming into the airport, you don't want to do that, right? You've got luggage. It's just frustrating and stressful. The last thing you want to do is deal with the city bus, even if it's easy, right from there. UCA bus is so easy that, yeah, you could. So what I would normally do, if you want to do that, if you're looking to be as cheap as possible but still have some semblance of reason, is probably take a taxi. Use InDrive, the app on your phone. Take InDrive to take a taxi from the airport to the UCA terminal. And then once you're at the UCA terminal, and every taxi, if never once in all these years not had a taxi do this, they'll always say, where are you going? Or whatever. And you say, Leon, and they will drive you directly in front of the Leon bus and be like, Leon, and then I love it because the guy on the bus goes, Leon, 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 and you go, Leon, and he goes, Leon, and then you get on the bus. That is the transaction. You just shout Leon a whole bunch, everyone back and forth. It's like the Smurfs. And dated myself. How many people got that reference? And then the UCA bus is like 78 cord, right? So just have 100 cord ready. No, have 150 cord ready. Have 100 cord and then have a bunch of 10s or maybe 20s. Because they sell water, they sell snacks. There's a whole bunch of good, fun food to buy as you get on the bus. Do that. But it's about 78 is the cost of the bus itself, and it will take you right into Leon. And it's the easiest thing. It really is. It's safe. It's convenient. It's cheap. If I'm not going to take a shuttle, that's what I would do. Now, of course, you can't do it in the middle of the night, so it depends when you're coming in. But yeah. That's I do like it. Okay, TJ said Nicaraguan passport holders can travel to a lot of places in Europe. That is correct. So the EU and many of the non-EU European countries are completely open to Nicaraguans. That is not a problem. And I know tons of people. In fact, the person I was speaking of who couldn't go to the U.S. ever is in Spain right now and heading to France in a few days. And I have a friend that's in a ton of the pictures and videos that's been on the chat at times. Johanna, who is from right here in town, she moved to Spain. Like, not only can Nicaraguans visit, Nicaraguans can move to Europe without too much of a problem. It's getting there. Getting a flight that does not transit the U.S. is the thing that's difficult. Not impossible, but it's they pay so much more to be able to go because of the not being able to go through the cheap locations, that it becomes very, very difficult. They have only a very small number of optional paths to take, and all of them are more expensive because they're premium paths. Are there, as Ukabas, Ethan says, are there any funny, offensive stereotypes of expats in Nicaragua? I know there are some about people who end up in Southeast Asia. I feel like no. Okay, I guess maybe I need an example. There's definitely some offensive expats that show up, but I don't know if that's what you mean. Do you mean like the way that Nicaraguans view expats as like these stereotypical groups? Overall, I would say no. It doesn't feel that way at all. There is just the general funny thing that we're known as cheles if you're light, and gringos no matter what. And it's to a point where so chele is a reference for being white, but it's not exactly white. It's light. So you could be not white, but light-skinned, and they'll still call you chele. It's exactly the same. So it's different in that way. But like one time, so we like to go to the baseball stadium, and we like to get VIP seats because it's super cheap and lots of fun. And when we do that, the first time we ever did it, we go in and we had reserved tables and like everything. Like the VIP is a fun thing to do. And we show up, and the table just said, Cheles de Ponoloya. The white people from Ponoloya Beach. Like, that was it. That's just what they wrote. Like, they had our names. They didn't use them, right? People are so, like, this is just how you refer to people. It's kind of hilarious. But it's not in any way offensive, and it's not actually a stereotype. It's just how they refer to people. But I do find it funny, and it generally is applied to expats. But if you're, like, a super light-skinned Nicaraguan, you might have a food cart and call it cheles, right? So it's, like, it's very generic. They assume you are rich. Oh, yes, they assume you are rich. Oh, is that the stereotype? That is true. They always, which is, I mean, assuming you're rich is not exactly offensive or funny, but it's true that they do typically assume that, and a lot of interactions because of that are not necessarily, not like bad, just sometimes it's negative. Which tour company would you suggest to visit Monkey Island? Are you talking about the Isla de Monos in Granada? The Isleta? If so, you don't really take a tour company. You just go down to the harbor, and there's just a guy with a boat. See who's around, buy him a beer, and he takes you out. I can't remember how much it costs. It's not expensive, and they just go around the Isletas. There, the whole Isleta tour thing is a fun thing to do. If you're in, you got to do it if you're in Granada. It's one of those like, this is unique. Do it in Granada. Rick from Denver, question: is there always a $10 visa entry fee when you cross the border or you fly into Nicaragua? Yes, there is always that fee. I'm told that if you get your residency, that they waive that fee. I've never actually tested that. I've only heard it from one source. It was not definitive, but someone with their residency has told me that is the one time that it changes. I always come in, but I know that Costa Rica has it when you enter. And I know that I just came through the airport, and it's definitely there. And I came to the airport, and I was like panicking because you're supposed to have $10 US cash. And I come up, and I speak Spanish, so I'm like, "You're gonna hate me, but I'm really sorry. I don't have American money, but I have Cordoba." And like, I pulled out a bunch of cord, and the guy just, first of all, they don't want to speak Spanish to me because I'm not that good. And he just points to the credit card machine, and I'm like, "You take cards?" And he's like, I'm like, oh my gosh, they take cards now, and like American Express, Visa, anything, right? So I'm like, sweet, I don't have to have cash, and so that's nice. But yeah, it's always $10. Rommel says, love your show, thank you. Just call them Morenos. Yes, you hear that much less, but you definitely do hear it, and it is used. Whenever I enter a store, this is Trinity, I see dollar signs in their eyes. They're going to say dollar signs on the stuff. That too, at times. $10 at the airport, $15 at the land. Wait, is it 15? So Don has a good point. It's not actually that the price is different. It's a $10 fee in both places. The difference is that the land crossing, I think it's 14, not 15, but maybe it's changed. I haven't crossed in at least 6 months. That sounds right. It's a $1 Alcadilla fee. It's a $1 something else fee, a $2 fee, I think, or maybe it's a $3, and then the $10 fee. It's that the border crossing has other things that happen, but it's $10 for the visa fee, right? So that's consistent, but then the one has other things. That's why you get two different prices. And then there's an exit fee from, where's our exit fee from? Is it Belize, Guatemala? But then it ends up, I never had to pay it. I can't remember. It gets, been in a lot of countries recently. All right, well, we have 30 people on right now. I have a feeling, let me know, how many people, so it was mentioned, the elephant in the room, how many people watched the vaccine videos this week? That definitely got a lot of attention. Oh my gosh. It has been a little bit crazy with the with all of the stuff that has $40 exit on plane ticket you need to pay? Wait, out of Nicaragua? That may exist, but it's in the ticket. Like, we never have to pay that. Ever have I had to pay that. And I fly out. Okay, not all the time, but I have flown out in the last few weeks and didn't have to pay that at all. I had to fly. I've flown several times in the last few weeks just because it's been hectic. I sent you a photo from Costa Rica. Where did you send it? Oh. Did you send it to the obvious spot? I see you. Picture coming up. Oh, is that your... Oh, it's at a restaurant. Para comer aquí. It's expensive up there. Yeah, he had a what do you call it? Colones? Is that a 10,000 colones bill for dinner? Oh, Costa Rica, you make me poor. It's tough going up there. Yes, it's been a week on the show. But it's good. We had a noticeable drop. Oh, look at the name. Expatsive? Oh my gosh, I'm going to use that. I have not seen that before. Hold on, I lost it. Where is it? Look at the name. Wait. KFC. Is it really KFC? Oh, Gringo. They just called you Gringo. Yeah, you'll get that a lot. I will be. Joe Black says I will be visiting to look at possible places to live in Leon. Excellent, awesome. Yeah, Leon has a lot to offer. It's a nice place. It really is. It's hot. It has its negatives. I was talking to Josh earlier, and he's like, I don't know why you live in Leon. But he lives in Managua, and I'm like, I don't know why you live in Managua. He's like, I know. But I think he's going to consider Ciudad Sandino, which sounds crazy, right? Everyone is like, what? But Ciudad Sandino has some nice living. It really does. Brent's here. Hey, glad I'm catching the live show. Maybe towards the end it looks like. It's only been 2.5 hours. We're barely warming up. We'll see if I made some mistakes with the setup. We'll see if the camera survives. How is Nicaragua comparing post-pandemic wise to the other CA4? Everyone with your C4. C4 is an explosive. Central America 4. That's what the CA4 stands for. Countries in terms of COL for expats, especially rentals. Thanks. Cost of living, obviously. Honestly, the CA4 has a surprisingly uniform cost of living. Nicaragua's the cheapest, but and you have these little things like Guatemala has higher housing, but actually cheaper food. And so there's these little obviously it's not exactly the same, but you have these minor tweaks between them. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to, James, you gotta give us a link or something to that because I haven't heard. I have no idea what's going on. The overall cost of living is super close. And I think at this point, El Salvador is the most expensive, but I'm guessing. And most of any additional cost that you find in any of the particular countries is because you're getting something another country doesn't have. So, for example, if you're going to live in Guatemala, you're going to like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get this really expensive apartment. I would never pay this much in Nicaragua. Understood. But you also wouldn't get a 16th story high rise overlooking some park. Like Nicaragua doesn't have a building like that. So there's a reason why it appears different. Because Guatemala simply offers, Guatemala offers higher end, I believe, than even Mexico. Like the highest high end in Guatemala is so insanely high end. I've never seen anything in the United States to come close to the high end in Guatemala. I've never seen as high end in Europe. Like Guatemala, I'm sure that someone has it, but I have experienced a level of high end. Just to be clear, I didn't get to stay there. I just saw it. I experienced a level of high-end living in Guatemala I am unaware of elsewhere on the planet. So certainly not available elsewhere in the CA4. So in some ways, you'll look at some of the places and see maybe prices or features that are very expensive. Going to the airport in El Salvador, something driving me crazy on my eye. I noticed eating at the airport is more expensive for sure than being in Nicaragua. But you're also getting really fancy restaurants with craft beer and just all kinds of stuff. And it's a different experience. But if you're going to say rural Guatemala, rural El Salvador, rural Honduras, and rural Nicaragua, and just going to check out a village of, let's say, 5,000 people, 10,000 people, and you're going to eat street food, you're going to eat at the little local restaurant downtown, and you're looking to rent a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house that's about the same, 800 square feet, and you're comparing those, what you're going to find is that at the end of the day, a budget could be nearly the same across them. So from that perspective, that's my experience, right? It's not like I've tried to do every function in every place. That's definitely what I find. All of them remain very cost effective at this time. Rick says, I have found the hotels and the restaurants just as expensive in Managua as in the U.S. I can't find that at all. There's, decently, so for example, I was just at the DoubleTree and I paid, I'll say 105, and doing the same in the U.S., I'm constantly paying about 190. That's closer than you would expect, but that's the DoubleTree. So if you're going to a place that's like that, an American place that's displaced into Nicaragua, not only is it very high end for the market, but that's a fair comparison because you're comparing apples to apples. But you always pay a premium for an American brand. So generally, if you wanted to get something that is on par, so I'll give a better example. The Hilton Princessa, which is a more high-end area, like I actually prefer the DoubleTree dollar for dollar, but the Princessa is considered the more high-end of the two. It's the Hilton Princess downtown, and it's a high-rise. The DoubleTree is not. There I'm typically going to pay, let's say $130, $140. That's probably about right for a normal stay. I can definitely shop around and get cheaper if I just don't go on an expensive day, but it's like $140. Okay, now if I'm going to go to Los Balcones in, is that right? That doesn't sound right. Los Portales in Chinandega, there's also Los Balcones. It's downtown and it's pretty cheap. Los Portales in Chinandega is a higher end hotel than the Hilton Princessa in Managua, and it's in a more expensive city. Right? Chinandega is the most expensive city, the richest city in the country, and it's on the Strip. Portales is in the most expensive piece of property in the most expensive city in the country. It may not be the absolute most expensive single piece of property, but it's the within the thing that I said, right? The most expensive city's most expensive piece. There are less expensive places with really unique properties of other places, right? Does that make sense? But in this still very expensive location with a really great access to everything, the Portales is going to be 20% cheaper while being higher end than the Princess. Same thing, even in Granada, if you stay at the Dario or whatever, you're going to find it's a little bit cheaper. So I don't actually find it. And like food, even when I'm going to very high-end, steak restaurants, we're finding that everything is half or less here. And I was just in, right? I was just in Managua going to fancy restaurants and eating all week. because that's what my kids wanted to do. And I was in the U.S. in March, and I would say that on a per meal basis, we're definitely under half and getting better food here in most cases. Now, if you're going to like a Burger King, McDonald's, they're going to be super close. Still cheaper here, but super close. Trinity was saying some trust fund kids live there, meaning the part of Guatemala that's so outrageously expensive, and that is definitely kind of true. It's more likely people with ties to illicit activities and large streams of income. Rommel says, planning to retire in Nicaragua in about 3 years in Rivas, close to the ocean. Probably Departamento, not Ciudad. Any idea if there's a map or plan where Carretera Costanera is going to pass so I can buy property near the Costanera? The plans exist. I do not know how to get access to them. I have not seen them firsthand, which also means I've not seen them at all. But I've had descriptions. It's going to be very close to the water. You can generally, in most areas, estimate pretty close where it's going to be, but I think they're actually keeping the exact location under wraps because it would cause speculation to happen very quickly. Oh, when I sent you that the other day about the restaurant, you forgot I was vegan. I figured, TJ. That's why I didn't know the place. Was that? But I walked past it. I can't remember which one it was. Is it the one in the Gallerias? Because I ate right next to it, and I saw it, and I'm like, oh, that was the place that TJ mentioned. It's that really fancy place in the Gallerias on the second floor. You don't agree with what? Cool, thanks for the reply. Rick from Denver, $15 margaritas. Where are you getting $15 margaritas in Managua? I don't really drink margaritas, but I'm not seeing prices like that at all in the city. Hotels in way more expensive. Hotels way more expensive. Oh, way more. Yes, hotels are way more expensive in the U.S. Right, TJ. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Beachfront real estate in exotic. Let it come Nicaragua. Chasing me in Puff Pass. Beachfront real estate exotic. Let it come Nicaragua. Puff Pass. Yeah, I can't sing it very well. Tico Times 25% surge to USD. Really? Well, let's see what xe.com has to say. Let's go take a look. That's a crippling amount of change. I don't know how would the cologne function if that really happened. Like that's where do we get the chart? Oh, come on, there we go. View chart. Always takes so many steps. I've stayed at the Hilton Princessa 5 times. The biggest issue I have is the lack of nighttime hotel receptionist. Oh, I've never experienced that, but I can see it. And the prices for drinks are high. Yeah, if you're in the Hilton, it definitely is. Okay, so the 1 year. So the cologne is not really that up. If you look at the cologne since June, it has dropped by an unbelievable amount, and the current correction only takes it back to where it was in March, and it's still way down from where it was in the last year, which is way down from where it was 2 years ago, and it's still down. Now, 2 years ago was its peak. 5 years ago, it was in between where it is now and where it was 2 years ago. This is all in relationship to the U.S. dollar, so this is already adjusted for inflation, for anyone who's wondering. And it is still super low right now compared to where it basically has a steady state for the last decade. The thing that happened is leading up from April of 2020 through June of 2023, it went through a huge spike and became way adjusted high compared to the U.S. dollar. And then it tanked like you wouldn't believe, coming down from about July 3rd of 2022. It has been essentially in a nonstop free fall against the U.S. dollar until a couple days ago, maybe April 12th. And so in the last couple weeks, it has come back just a smidgen But in the grand scheme of a collapse, it's not even really noticeable. So I don't know that it's that big of a deal. If you look at the 1 week change, it went from being at an absolute low of 507 to the dollar to an absolute high of almost 512 to the dollar. Barely noticeable. That's nowhere near a 25% change. This is over the last week, not just over the last 2 days. But the reasonable starting point at partway into the morning a week ago was 508, and the stop now is at about 510. So it went up, see if I can do that math, 0.2%? Like it's got to be more. It must be 2%. Must have gone up 2%. But that's a big change for 2 days, but I don't think it's notable. I was talking about food. You're thinking I would be a picky vegan and go somewhere expensive, not just anywhere. Oh. Well, you can be a picky vegan. There's some nice fancy places, but not a ton. The prices for drinks are high. Quality of life plus affordability make Nicaragua a great choice. That's really the thing. It's lifestyle and cost. Those are the winners. You have to say Nicaragua with an accent in that quote. Nicaragua. Where can I get a map of León? Plan to do much walking while visiting León? You think there's a plan? We don't plan things here. You may have a misunderstanding of Nicaragua. Just so for doing walking around, you just so somewhere I'm told there's a secret map that someone has been promising me for years. I'm being told that Thursday nights, I'm not sure the context of this. I think it's someone watching the show. Marcella says to point out, I'm going to guess on this, that Thursday nights, La Fabrica is the place to go for salsa dancing. And on same night, on Thursday nights, it is karaoke at the Simple. So when we were talking karaoke a long time ago, that is when it is. Yeah, I don't know anything. She works at Nicaragua and gets a very good visibility into everything that's going on. But for Joe Black, if you're looking for a map, honestly, Google Maps is better. No Nicaraguan knows their way around like Google Maps does. Don't trust its one-way street markings. Other than that, you can use it to walk everywhere. It's really good. The Camino Real Hotel and restaurant seems to be as expensive as Denver hotels. I don't know that one. The Cologne is coming back since 2022, you mean? It's stronger now. No, the Cologne has been in a collapse since 2022 and just started recovering in the last couple days. But the recovery is so little that it's probably, in the grand scheme, not even going to be noticeable. The Cologne was... Do I have that right? Or is it the opposite? It's easy to get that backwards. Give me a second, I'll double check it again. And I closed it, didn't I? See how I am? There, it's back. So I'm doing this by $1 US is equal to 510 colognes. Yes, you are correct. You're correct. Steve Z said the cologne is, let's reverse it. There we go. I said all that backwards. The cologne had gotten really strong, really weak in 2022 and has been climbing since then. And then just dropped in the last couple days, but not by a really noticeable amount. I mean, like, they'll notice it today, but it's not noticeable in, like, the chart perspective. Does that make sense? Go to xe.com, put in the cologne versus the US dollar, do a chart, and then you can see the change over time. And it's interesting because it's good, but it's a pretty jumpy number in general. Hotel Camino Real. So, okay, Camino Real is a chain of high-end hotels from Mexico, apparently. But I don't know them in Managua. Trying to find it. No, I can't find one. Oh, the Hotel Globales Camino Real? Is that the one you're talking about? I'm going to go take a look. I notice there's usually a security guard with a shotgun outside the gas stations on the way to the beaches. I mean, there's normally security guards with shotguns everywhere. That's just how security is done in a lot of places. We used to have just that. Like they'd be wide open. They didn't have stations, and they'd just be walking around. So I'm looking at the Camino Real. Assume in most of those cases they have shotguns, but not shotgun shells. It is very, very difficult to discharge a weapon here. TJ says, by the way, I like La Perla in Leon. Oh, yeah, parking's behind the casino. I was in that parking lot just the other day. Okay, the Camino Real Managua is only 107 on booking, like right now. Like, I can't stay at anything decent in the U.S. for that price. Anywhere. I can't stay in like remote areas that, I mean, I was just there. We never once got anything close to that. And we're normally staying in, Hampton Inn, Hilton Gardens, things like that. And I get discounts because some of you know I do I'm a gold member. I pay for all the stuff. I use the credit card. We do everything we can to maximize our Hilton stuff. So we sometimes skip cheaper places. But like, here's a good example. The Best Western at the airport. So Best Western Airport. Best Westerns are not fancy, right? But they're generally hundreds of dollars in the United States. Hundreds. They're generally over $100 in the United States. They're decent hotels. The airport locations will normally cost more. The Best Western Las Mercedes Airport, the one directly across, that's straight across the street from the airport, you don't need a taxi, $52. That's significantly cheaper than you would expect in the U.S. Definitely. And Rick from that, you do feel safer in Nicaragua than in Mexico. You should. That's a really big gap in safety. Not that I'm afraid of going to Mexico, but Mexico is a dangerous country, and Nicaragua is a very safe country, so the combination makes the difference between them is big. A strong currency hurts tourism. That is very true. I noticed there's Rick. I noticed usually is. Oh, that's a security guard. Yep. Yeah. Nicaragua has people with guns in a lot of places, but a lot of American places have people with guns too. Not normally shotguns, normally like sidearms, but the idea that there's someone with a gun guarding a place is completely normal in both countries. It's definitely harder to have a guard with a gun in Nicaragua, but the gas stations, because they're potential targets for things, both being robbed and because gas stations can blow up, they tend to be places that have armed guards. And often, so the actual reason that it's ubiquitous, right, is not because someone's going to steal the Twinkies. We don't actually have Twinkies. And not because someone's going to steal gasoline. It is because all the gas stations have ATMs. It is impossible to have an ATM without a full-time armed guard in Nicaragua. Not because it's a law. Every bank, because there's only like 6, has the same requirement. And I know this because I filed for an ATM and had to go through this and have a service for this purpose. That having an ATM, you always have to have a 24-hour armed service. And you cannot have a private guard that is armed. That's not legal. It has to be a service where both the guard and the service are licensed to have the weapon, which is very hard to do. But, so that is why. It is any place that has an ATM by what is essentially a law, not actually a law, by the ATM contracts of the existing bank options, which is basically BAC, Lafice, Fincosa, Banpro. They're the only ones you really find, is those 4. They universally, absolutely require 24/7 armed guards. Doesn't have to be a shotgun. Could be a sidearm. But that is why. And they probably just do it for insurance reasons, or they have a deal with the companies, and that's what they do. I think you'll find that most places in the U.S. with ATMs also have that. The difference is here, like you'll have ATMs that are like, just on the street. You're also not allowed to have an ATM on the street here. So you can't have like an exposed ATM. You always have to step into it. You also always have them air conditioned for kind of obvious reasons. So the machine doesn't melt down. But there's always an armed guard somewhere nearby. They may not be in that room. They're not in that room. Sometimes they're sitting on a chair in front. Like they will literally have, and you see this in Granada a lot. In Leon, it's more hidden. In Granada, it is common to have an ATM room and a guard sitting right by the door, just sitting there with a shotgun. That's his whole night, just sitting there with a shotgun. But you also have to remember, Rick, that armed security is very inexpensive here. Because we're currently in a employment crisis. So it's not a job that requires a university education. It's not a job that requires a lot of really difficult steps. It's just one that takes patience. You have to go file for a license, do a thing, work your way, work as an unarmed guard to become an armed guard, a few different things. But you do that, and you have a ton of middle-aged guys that are out of work, that are perfectly trustworthy and diligent, but they may not be ready to go. They may not be ready to just go do. Where is there an AM/PM without a security guard? Every AM/PM I go into definitely has security guards. Normally they open the doors for me. They're typically out front, but I definitely know AM/PM Nagarota, he's standing out front. La Paz Centro, he's standing out front. I was just in Ciudad Sandino, he's at the front door. In Managua, they're at the front door. Maybe you didn't see him, I guarantee, because both AM/PMs on their own always have them, and the ATMs always have them. It is definitely cheaper to pay for the armed guard than to replace the ATM, even if the ATM was empty. That is true. I think an armed guard. So those places pay services and get big contracts, so they get discounts. But you're probably looking at you're looking at less than $1,000 a month, for sure. To have that, or really close to it, but about $1,000 a month for 24/7, right? It's shift after shift after shift. They have to hand over to each other, and they're trained, and they've got notepads, and they have processes, and they have to follow them. And a manager shows up and does this, and I know all this because I have a service that does I have 24/7 security in multiple locations, so it's stuff we've had to deal with, and it's super simple to deal with. It's super affordable, and it can be really nice. Like here, where I'm at right now, we use them the majority of the time to just open the gates or whatever. We use them for all kinds of things. And so, Don, in which AM/PM? Where are you finding one? Because I go to AM/PMs all the time. I've never seen one without a guard, and I know that their contract says they have to have one. Plus, it's a Walmart. Like, they're definitely going to. They definitely have. But they may be very secret somewhere. I think AM/PM is the one that's Walmart. Is that right? There's no way to look these things up. And, of course, when you do, it's almost always incorrect anyway. My wife says something funny about there's Duolingo. There is apparently a Duolingo video about being invited to a quince, and in the video it teaches you're supposed to arrive 2 hours late. So funny. I had family members ask why you couldn't pump your own gas in Nicaragua. I told them it's probably cheaper to pay someone than it would be to pay for the technology to be automated. The pumps are the same. You can't pump your own gas in large parts of the United States as well. New Jersey, Oregon, that's totally common. In most of the world, you're not allowed to pump your own gas. So that's just normal. That's cultural. There's loads of places that you can't pump your own gas. I think mostly places pass laws for that to create jobs. The theory is that it's safer. It creates a whole bunch of security. But really, I think they just create jobs with it in reality. Definitely in Jersey, it makes things much more dangerous and expensive. That was the other dog. And potentially less of a mess for sure. Are they building a new baseball stadium in Leon? Oh, it's only one state now. Who is letting you pump gas or charging your own batteries? I suppose in many cases. Rick, they have built a new baseball stadium in Leon. It is the largest baseball stadium in the world south of the United States. It is absolutely epic. It's not actually open yet, but the stadium is definitely there. It looks great. I have a video just the other day where I drove by, and you can see there's still the wall around it, but you can see the stadium is up, and they got the decorative things on the outside. It's really cool. Cosmeticos Sofia, yes, down in San Juan, there are no daytime security at. There's no daytime security at AM, PM, not even across the street? Because they don't have to be in the building. They have to be watching the building. Oregon changed their law. You can pump your own gas now. New Jersey is the lone state that maintains this law. Jersey is a crazy place. It really is. Sorry, I'm speaking Spanish for a second. Yeah, I'm curious about the AM/PM thing. That there's really no guard. I mean, I've been in there's 2 AM/PMs. It's hard to know because they can be out front, they can be across the street, they can be in the back. Maybe they worked out a deal somewhere. Of all places, it's hard to believe that San Juan del Sur would not require it because that's one of the most dangerous locations. I mean, it's certainly not Barrio and Managua, but it's way more dangerous than the places that do require it, like Nagarote and La Paz Centro, and, for example. Oh, we're down to only 20 people. We had 30 for a while. Fluctuates all over. I guess we didn't have 30 for very long. We just kind of hit it for a little bit. And we're back up to 23. So YouTube actually really struggles to figure out how many people we actually have. All right, well, we are at 3 hours. We just exactly hit 3 hours. I'm going to take a real quick break. Everyone run out, use the bathroom, grab a snack, grab a beer, get a Tonya. I'll be right back. I am going to... Oh, and literally, it's in 45 seconds, we're going to have an ad run. So when that hits... I'm going to flip us over to the tango dancing squirrels that are the theme of the evening, and I'm going to grab a drink, and I will be right back. So hang out, ask questions, have conversation amongst yourself, and we'll definitely get to Joe Black's question about places to eat in downtown Leon. And for any of you who know restaurants in Leon and have recommendations, certainly throw them out there. Sua obviously is the obvious choice, but... and Janet is back. Janet, we're taking just a quick break while I grab a Flor de Caña seltzer, and I will see everybody in just 1.5 minutes. Hey guys, I'm coming back. Fix the camera. We got the cooling on. Should be good. And are we back? Are we looking good? Looking good. Oh yeah, we got Florida Cognac grapefruit. The authentic taste of Chinandega. All right. Joe Black says, are there any good places to eat in downtown Leon? There are. There are some good places, especially if you're not here for a long time. There's just not a big variety of places. There are good places. Sua is well known for Mediterranean. They've added a Peruvian thing. I feel like they're not quite as good as they were. They're definitely a lot more expensive than they were, but they're pretty good. There is El Cesteo on the square. Good service, a bit more expensive, very touristy, but it sits on the square. So that's the thing you have to do. And locals actually do it a lot. Even, people save up to go eat there. Like it's kind of a special thing. You may think, this is really touristy, but Nicaraguans actually do it. And El Vivero is a really nice venue. I don't know that the food is fantastic, but it's a nice place. Barbaro is quite good. Steaks, salmon, that kind of stuff. This is all downtown. Janet, help me out. Where else is really good downtown? Carnivoro has let itself go. De Humo is pretty good. It's not exactly downtown. It's actually out in the barrio. But it's on Ruben del Rio, the main street going out. So it's kind of downtowny. You can reasonably get there from downtown. If you want to know, and this is not fancy or anything, but if you want to get the real Nicaraguan pizza experience, Hollywood Pizza is downtown and it's quite good. It's an old Nicaraguan family has this pizza place. There's 2 locations just in Leon, and it's kind of neat. And there's one attached. One's right downtown, and one is in the movie theater. So it's a thing to go get pizza and go to the movies. I'm trying to think of. Of course, and of course my dog wants to go out. Ponder Restaurants, those of you who've been here. I'm just letting the dog out the door. Here you go. He has been trapped in the cold for hours. He wants to go explore. Okay. Yes, Janet loves Duomo. We actually met at Duomo. Via Via. The food at Via Via is perfectly fine, but I wouldn't go there as for a meal. I go there for concerts, and then we just get snacks when we're there. Padrinos is not bad. Gecko's is, they're actually pretty good for food. That always surprises me. They are decent. You can eat, there's decent food all over downtown. That's not too much of a problem. Coco Kalala is quite good. That's vegan. Leon isn't the biggest food scene. One of the things that's really good is the food carts in downtown. Oh, yes. I've not eaten there. La Recolecciones is good. El Convento is very good. The pizza at Food Rock Ave is good. That's actually... oh, gosh. My brain is... But that's the name of the venue. Sundance. Sundance is really good. There's definitely some options. Bistro 1852, 1858, whatever it is, at La Perla. That's supposed to be really good. Los Pescaditos. I haven't made it there, but someone commented on, so you just commented, but someone else commented on the thread earlier today that they had just missed me and they had been there. I keep meaning to go there. But I have been there and it was closed. So let's go back up. I got to catch up just a little bit. Good places to eat. Got back from my class. Yes, lots of good places, different costs. Most not too expensive. Beer time. It was beer time. It is now Florida County Seltzer time. I'm working both angles, hoping someone will sponsor me. Fun. I heard you mention that San Juan del Sur is like its own place. It is its own world. How about how much more to live there? The general rule of thumb is it's about double. Housing, much more expensive. Food, much more expensive. But if you're going to an AM, PM, it's about the same. If you're shopping around, if you're willing to be a little bit farther away, you can get pretty reasonable. So if you're trying really hard, know what you're doing. It's definitely going to be a cost premium, but I think you may be able to get away with a 20 to 40% premium. And if you're looking to go a little bit less with planning, you could easily end up spending triple for real. But for people who are putting any kind of work into it in like normal life, it's going to be just a little bit south of double. But it really does add up. And simple things like I'm going to go to a restaurant on the beach versus I'm going to go to a restaurant on the beach up here. If you're going for like, I'm going to get French fries and a beer and just some really, for just a little bit, right, in San Juan del Sur, for the same price, you could be on the beach in the sunset getting steak or salmon in other places. So that's, a lot of times you adjust life to make up for it, but it is a lot more expensive. And it's noticeable that like León is less expensive than Managua, which is less expensive than Granada, which is less expensive than San Juan del Sur. And of course, that's how this works, right? There's always going to be different prices per city, but it is pretty noticeable just how cheap León is. So this is Rick from Denver. I bought a pass on Frontier Airlines, only pay the fare tax. It's scrolled. And they fly to Guatemala and El Salvador and Costa Rica. Would you recommend Guatemala and El Salvador to visit? Oh, yes. Yeah, so I've not done a lot of time in El Salvador. I've been all the way across it a few times. I've been there. It's high on my list of places I'm going to go this year. But definitely, I mean, this is the time to hit El Salvador for sure, and it's a super cool destination. And Guatemala is one of my favorite places in the world. Absolutely go to Guatemala. Yes. Love it. And for those who are looking at places to move, consistently, I say this. Yes, Nicaragua is my number one, but Guatemala is a very close second. I love Guatemala. If I had to live there, I would not be a tragic situation. TJ says, any update on your latest power bill with the heat that's been going on in your area? So we're suspect that our power bill is flat or flat-ish or something. I have not seen the latest. I have yet to see it have a heavy fluctuation. But honestly, with the heat, we don't notice that much different. Like, we don't necessarily run our air conditioners more or harder when it's hot, because the fluctuations are not actually that much. Like, yes, it hit 100 degrees. Yeah, in the middle of the day when we're not running air conditioning. At night, it's really actually pretty even. And we've actually had a lot of days with cloud cover. So even though the heat's high, without the sun, the air conditioning actually doesn't run as much. So there's not really much expectation for it to change. Not for a vegetarian, the local place is called Pilui. It's really good. Oh, I haven't been there. I haven't heard. I've heard the name, but I don't know where it is. La Perla does have excellent food. Yes, definitely pricey. I've eaten fried cheese and looking forward to eating again. Thanks for all the places to check out. Lots of fried cheese. You'll be able to find that, no problem. Florida Caña 18 time. Oh, nice. I'm just thinking of this. I had a bottle of Florida Caña on Tuesday, but I'm fine. What's the food like at Food Rock? Ramon won't go there. What? So, boy, we've never seen you there? Really? So the big thing at Food Rock is they have pizza. It's Rock Munchies Pizza, which is ranked, according to La Prensa, the number 2 pizza place in Managua. I don't know what that's worth, but it's good pizza. It's eclectic pizza, so it's like a Sua or a Puesta del Sol pizza at Rock Munchies. It is quite good. And the owner is a friend of Marcela's from Managua. They also have a couple other places in there. They have a burger place. I have no idea how good it is because I don't eat burgers. They don't have a veggie option, but their fries are good. They have some drinks. It's a new owner. Whoever was in there the first year, he sold it. It's a new guy, and I've met him, but I can't think of his name. So, yeah, anyway, it's there. Also, any markets downtown to buy fruits and vegetables? There's markets everywhere to buy fruits and vegetables. Yeah, that won't be any problem. The big place to get fruit and veg is actually Sutiava, but that's not worth it. It's too far to go. But the big market is just east a block of the cathedral, the basilica. But there's also like all throughout the city. Look for the big parks. There's going to be fruit places all over. Janet may actually have better information on that than I do because she lives in the downtown zone and I live in the barrio, like way out. Like she's in the barrio too, but I'm in a way out barrio that's famous for all its fruit and veg stands. So we would never go back into the city. I know just north of downtown at San Juan, so north, just a couple blocks near the old train station. There's a lot of fruit and veg stands out there, but that's not necessarily the place. So, all right, what did we say? All great, walking all downtown is good. Yep, centered by the cathedral. Yep, and El Vivro, definitely good. Not on the edge of the barrio. I love the location. The service is not very good. Even for like, people will be like, oh, is that like your... It's the closest thing to the waiting 3 hours that you can reliably get. I had Pizza Hut Managua, and I like Little Caesars better. You're not allowed to comment anymore, TJ. But Ramon thinks pizza is American, so he doesn't like it. He likes Marcelo, though, so maybe I can convince him it's close to where we live. Well, just to be clear, they're not close, and she wouldn't recommend that you go because of her. But it is good pizza. But if you want pizza and feel good about it, go to Hollywood. I know that they're local. It's local pizza. It's not just Nika pizza. It's Leon pizza. But actually, what we need to do is go to, and everyone should know this, I really dread that they've closed. Pizza Valle in Granada is some of the best pizza ever. So good. And no one ever knows about it. Josh Caro, Zapilote on Ometepe has some of the best pizza I've had any place in the world. Nice. I have not been there. I've been to Ometepe. I've not been to Zapilote. Definitely want to try that out. Would you know how difficult it is to bring my girlfriend to Denver on a tourist visa if she applied at the U.S. Embassy? Rick, I need to know what country she's coming from. Is she a Nicaraguan girlfriend? Like, she's a Nicaraguan citizen with a Nicaraguan passport. Ramon likes to go to the bus station for the freshest and best prices. Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm not saying Little Caesars was good. I'm saying it was Pizza Hut was horrible. Oh. Okay, all right. You're getting a pass this time. Pizza Hut. No, I've been to Pizza Hut in Managua. It's okay. But there's a lot of Pizza Huts in Managua. Pizza Hut here in Leon is quite good most of the time. 9:30 at night, it gets pretty rough. But like if you're like ordering at like 7, it's consistently pretty good. They will run out of pan sometimes though. But they have music too at Food Rock. Yeah, they always have. It's a live music venue. Oh, Nicaragua. So Rick, yeah, it borders on the impossible. Even if she was your wife and you had been married for a long time and she had property in the United States, the chances that she would get a passport, get a visa to visit, probably less than 5%. Like it's the ability for a Nicaraguan, and if she's able to get it, it'll be like really easy. It'll be just like, oh, something about her makes the United States say, oh, not a threat. And the threat, right, when we say it, is that they'll stay, right? The United States looks at it as it's called a stay risk. And like, well, the now CEO of my company, she fought for years to get into the United States because she has high enough income and her mother has a house. Her mother lives in America, completely legal. Her mother and her own income are so high that the United States deems her a stay risk that she could easily show up in the United States and never leave. She has all the resources to do so. It would take no effort at all. So they don't let her come because she has enough money to be a tourist. Like, it's crazy. I mean, I understand what they're going. Pan de Vida for pizza. Oh, Pan de Vida in Granada? You know, a lot of people have told me that. I've been there. It is, quite honestly, the worst pizza I've had in Nicaragua. I had someone just swear by it. We wanted to go to Valle, and they convinced a group of us to go, and they're like, isn't this the best? And we're like, are you kidding? Maybe we just had, but they had it with us, and we were all like, I don't know. I mean, different people have different tastes in pizza. But yeah, Pan de Vida is consistently my example of where not to go for pizza. But I'm also from upstate New York, right? I'm from the pizza zone, and I lived in Italy. Like, I'm pretty hardcore for pizza. And what they do here is not New York or Italian style, which are very similar. And I'm from real New York pizza, not the downstate weird stuff. Josh is watching from San Juan del Sur. Was just about to buy a property and apply for residency. Any update on the residency vaccine requirements? So here's what we know, right? is that we went through this process. It is MINSA, the Department of Ministry of Salud. We talked to the director, and they said absolutely that this is a requirement. We've heard from other expats that this has hit them too. One of our people we know here in Leon reported that they had to have the requirement for residency on March 15th. That gives us the date. I know when I did residency in January, I did not need it. So this is since then. We're guessing probably around March. And currently we're being told it's required. And literally, you go to get your certification, and they say you cannot have certification without it. Now, someone else on the channel in a completely different part of the country, in San Juan del Sur, so there you go, Josh, they supposedly, and I'm not saying they're saying supposedly, I heard the message where they were supposedly told that they were given a certificate. It was also kind of hinted at that someone had been bribed by someone to get that certificate, right? That doesn't mean it happened. But there was a suggestion by the voice that made us not confident that they actually had the certificate. That was not something, and they were very iffy about, like, well, yeah, it's required, but it was very strange, right? So there was some English-speaking person who has no authority, is not official in any way, who told the person from the channel that they had been given a health certificate, but they hadn't turned it over to them. They hadn't seen it. They had no proof of it. So there is a rumor that is completely unfounded that there's somebody managed to get a health certificate without the vaccine in San Juan del Sur. But that's quite a stretch. Okay, so this is very important, Josh. An attorney would never know. Right, going to attorneys is not necessarily bad, but why would an attorney know? Because it's nothing that they interact with. Now, if you go and you do it, and again, you're in San Juan del Sur, so this is where this story is coming from. It may be that they have not caught up yet. It may be that they're doing something and haven't been caught yet. There's all kinds of things we don't know, right? I don't have any authority here. All I know is that the director of MINSA was crystal clear. This is a requirement. No, you can't get around it. It is absolutely necessary. And it's also crystal clear that a lawyer has no reason to know when it's required, when it has been done, or anything of the sort. And the reasons for that, for example, this is just an example. If you have an attorney and someone goes to get their health certificate, like, it's not like you take your attorney with you. You don't necessarily come back and say, ooh, I got a shot. Ooh, I had a blood draw. Ooh, I had to, turn my head and cough. You don't necessarily report, you don't expect to report any of those things back to your lawyer. So getting a lawyer to say, no one has done that, is why would a lawyer know? They could know, but it's very unlikely unless someone directly reports the issue. Hold on, I have to write an English thing for someone. So the whole thing, right, and so, I mean, a lawyer to investigate further, and that's good that she's investigating. The only investigation there is call MINSA and ask. There is no other authority, there's no other source of information, and that's what we did, right? We talked to MINSA directly. Our attorney was with us. We went there, and so our attorney is aware of it only because she was with us, went to get the health certificates, and we only know that there was a change recently because we did it in January and there wasn't the requirement, and we went to, we had someone else who had it happen, and then we had to renew because we had a thing happen that caused us to expire, so we had to do it again. So I have a really unique situation where I had just done it, it just expired, and I had to redo it, and when we redid it, it was a new requirement that we were told, and we were told by the nurses, we didn't believe them. So we went to the doctors and they confirmed it. But we wanted to get out of it, as everyone kind of does. And so we went to the director, and the answer was, well, once we went through, the nurses were like, everyone has to have it. Like, it was really ridiculous. Once we talked to the doctors, it was, okay, if you're a kid, you don't have to have it. It's not certified for kids. If you're over 60, you don't have to have it because it's not certified for over 60. If you have a condition, of course you don't have to have it if you have a condition that doesn't let you have it, right? So it ended up like, then it was like this very reasonable thing. And so we talked to the director. Sorry, people are talking to me. And so our lawyer talked to them. Everything was clear. We were there. The lawyer was there. The director was there. And then, for those who didn't notice, the videos were taken down today. Right? So this is a big deal. I've never had a takedown before. This was a full request for takedown because they wanted to verify the information. And then it was officially verified. We were asked to put it back because there's a lot of misinformation that this is not required being spread out there, and they wanted it to be put back up by the authorities to make sure that people did see that this is officially what the information is. So yes, contacting Mensa yourself is definitely the thing to do. And so what someone said in one of the jurisdictions, in San Juan del Sur, some person who's not a lawyer, right, but some person said each Mensa jurisdiction does its own thing, and so it's possible that one has the requirement and one doesn't. That is reasonably true. I have no way to know that. I know that could be true, but when you go to Mensa, it doesn't say, here's rules for this, and there's no centrally published rules, but we were definitely presented it as this is the Mensa rules. The Mensa in Leon did not give a, this is us using our, yes, it is an interesting update. Yeah, this is definitely a, I got contacted and they're like, you got to take this down. And they were like, there is misinformation, but it was really minor. I had a link to the wrong resource for a release date for something, and they're like, please just take this down. But at first they're like, take it down. We're not sure this is right. Like, we're really concerned. And then everyone went and looked at it, and we then got a, yes, we want this to go up. Please put it back up. So that was a huge deal. Like, that was, there's been so much conversation about this, and so many. So it was taken down because all these people, if you read the comments, there was a lot of nasty comments, and people were like, we're going to report you, and blah, blah, and they did. People started calling the government and said, oh, this fake information, blah, blah, blah. And so the government was like, whoa, we got a problem. So they wanted it down while they figured it out. And which I actually already made another video, and it hasn't gone up yet. I think it's Saturday morning's video. Or Saturday afternoons? I'm not sure which video it is. Anyway, I already recorded a video explaining how to get this information. Basically what you're doing, Josh, right? If you want to find out a definitive answer on this, you have one option. Talk to Mensa. Nothing else gives you the answer. Because everyone's like, well, where's the website for this? There's no website for this. That's not how it works. That's not how any of the other information works. Why would we expect that for this? And I called a lawyer. Well, it's fine. A lawyer could know, but at best, they're waiting for people to go and find out what today's status is. Because, yeah, this was 2 days ago. In a week, Mensa could change their rule. That's Mensa's decision, right? So we don't know when it's going to change. They don't have to tell us. You find out when you go. Hold on a second. I just have to check this thing. So there's just no good way. So I made this video explaining that this is the only process for actually verifying. Like, I can verify. I tell exactly what my source is. I was told by the director of Mensa, this is the case. I had a lawyer verify it standing there, right? We went through the whole chain of Mensa. It wasn't just one person. It was just, we went up to the director. Everyone agreed except for the nurses who argued about that more people should get it. And then this additional verification step ended up happening after people complained. But so on the video, I am going to say that, I'm very visible here. Right, we already know that all my stuff is being checked. Like, that's been known for a long time. I was told by Border Control 2 years ago when if you watch my Guatemala videos, when I returned from Guatemala, I had a 5-hour interrogation at Border Control, and one of the things they came out with all my videos, and they started going through stuff. We had to spend a lot of time talking, had a long conversation about vlogging and stuff, but then at the end, they were waiting for me to crack or something, and at some point, because they didn't want to say what I was there for, and then at some point, he's like, you're a vlogger? I'm like, yes. Do you watch my show? And I get a grin, and he goes, yes. Then it became kind of funny because he's like, you're not allowed to, like, there's things you're not allowed to do. I'm like, yeah, I'm very aware of the rule. I repeated the rules to him, explained everything, and he was definitely like, okay, you're good to go. After a very long interrogation, they really wanted to make sure that I understood I was being monitored, But that was really important because we went through this process, and at this point, right, the show's so much bigger. Back then it was like 350 subscribers, right? We're at 7,500 now. We'd be much bigger if it wasn't for the other day. And now we're bigger than the TV stations, right? 1.2 million views a year. We're big, right? Like this is seriously, a lot of people see this. And so, and the number of hours we're watched is actually each thing. Like our membership means nothing. Our viewership matches channels with more than 1 million subscribers. Like we have an epic amount of views per subscriber, but also we have an epic amount of view time per view. Like the average view time on the this vlog's videos, he says on a 3.5 hour long live stream, is longer than the maximum possible view time on the next largest channel's show. So if we have 1.2 million views and they have about 900,000 views, that's about the difference. And our average view time is like, 8 minutes. Their average show length is like 4 minutes. So they can't reasonably have an average even close to 4 minutes, let alone go over it. And our average is double, which means not only do we have 25% more views, we have something between, let's try to do this, 100% more view time per view, so 120, 125% more, to possibly much more than that, 400, 500% on the high end, probably somewhere like 200 to 250% likely, but that amount. Right, so all that is to say, this is an incredibly visible channel here in the country. And so the idea that the government isn't watching, that I'm actually, people are like, you're just saying this. Like, you think I'm just saying some stuff in front of the government? Like, I'm certainly not. But a lot of the people posting things are, and if we can track them down, they'll end up getting reported. And that's why we asked over and over again. People would say, so-and-so said, and I'm like, please get them to comment because we'd like to actually have them, get reviewed. But, that the government can reach out to me casually and say, hey, can you not say that? Hey, can you say this? This is incorrect. Whatever. They can talk to me with no effort. Right? I'm doing my residency, which is obviously what triggered this. That means they have my home address, they have my phone number, which is my WhatsApp, they can text, they know what I do for a living, they know my channel. Like, all this is documented in a folder because of my residency, regardless of anything else. So if they see the show and do anything, they just, ta-da! It is so easy to reach out to me, which is why that system exists, right? If they need to talk to you, they can just stop by, they can just call, they can send someone. They have so many ways to reach out. If there was really going to be a problem, they would just reach out and resolve it. Oh, sure, maybe we end up in a fight and again get in trouble, and then, okay, that could happen. But reasonably, long before any of that happens, there's going to be a really simple conversation. Oh, hey, you said something wrong. Could you correct that? Or here's where you get the information, or whatever, right? Whatever makes sense. It's that simple, right? And so all these posts, assuming that, like, oh, you're going to get caught. I'm going to get caught? What do you mean? I clearly state this. It's as if the the authorities are standing there looking over my shoulder, and I'm like, looking good. Like, is this the information correct? Yes. And then nope, you got the wrong link. Oh, good. Right. So that, like, it's funny that I made that video because I'm like, I am confident this is the process that would be followed. Boom, that's the process that was followed. And so yeah. So we actually have a very good amount of verification on that. That doesn't mean that you're not going to find something different in San Juan del Sur, which would be very interested to find out what happens down there. But that is why. So yeah, anyway, that is the story, and it's been an exciting few days because that really was it was a lot of, like, support from behind the scenes. Oh, don't worry, we're looking. You got this right. Josh says, I really appreciate the information. Just trying to stay up to date, considering we're in the process of buying property through our business with the aim of residency. So just be aware, though, Josh, that property bought through a business is not supposed to count for residency. Businesses have to do much more complicated things than that. And of course, the thing we always say is, do you really want residency? Almost always the answer is, oh, someone was, and I just talked to someone from San Juan del Sur hours ago, and they had this whole thing. Their lawyers had convinced them to get residency. It was all a scam. Every single thing they were told was a scam. And just be aware that this is the expected behavior. If you have a lawyer that's in San Juan del Sur, I'm not saying that they're all con artists, but the expectation is they're going to be, right? There's so much money in convincing you to do the wrong things, because then you have to go to the lawyer and do more things. And everybody reinforces the false information. So be really careful with any of those decisions in San Juan del Sur, because there's a bunch of questions. Why do you need a business? Why is buying property going to get you residency? Because that's very explicitly not allowed. Why do you want residency? All of those things are things that could be the good reasons for each of them, right? I don't know. I don't know your story, but that is a super common textbook San Juan del Sur real estate scam story. Under normal conditions, you don't need or probably want residency. You don't use, if you did need residency, property is not supposed to count for it. I guess those are the important pieces, but those are really important pieces. I'll be contacting Minsa. Oh, wow, that's an interesting update. I heard that may be the case only enforced through Leon and Granada. I mean, that's plausible. That'd be great. Hopefully an email to Minsa in Managua will clarify this drastic ramifications to the tourism investment here. I don't think it does. That is not true at all, because tourism investments are not impacted by this. I don't know a single place that is. There's no reason for anyone to be impacted. This is, all based on misinformation, right? Not information about the vaccine, misinformation about investments and residency and all those pieces. There is absolutely no valid investment would be affected by this ever. Like, it's not just not reasonable. Business people don't care about residency, and business people definitely don't let the vaccine impact them. And there's a really good chance. There's a lot of positive potential from having vaccines as a filtering agent, which a lot of people said instantly. A whole bunch of people are like, well, this is going to create a bunch of people who don't want to come to Nicaragua. Are like, why? Because it's not required. Nothing you want to do requires this. So why would this cause legitimate people coming down to hesitate? That's a big question. So something funny there. But then on the other hand, a whole bunch of people said, a bunch of people who may be getting in the way of stuff. Okay, it is if the property is utilized for the business. We're starting a small resort. I appreciate the concern. We plan on living here year-round, so residencies seem to provide the greatest benefits. I mean, if you're in San Juan del Sur, I don't know what those benefits would be. That's the requirements of going into Managua. This is what we always say, right? If you're south of Rivas, no one knows why residency is used down there, because the border run is so easy. If you can't go over the border for some reason, but the need to go into Managua every 6 months is generally deemed for the southern part of the country to be more onerous than doing the border runs, especially because most people, not everyone, but most people down there will go into Costa Rica from time to time, and so that's an automatic extension, whereas you can't get around the extensions in Managua, the renewals of the cedula every 6 months. And all the other requirements. So it's very common to not do it. Even up here, like almost no one does the residency, because and like my business partner isn't doing it. Like and we all live here year round. Just not. There's just no real benefits to it. But the extra work to do it and the extra runs to Managua just make it not often worth it. If I move to Nicaragua, should I have a local lawyer on retainer? Yes, absolutely. Take time, make sure you find a really good one. Having an excellent local lawyer, even if you almost never use them, absolutely worth it. There's so many little things that we use them for. Now, we have a business, right? So that is different. But being able to ask questions, have them do things, almost always it's worth using them heavily. There is a popular Granada lawyer who says when applying for investor residency, you must put the property in your corporation's name, not your own name. I mean, if No, it's just simply not true. There are situations where that may be beneficial, but that's just not true. They've cracked down on border jumpers in the past, could easily again. Am hesitant to invest if I'm not here legally. So let's be clear, the border is 100% legal. That is the expected process. There's zero. Okay, so I'm going to say this is important. The things you're thinking suggest there's a problem. All of these things feel like behind the scenes you have San Juan del Sur culture giving you misinformation. This is a very big, dangerous thing. The results are not big problem things. The property does have to be in a business's name. We started one for that reason. Why would the property have to be in a business name? That's absolutely not true. Maybe I missed it. Maybe for another reason that you didn't state, but you don't have to do that. It's a common thing to have property in your name and lease it to the business, for example. Now, it depends what you're trying to maneuver for money and how you want it to show up in different things. So that could be logical, but has to be, doesn't really apply. They've cracked down. So you say they cracked down on border jumpers in the past, could easily do again. That is true, but in no way, this is important, that in no way means that getting residency now, when that's not the case, should you do it based on something else. So one, being here as a tourist is legal and expected in the proper way. That's the first piece. Becoming a resident is purely an option under certain circumstances where you're here enough, and at some point there is a situation, only when the government tells you, where you need to be here. You are not here, you don't have a reason to go for residency until the government tells you to do. And at that point you have a decision to make. Do you want to simply do what you've been doing, except be a resident? And that's an option. And so you have no reason to worry about it until that point. And one of the most important things that we say all the time is never, there's people who have reasons, right? Like I hit both things. I want to have a car that does certain things. There's a reason why I'm doing it. So there are reasons. But you have to invest $30,000 in a business to get residency. If not bringing a pension, the property must be purchased by the business to count for the investment. Yes, that part is true if you want it to be used in that way. Correct. Okay. So you don't have to do it that way, because that's the thing. Coming from Granada, the statement that was made from the other, or supposedly by the other lawyer in Granada, was that it had to be done that way for other reasons. But it's, yes, if you're trying to use it in that way. But so the expectation is you don't need residency until they tell you. And at that point, the only thing you have to decide is, does your lifestyle of never leaving the country make sense for residency? Or do you travel, visit people, do whatever? And what most people we find, even up here, where residency makes a little bit more sense because we're farther from the border, is that for most expats, the natural movement over borders because of travel, vacation, visiting family, business, whatever, automatically removes the need for residency. It doesn't remove the option of residency normally. It just removes any requirement for it. So a lot of people will, like my business partner, will never be required to have residency or change his lifestyle. It just never comes up, even though he lives here full time. All the people, all the expats at the beach, nearly all of them just don't have to do anything. They never need residency. A few of them do, very few, right? It just doesn't normally come up. And then the problem is I ran into people today who were getting residency and then realized that their normal travel patterns kept them out of the country enough that they actually risked not being able to qualify for residency, which is not a problem because you're just always allowed to be here. And the things that I would say about they could crack down on border jumping in the future. Yes, they absolutely could. They could also, and this is exactly the thing I had a conversation earlier today, they could also eliminate residency at a moment's notice, a drop of a hat. Any of those things can change at any time. The most important thing is being flexible, being in a good position where you are, in the position to do whatever you might need to do for the future that makes the most sense. You can't predict every possible scenario, but there is a strong push from lawyers who are selling services to incorporate and to do residency that, they make their money by convincing you that you need to do that. And so you're going to hear, and then other people who've done their residency, it's like people who go to university. Well, if you went to university, you can't very easily go to someone and say, just to be clear, Josh, 100%. Me, I did. I would never let residency cross my mind with investing here. I can't state enough that I'm telling you to do what I would do, right? Would I be concerned investing thousands of dollars if you didn't have a legal right beyond tourism to be here? Absolutely, in no way would that cause the slightest concern for me. I don't even know what could be the concern with that. I am confused every time someone says something like this. I don't know what it is that your thought is there, right? Because as a tourist, as a resident, your right to be here is the same. There is a myth, there's an emotional feeling coming, especially from North America, that residency means something that it does not. And it's often that it's confused with citizenship. And not that you think you're getting citizenship, that's not what I mean. Although I did talk to someone today who fully thought it was citizenship. He was most of the way through the process, and I said, "Why are you doing this? This doesn't make any sense for you. I'm not even sure you qualify." And he goes, "Well, I want a passport." "I don't know if I need a passport, but I kind of like one." I go, "You do know this process is not even on the path to passport. Like, there's no passport in what you're doing ever." And he's like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, what did you think you're doing? He's like, "Oh," right? And so he's like, "No, I'm done with this process," and just ended. But he lives here and has invested you're talking thousands, he's talking hundreds of thousands or millions, and has no interest in residency. Big investors don't come in and worry about residency anywhere. Right. So that's the thing, right? So this is the myth. They can deny you access if they crack down on border jumping. It could happen without notice. Anything can happen without notice. Your residency does not protect you from that. They can, at any moment, if they change the policies and do crazy things that make no sense whatsoever, suddenly make tourists not allowed to be here, and equally, and this is the important part, equally, they can make residents not allowed to be here. There is nothing about the residency process that gives you protections that the tourists don't have. It gives you a slightly different form of tourism, of residency, of staying, right? Because the tourists are residents too. It's just one is called a temp resident, and one's called a permanent resident under the hood, right? They're both residents. They both have the right to stay. They both have the right to invest. They both have equal opportunities and representation under the law. That's what I'm saying is they're more concerned about their nest egg. Their big investors are much more concerned because that's what makes them big investors. They spend their lives thinking in terms of business and logic generally, right? So I'm a business advisor. This is what I do. So risk assessment for Wall Street. What I'm trying to say is there's an emotional reaction, so you're getting into business. You're talking about investment. You don't want to be using emotion to make the decisions on what's safe and what's not. If it feels official, yep, that could do something, but it's not more official. That's exactly right. It feels like another layer of protection, but it's not another layer of protection. It's equal protection, and that's what it comes down to. There are two large methods of being able to stay. One is a group of residencies, and the other is not really a group. There's just tourism, and both have essentially equal rights to stay. They're slightly different. And both have limitations, both have certain extra rights. Each one has a little bit of benefit, each one has a little bit of caveat. Neither's that different. The caveat on the residency is that you have to go to Managua every 6 months no matter what, and you cannot be out of the country more than a certain amount or your residency evaporates. The other is that you, as a tourist, must eventually, probably, need to find a way to be out of the country a little bit, not nearly as much as gets you in trouble that it's too much over here, but you need to do some amount over there. In both cases, you're making some compromises. Now, if you never, ever, ever want to leave the country, this one generally just kind of slam dunks. It's really obvious. And if you want to travel a lot, this one kind of slam dunks. And for most of us, we're somewhere in the middle, and what it comes down to is this one is generally easier, and at any moment, this one can be converted to this one. So there's not a need to have this one, because this one can always just turn into it. So that's an important piece. Now, the other piece, of course, is you're looking at making this really big investment. So let's just to make sure we're on the same page. Are you looking at residency because you feel that residency protects your nest egg? Or are you looking at putting a nest egg in because you want to get residency? Because it's not clear which is driving you here. Are you investing in order to get a residency? Or are you getting residency because you think you need it to invest? Because that's a pretty important thing to answer, and I just don't know from here, and you don't have to dig into this if you don't want to, but that's in most cases because business investment in Nicaragua is generally very foolish. If you're rich and you just want to do it, and it's fun, and that's just fun, of course, that's fine. If you need to get residency and can't come up with one of the other, you don't need a pension, right? You just need foreign income. It's so trivial to get. If you have the right to work remotely, generally you can make, like, never seen anyone not just get it. Because it really isn't hard. There's one called pensioner. It's another one. There's another option for getting a residency that you don't need to do either of these things. But the idea, if you're in some way investing where you don't have the money to play with, right? Like you kind of need it to do okay. The average investment is going to potentially lose a lot of money. And it can be a lot of work and a lot of risk to make an investment. And if you were going to take that investment and make that investment somewhere, if it has some other goal, right? It's fun. This is what I want to do. This is my dream. I really want residency for some reason, and this is my path to it. Those are great reasons to potentially invest here with an eye towards, I could be losing money. This could be a buying things that I want. For example, I have a restaurant. I know it's not going to make money, but it makes food that I want. That's the reason I have it, right? So it doesn't need to be I would love if it was profitable. That would be fantastic. But it doesn't need to be profitable to serve its purpose, right? It guarantees that I have the view that I want and the food that I want and the beers on tap that I want. And that's what I'm paying for. And the fun of being a business owner. And so that's why I do it. But I also know I have an expectation of losing quite a bit of money. And I know that a lot of things can go wrong. And as an example, something that can go wrong is if anything happens in your business, you have an accountant that takes advantage of you, you could be locked out of residency for years because of something you don't control. And then you're dependent on the tourism system to hold you until such time as you're unlocked and able to deal with residency again. Really simple stuff like that can happen all the time. It's just very easy. Okay, so a little of both, I guess. I know I don't need it, but I hesitate to invest without a legal entry beyond tourism that requires leaving every 90 days. Okay, so hopefully you're aware it's not 90 days, it's 180 days. So this is... I feel like each piece has just a little bit, like almost all of it's right, but there's the little pieces missing. It's 180 days, and leaving is running down the street and coming back in. It's closer, the leaving, yeah, I get it, it's leaving the country, but that's kind of a technicality. If you go up to Managua, that's farther, and you have to do that every 180 days as well. Both of them have a 180-day requirement. The difference is the border run is only a requirement if you don't do any travel during that 180 days. If you leave the country during that 180 days, not into the CA4, then you don't need to do the border run. It's only, so for most of us, we go years between border runs. So it's not even every 180 days, but it's because we're doing other things. You may not do those things, so it doesn't come up. But if you are doing any of those things, you ever visit the U.S., you ever visit Costa Rica, anything like that, then you save yourself a trip. But no matter what you do, you always have to do the trip into Managua. So that's one of the important differences. Yes, 90 days with 3 extensions to take it up to a total of 180. And you're not planning on getting into business to get rich. Want to live simply with my family in paradise and make some side cash on a rental. Right. Well, okay. So hopefully your lawyer has explained. In order to qualify, the business has to have a certain number of tax-paying employees. So you have to be clear with DKE and you have to be clear with INS, which is you're probably good, right? You probably have all the things you need. I just want to be clear, there's a lot of steps here that are where most of these making side cash turns into losing small amounts. You may get lucky, right? You may have a business that makes money, you may have a great plan, it may make more money than that same money invested in a fund and just taking returns without doing any work. But it's really rare to find a business in Nicaragua where someone is coming in without, a decade of experience in the country, tons of business background, right? The people, every time you find a business that's doing really well and you ask them, like, what is the details? How did you do really well when every new business is losing money like crazy? And their answers are universally things like loads of cash to do this, had absolutely no risk, did it long ago, got in when things were even cheaper, and did all the pain of learning the market over a period of years and are now reaping the benefits much, much longer. Don't actually make very much money, just are making money now, and have deep connections into the country, mostly from having been here for a really long time, so that they know where to go and to do things, because all it takes is not knowing how to get a license, not knowing who to talk to do something, and suddenly something can be held up for months and you lose a lot of money, or not knowing how to pay ins, or how to do liquidations, or how to do the 13th month withholdings. And then things that seem like they're really simple and straightforward can turn into large losses of revenue. And so the expectation that is just really important to have is that an average business in the United States, which is generally considered the best business, it's not the best, but it's really close to the best place to invest for reliability, starting a business has a high loss rate, right? 85% of businesses will fail in the easiest market. Nicaragua borders on one of the hardest markets. It's certainly not the hardest, right? Cuba is insanely harder. North Korea, absolutely impossible, right? But when it comes to places that are challenging to figure out how to start a business, Nicaragua is at the very top of that game. And so you expect a failure rate of above 95%, maybe 98%. And that's definitely what we see. Now, part of the reason that we see those high failure rates is that there's loads and loads and loads of people who are like, I'm not here to make money. I'm here to, get residency, and then I don't care. And so that encourages people to also do things that will fail because they're just trying to do it for some other reason. So, of course, that adds to the pool. But I don't want to rain on your parade and be like, oh, this is a bunch of, but I want to make sure that you're getting the right information, that, knowing that you have legal entry every 180, knowing the numbers are double what you're thinking. The requirements may be different. The protections, I think, are not what you think. I know that hesitating to invest without a legal entry to me, if you were my business client, I would say if you have that feeling, you shouldn't be investing. Like that would be a showstopper for me. Are you in the mental place, right? Because it's an investment it's a mixing of business needs with a mixing of residence needs, and that's a dangerous place to be potentially. Oh, good. So you do have business background. That's definitely good. Yeah, absolutely. If the thing is, and I said this, right? If the thing is you love owning a business, then that changes a lot of things. Just make sure you're going into it with your eyes open, that you know that it's a very tough market, and it's sad to some degree, the number of expats who come in. Every expat comes in saying they're going to start a business. That is the story we get everywhere. And the number of people, accountants, lawyers, literally, this is preying on them, is so high. And there's so many people trying to sell. Yes. Okay, TJ, I did see that, but I've been waiting. I have a request out to the government for a complete approval of exactly the words of what to say. So I have seen it, and I've been talking about how this was completely off the table for a super long time, but I'm not posting about it until I have the exact verbiage of what the final rule is. But yes, we did see that. So there's so many people. There's something about coming to Nicaragua that triggers people to think it's the time to invest, and almost everyone has a view on wanting residency, wanting all these things, and it tends to be this singular they're all tied together. Someone told them this thing depended on this thing, depended on this thing, and then at some point it becomes I'm not sure why I got here, but I need all these things, right? But would wanting to enroll your children in a school here change your views on residency? The San Juan del Sur Day School was a big appeal for us to move here. I've heard that they're good. So I do have kids here, I think you know, but no, I don't see why that would change my views on residency. Because the schools, all the schools that I know of, are open to tourists. In fact, I don't know anyone who's a resident who uses them. Only tourists who use them. That doesn't mean the residents shouldn't, anything like that. It's just the number of people using the schools that are tourists is so high. It's amazing how many expats I know who live here full time and are not even aware of things like the extension system, aren't aware of what you do for residency in any way, shape, or form, because it never comes up for them, because the normal day-to-day of many expats is so transient. Just, we go here, I travel, I did something for fun, right? It's the nature of a lot of expats to travel. Like, what makes you want to be an expat often also makes you like to travel, right? That makes sense. So it's so common to meet expats who are like, I never even... Is residency a thing? What do you have? What makes you do that? Like, they have no idea. And some of them are people who've lived here for like 12 years and have kids here, like had their kids here. And their kids have always gone to school here. And they aren't even aware of the residency system because it doesn't pop up because they travel enough. And own really well-known properties here. Can you buy cast iron skillets in Nicaragua? I'm sure you can, but I would imagine just in the market. All right, I read something. Joe Black, are there any exemptions for retirees not having to make border runs? No, there definitely are not. If you're retired, you are absolutely welcome to do the tourist path, the same as anyone else. The tourist path does not consider age. But if you want to avoid border runs, which I tell everyone, there are people for whom border runs will be onerous because of some medical condition or, of course, age. And I have spoken to people who live in like Esteli or Nueva Segovia, and they are so far from the border that the border runs do become a different animal. Like from where we are here, it's a morning thing. Like, yeah, one time every 2 years, I have to drive several hours and spend an entire morning dealing with my border run, and my kids will always require that we go get Malaysian food at the awesome Malaysian restaurant along the road and stop for coffee at a couple places. But we just make it into a routine every, I can't remember. So I had to do it, I want to say a year ago. And then I had to do it like a year. So I've had to do it about once a year at this point, but I have like no time in the future that I would have to do it again. Because every time I go to Belize, every time I go to Costa Rica, anytime we do anything, it resets. And so we're just constantly, and anytime we visit family in the U.S., it resets, and I just lost my camera. What is going on? I did stuff to make sure I didn't lose it, too. Hold on. So we still have the microphone. Luckily, that part's good. But, like the fan cut out on, it overheated, I guess? No, it's very cold. It ran for forever with the fan not on. Why would it die? I don't understand. It doesn't feel hot. Maybe the battery discharged over a long period of time. All right, hold on. We're switching batteries. We have a spare. It feels cold, so I'm thinking this is a battery problem. But normally, it doesn't discharge the battery because it's plugged in. Very strange. Hopefully everybody can hear me. We just turned into a podcast. Sadly, you guys can't talk back to me because I'm standing on the other side of things, so there's no way to... And we're back on. Yeah, it was a battery problem. That's weird. That's something to contemplate. All right, we're back. Yeah, cam's out. I do see myself a little bit. So, like, I have all these monitors, and it was like, I'm like, oh, no. I might need to call an IT company. I might. So Joe Black. So the border runs really generally aren't a big thing. But if they are for you, if you're in a situation where doing the border run really is a problem, then your only other option if you never travel and whatever, is the residency. But the residency does fix that. But then you, at least at this moment, have to have the vaccine, which for some people doesn't matter. Some people like it, some people don't like it, but that is a requirement. And you have to come up with one of the requirements for retirement. A retirement visa is very easy under normal circumstances. It's a very small amount of pension to show. There's really not a lot you have to do. It's really designed for retirees to find it as easy as possible. But if you do that process, you have to go to Managua every 6 months instead of going to a border every 6 months. So if you decide you want to live in Leon, Managua is closer than the border, and that process is easier. And so if it's purely that you're never going to leave, you're coming for forever, that makes that process the easiest. If that is considered onerous, which it could be, and I know people who are like, I just can't do a 2-hour drive, then the only thing that really makes sense is to be based in Managua. Now, if you do go for residency, and for some reason going to get it's called the Cedula Renew. If you do the Cedula Renew is too onerous, I would personally say talk to a really good immigration attorney and have them talk to whatever department does the Cedula. I believe that's Migracion, but I'm guessing. I've never had to deal with that. And it's probably not the normal office. Ask them what you can do because you can't get out of the house or something. That I'm sure there is some process by which you could get around that if you had to, if it was truly a medical condition. But otherwise, it's some type of thing every 6 months is the standard. But you can live very nearby in Managua and just take a taxi or have someone drive you over. And it's very simple. It could be a few minutes away and make that really easy. But for the majority of people, the border run system is so easy. It's really hard to describe just how easy it is. Josh says, I wholeheartedly agree on not contacting attorneys marketing towards expats. Was given very bad info early in your process. My local attorney here in San Juan del Sur is very knowledgeable and great resource, though. Yeah, the biggest thing is the ones that speak English, that have English language websites, and the information on that site is clearly not for people in Nicaragua, but for people who've never been to Nicaragua. That's just a bad idea. It's like, we know you don't know anything, so we're here to guide you. Like, yeah, that's gonna be a great result right there. Janet sent me the name of a restaurant. But it's just a link to sheep. Okay. Oh, she was sending me the spelling. I missed it earlier. Sorry. Why does getting residency make sense for you and your family? Any reason in particular? Do you mean me? Why does it make sense for me and my family? So the reason that we're getting residency is purely optional. First of all, we don't need it. Because one, I do it for the channel because I want to be able to provide this information. I can only do it for this. I also did a university degree that way. I was already maxed out in my career and just used some spare time to go back and get a degree and use it for a lot of education stuff that I've done on why not to go to university in many cases, especially in my field. But this is a little bit different, but I wanted to be able to show residency. But most importantly, the one thing for us that really matters, because we are naturally out of the country so much that it actually causes a problem for us to have residency, because we're going to trigger not being able to travel as much as we want because we have limitations caused by the residency. It's not a huge deal, but we fall into the opposite direction. But the one thing that it gives us that matters to us is the ability to put a car in our own names. Both my wife and I plan on getting a car because my business partner doesn't want to get residency and is going to be doing the border runs indefinitely, but he and I drive. My wife doesn't really drive, but she'll have the car. That'll give us 2 cars between us, and we can go wherever, because when they're in our names, they can cross the borders. And this doesn't matter for a lot of people, but if it does matter for you, this is a big deal. If you want to use the CA4, that's Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, as a single zone, you can do so as a tourist or as a resident. This is actually a really good statement as to how powerful the tourism visa is in this region, that you're able to go through the entire area Okay, I'm gonna forget this if I don't do it right now. So make sure I come back to that. I'm asking someone, the chefs, where to get a cast iron skillet. Okay, hopefully I'll get an answer on that fast. Hopefully I didn't bother someone who's trying to sleep. No, we're open. Okay. YouTube people want to know. Okay. No, you cannot cross the border in a business-owned vehicle. Now, just to be clear, that's the Honduran border. I am told by someone that I know very well that I know he has a business-owned vehicle. He has been able to cross the Costa Rican border. So apparently there is a process for getting over the Costa Rican border. We're told there is no process for getting a business-owned vehicle over the Honduran border. That, of course, does not apply to logistics trucks like tractor trailers. But for normal vehicles, we're told that cannot be done. And so that is the reason to get it as a personally owned if that's something you need. For me, this is really a big deal because the show that we do here, we want to extend throughout that region. I love the entire region, and I want to be able to go to cooler weather. I want to be able to go to different restaurants. I want to be able to go shopping. I want to be able to use this larger area as part of my, not every day, but very regular life experience. And to be able to throw my kids in the car and to be able to just jump in, go load up my cameras, right? Because everywhere I go, every single time I go somewhere, I have a trunk full of camera gear. And that's a huge pain. If I take it on the bus, I do that. Like I take it on the bus and do stuff. It's a pain. And of course I have a car. I have a company-owned vehicle. I have multiple company-owned vehicles. I can drive them places, but I can't drive them over the border. So it's fine when I'm here, but I don't go there. Yeah. That's what I was saying, Josh. Like the tractor trailers do it, the buses do it. However, not all the buses do it. Some shuttles go up to the border, unload you, you get onto another shuttle and go. So it's complicated enough that it can make it a little bit of not everybody doing international shuttles does it that way, but they definitely the big buses do. But even them, not 100%, almost 100%. But they have to do something special to be able to get them across the border. But normal vehicles, we're told, can't. Maybe there's some really extreme way to be able to get a vehicle. But so that's the reason. We want to be able to have a car that crosses the border transparently and then can go all over the region. And for us, because we automatically get investor residency, which is the better residency, and we have much more time, it's the 5-year, and you're more likely to get help with things or whatever. Like, for us, we didn't have to invest to get residency. We already had the investments for residency. So when it's like, oh, would you like residency? Oh, yeah, I guess. Whereas most people have to invest to get it. So that's very different. Another question, yeah. Well, it only matters if you put it in your name. If you're going to get residency, just put a car in your name and then you can drive it. And you're going to be on the Costa Rican border. What are the chances you're going to drive to the Honduran border? I mean, I do drive to the Costa Rican border, so it's a legit question. You have a cast iron skillet from the 60s. I've heard stories that driving in Honduras could be sketchy, particularly at night, and including along the Pan American Highway up to El Salvador. What's your experience with that? I haven't, well, okay. First of all, the Pan American up to El Salvador, let's make sure I'm saying this right. Yeah, the Pan American going through El Salvador. So first of all, the Pan American doesn't go to El Salvador. The Pan American bypass goes to El Salvador. So so in case that's not what you mean, because both go through Honduras and you could do it in a way. If you were to take the full Pan American, that is go through Esteli, Nueva Segovia, Acatal, up through Tegucigalpa and do the really long haul through central Honduras, I guarantee you're going to run into some sketchy areas. If you're talking about the Pan American bypass that skirts the coast and goes between Nicaragua and El Salvador as quickly as possible from Chinandega to La Union, I think you're going to find that if you saw that in person, you'd instantly not have any worries at all. And I had someone say, this is actually going back more than a year, but one of our viewers from Canada came down, and the Canadian government was putting out false information, as they do, about Honduras and really curtailing traffic between Nicaragua and El Salvador because of this claim that it was dangerous on this incredibly safe route that I've done in a shuttle, but not at night, that I want to go out with my car because I want someone to be able to get me and take me to hotels at night. I don't want to walk all through the night. And I want to walk from the Nicaraguan border to El Salvador and film it for the channel at some point, because my degree of confidence in the safety of that walk is so high that I'm happy to go walk it on foot with no protection and have a camera and show the entire thing to show how silly it is that people are claiming that that particular route is dangerous. Honduras is a dangerous country. There is lots of Honduras you need to be very cautious about. I do not believe, having done that trip multiple times, I have zero concern for most of Honduras and absolutely zero concern for that part of Honduras. It's just not a spot where you would expect crime. If you saw it, you'd be like, what are people talking about? Homes for rent in Nicaragua, can you post your contact info? I will be looking at possible places to rent in Leon. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got it, right? It's in all the things, but info@relocateNicaragua.com. Send me an email. I'm terrible at emails. Everyone will tell you it takes me forever to get back, but I do get back, just really slow. Encuentra 24 is good that it exists, but also be aware that just an unbelievable amount of it is fake and garbage. Yes, we're still here. Janet, we're only just over 4 hours. What are you expecting? I haven't seen a cast. Oh no, there's still the cast iron. Did not go to PriceSmart. I'm in PriceSmart just the other day. I never look at that stuff. I don't know. I'd be surprised though if PriceSmart didn't have it. But they may. I don't know. But for Josh, yeah, shuttle. Ishimche. That's who I like to take as a shuttle. No. Okay, wait. You're talking shuttles to CR. Remember, CR. We know you can take commercial to CR. It's Honduras you can't do. But there are ways. There are buses that cross into Honduras, and tractor trailers cross in, but it's not the Costa Rican border that's the issue. I don't know what you have to do for the Costa Rican. I assume there's some paperwork, but I know that it's possible. Or it's a very trusted source. I drove myself, this is KCS, single with my pup in 2020. Took 4 hours. I drove it during daylight. My rule is no night driving for me in new locations. Sensible. I assume you're talking about Honduras. David said, do you worry about getting in a car accident with injuries because you can be detained even though it's not your fault? I always worry about getting into a car accident with injuries. You don't need the because you can be detained portion. It's just a bad situation, so that is something I worry about. I think the real question, though, is am I worried that you can be detained even though it's not your fault? So, yeah. So I think we have to kind of frame this. Is that a true statement? It's a true statement. Yeah, that is true. Am I likely to be detained in that situation? No. If it's not my fault and I didn't do anything wrong, it is very unlikely for me to be detained. I'm not a flight risk. But if I was deemed a flight risk, contrary to reality, which is fine, like I'm not saying, if they did this, right? If I was deemed that this was a serious enough injury and that I was likely to decide that I don't want to take responsibility for this and I'm going to flee the country, and I can totally see why that concern would exist, even though I don't think I would do that. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong, so okay. What we're talking about, because some people say this wrong, right? It is being taken to the local jail. So let's just say this happened in Leon. It's going to the police station in Leon, and you would be locked up in the police station in Leon in a holding cell, which is incredibly not fun. Well, granted, but it is not going to prison. It is not an indefinite detention. It is purely during the time that they're doing an investigation that you're deemed as a flight risk. You would have, if you're like us and live here and stuff. If you're a tourist, this is one of the reasons why I tell tourists. If I was a tourist and had no connections and was doing this, I tell people I don't think driving makes a whole lot of sense. Is it going to ruin your life? No, but it could easily ruin your vacation. Now, if you kill someone, it's going to ruin everyone's life, right? But if you just are involved in a not your fault accident and you're on a 1 week vacation, this could be a really tragic thing. I've driven here for 10 years, nearly over 9, and I'm very careful drive very slowly. But yes, you can be detained. It's not something you want to have happen. But do I really worry about what is, I've never heard of going over 48 hours in a holding cell in the local police station. Remember, you're with police who know it's probably not your fault. You're not there because you're in trouble. You're there because they're just trying to figure things out. This is not a scary situation. This is not a they're angry with you situation. This is not a you're in trouble situation. This is just you need to be in this place under the most minimum possible security because they need to deal with this thing. I mean, like, I worry about a lot of really minor things. I worry that I'm going to, have extra work today. Inconvenient things. So yes, I worry. Do I feel that it's a thing that I'm scared of? No, I'm not scared of it because I have very high confidence in the way that the system works here. Do I like this particular aspect of it? No, but do I understand? Yes, the trend of expats fleeing the country, especially when it was their fault, is incredibly high. And this applies not only to car accidents, but that is absolutely a thing. People were known to flee to the border because the borders are so close. If you were in Iowa and you accidentally killed someone, there's no way you're getting out of the country. There's so many mechanisms to shut down the borders. It's so much distance to the border, and the borders are so well controlled, right? The U.S. has massive amounts of security on what are very large borders, but there isn't actually that many crossing points, and all the bordering countries will return you. Nicaragua has a lot less security, a lot less mechanisms, and it's very easy to maneuver over a border very quickly. And to then hop a flight and you're off to the U.S., which has absolutely no chance that they're going to return you to Nicaragua if you simply claim that you don't want to go back to stand trial. And so this is a real thing they have to worry about. And they don't just have to worry about it in this kind of way. They have to worry about it in a real estate way. This is why banks won't give you loans, because when things have gone bad, when the market has collapsed, Americans in huge numbers just fled the country and didn't pay their bills. Now, they left their property behind, but you can't just seize property here like you can in the U.S. Now, this is a thing, I do actually like this in the U.S., that if you don't pay anything, the government or the banks can take what is owed to them from the property that you've abandoned. Here, maybe you can do that, but it's a really long, convoluted, difficult process, so the banks can't recoup their money because they can't get the properties. So instead, they don't give loans. That's the result of them being left with these unreclaimable, fixable, sellable properties over and over again in huge numbers. So these are real risks they have to deal with. So it's unfortunate, but I understand why it's that way. I don't like it, but it is what it is. But the reality is if that was to happen for me, someone would make a call, right? Okay, look, we found his lawyer. We know he's not a flight risk. We know where he's going to be. We're going to ask him to stay, near, get a hotel near they would do something in almost all cases. Even if I was in a situation where I had to be detained, I think it would be not that bad. And if I absolutely had to spend, a couple nights in a police station, honestly, I don't know if the cells are that much worse than what the police have to sleep in. So it would be an unhappy situation. I'd be very unhappy when it happened, but I'm not actually scared of it. Yes, this is KCS. I started in San Miguel, El Salvador, drove through that Honduras bypass you spoke of, and arrived in Nicaragua in the same day. Honduras part took 4 hours. Yeah, it feels a little bit long, but yeah, I mean, it does. It's maybe that includes the border crossing. I feel like it was like 2.5 to 3 hours of road time, or maybe you stop. There's a lot of restaurants as you pass through the middle there. It's a tempting place to go get food. Take a day trip to Esteli for cigars. Lots of options and fun excursions. Yeah, it's a nice place to go. Yes, just be careful. Have no accidents and you don't have a problem. Josh says, it's on my list. Really excited to see Mecca. Just need to purchase a vehicle to drive up there. There's a lot of beautiful stuff up there for sure. Have you taken the ferry from Potosí to El Salvador? I have not. I want to. I want to film it. I think it'll be fantastic. That was not there not that long ago. Like, this is a fairly recent thing for this ferry to come back, the Nicaragua to El Salvador ferry. But I have spoken to multiple people who have done it, and they all say, wow, is it awful. It's just rough waters on a tiny little lancha. So got to be careful up there. Is it something to do for a day trip, or could it be an alternative to driving? It is definitely an alternative to driving. I don't think it is an alternative for a day trip. If you have not checked a map to really see where Potosí is, just getting from Potosí to civilization is a major thing. And the last time I tried to go to Potosí, it was impassable. It was a while ago. But I couldn't get to Potosi the last time I tried because the road was not viable for a normal car. So even now, it's not, I'm sure, fantastic, but it has improved. The whole situation is so cool, though. I want to go do it. I definitely want to get more information out there, encourage people to try it. But if you're looking to save time, it's not going to be that. And are you going to want to go up, do something, and come back the same day? Oh, heck no. You are, I guess that's just the name, or like the ancient city in Chaldea. We got extorted on Tuesday. Our first hour driving from Managua to Popoyo, my girlfriend passed the truck. The officer said we made a lane violation by passing the truck, but it was a dotted line. Then said we had to wait 30 days to pay. I know you covered that recently, but she was nervous, so we shelled out $60. That was a tough hit on our first day here. How do the school zones work? It seems that as soon as people pass police in school zones, they zoom back up to speed right away, so it's confusing. Well, basically, they just, if the cops don't see them, they go. You should be slow all the way through the school zone, but from a what's legal. I'm not going to say it's stop paying so much. That is definitely a bad standard. If you did have to pay, if you were in that situation, and here is the standard is 14, just to be clear. If you're in this situation that's not supposed to happen, right, everybody you hear from, it's 14, which is 500 Cordobas. So always have a 500 Cordoba handy and nothing else. That's 300 Cordobas. Yeah, it depends where you are and what the situation is. 300 will normally do the job. And I've definitely had situations where people are like, I'd like breakfast, and we just said no. But who knows about the passing? Where did the officer see you from? Because it's not like they patrol the roads. Did you happen to pass and it was a stop? Yeah, everyone's like 60 is a lot. That really is. I carry 200 to 500 Cordobas at all times just in case. That is just in case you have a situation where someone decides it could happen. That's what you do. Just as I live here. Thanks, Scott. She said 804. I got away with 200 Cordobas. She said 804. You mean 804 is the violation? Yeah, there's definitely times where they don't want to take your money. If they're doing their job, being correct, and you really did a violation, they don't want to take your money. And especially in Managua, they're not likely to take your money. Well, I don't know if that's true. They're far less likely to take your money because they're getting monitored all the time. It is a major thing for that to happen, but it's Panama has the same. Everywhere does. Yeah, Courtney's right. It's a standard thing. There are very few. It's actually really unique that the United States somehow doesn't have that happen. Now, that said, I've been extorted by the police for money all the time in the U.S. Far, far more than here. I also live there longer, but it's not in the same way. It's not handing cash at a road stop. It's always much bigger things somewhere else. He thought I worked for the government or something. Yeah, I mean that's certainly the thing. They said 804 Cordoba. That's a really odd number. 800 Cordoba, I could buy that. 804 Cordoba seems really weird. Right. Don is pointing out. So those who don't know what he's talking about, blue shirts, their name is the Celeste, and the black shirts, their name is the Negra. The one is standard police. Also, they handle traffic. So traffic police are not their own thing, but they do have special vests when they're acting as traffic police. And the Negra are basically security for the police because the Celeste are not armed. Right, they really don't have a lot of ways to defend themselves. I mean, they certainly can defend themselves, right? But they're not prepared to really defend if something really bad was to happen. So they normally, especially in a dangerous situation, somewhere, not necessarily standing directly with them, have a Negra. The Negra have assault rifles, and they are definitely prepared prepared to defend people. But I also really like the system. You don't have a really close contact with someone who could get skittish because like you're in each other's face. The system works really well, and there are some checks and balances. When you get out into really rural areas, you don't necessarily have them. The U.S. pirate, is far worse. Well, you think that's bad, Josh. Sometimes I'll tell the story. I actually had the police involved in stealing my car at one point. I got onto the news in Texas for it, and it got escalated to the Senate, the state Senate. TJ says he was trying to take my ID, but I was on my way out, and I told him to just take the money. Yeah, they're supposed to take the ID. I don't know what they do when you're like heading to the airport. At some point, I guess they just believe you and know that it's better to get some money than to make a major incident and make it a huge thing. I don't know. Both the blue and the black were there. The black shirt stopped us and said the officer in blue could help us. Interesting. Under normal circumstances, the people in black are not there to talk to you. Did you say that was on the Pan American, or is that like on the side road going out to Papoya? I have a map open. I should see what the road looks like down there. The whole Rivas region really does create a lot of opportunity for problems because there are so few Nicaraguans down there. It is almost entirely expats and tourists. And so because of that, you have a really reliably transient population with almost certainly guaranteed large amounts of money in an area where there's very little chance that a local is going to stop by. The same thing up here, right? 10 years ago, I had that happen to me somewhere in the mid-cities. In the last 10 years, literally had it happen zero times. I know it happens to people. I'm not saying it, I'm not dismissing that it happens to other people. It certainly does. But because of the places I go, because I speak Spanish, because of my confidence and my knowing what to do when I'm pulled over, I don't know, but I drive nonstop, right? I'm in a car. I drive across the country all the time, not to like Bluefields, but I drive to like to Managua all the time. I'll get pulled over constantly. Never a problem. I've definitely had to pay when I was breaking the law, yes, but never in 9 years have I had a problem with me. And there's just something about what I do, I guarantee, that makes it not a target. Josh wasn't trying to sound dismissive about you saying you're local. I lived in Montana for 5 years, definitely not local. We call people that move to a location transplants. Hope I didn't offend. It was on a major road, so it must have been the Pan American. No other major road down there. I got stopped today in Managua. A cop asked me for a Coke in case I had one with me. I offered him some cord and he refused money. It was just a standard stop. Many cops are tons of cops are polite and legit. Like the amount that you actually get stopped as a normal Nicaraguan is constant. And they do sometimes ask for Coke. And I definitely know taxis will stop at pulperias and keep Pricks, which is the blue cola. It's the Nicaraguan-made cola. It's quite a bit cheaper than Coke. Coke is bottled here, though, so it's not that expensive. But Pricks is cheaper. They'll keep them in the car. Sometimes those drive-by cops and hand them out the windows. And it's just, I mean, they're out there doing a hot job, and they make very little money. Like, it is a hard job. It is a hard career. And, it's not illegitimate to hand them food or drinks or whatever. And if he's just like, hey, do you happen to have an extra Coke in the car? I mean, there's times I do, and I'd give it to him. Like, that'd be fine. I figure I'd give him money rather than spend the day getting a new ID. Yeah, that's no offense. Love a good jab. Just jabbing back. I feel more at home here than any place I've been. Love the rural community here in Playa Maderas. Hope to be considered a local someday. That's a tough one. Getting considered local is tough. I can tell you, though, that you get accelerated a lot when you live in the barrio. because I go places in Nicaragua and people, all the time, oh, where are you from? I'll be like, I'm from Leon. And they're like, no, where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you born? Right? Oh, New York. And then they're like, so you live in Leon. Yeah, so you're like, Cathedral. They'll like start naming things. And then I say, no, I live in Barrio Sutiaba. And the instant anywhere in the country, they hear Sutiaba, they just go, oh. And it's a completely different thing. They go, oh, you're local. Like, it's a very, very fast change just because that's where I'm based. Especially, I hope to be a local here one day. Went to Playa Gigante today. Holy cow, what a beauty. All of that region, just really beautiful. But it definitely, if you're in Rivas, getting to be considered local by the locals is very difficult. By expats, becoming part of the local expats, it definitely comes. What's the best cigar tour in Esteli for next Saturday? I honestly don't know. So, for those who don't know, I don't smoke. I've attempted to, and I just don't enjoy it. I can't tell you. I know there's a number of them, but see if I recognized any. I need to take someone who smokes up and do some tours, because the whole thing's like interesting and stuff. It's just not a cigar guy. Shameless plug, come visit us at Right by the Sea, building a Frank Lloyd Wright inspired small resort. Okay, that's cool. Life is an adventure if you do it right. How long have you been working on that? That's very cool. How close are you to, is it the Bahia? I think they changed their name. There was in Madeiras, there used to be a place. Did TJ mean a Nicaraguan ID? He did not. No, he was talking about his U.S. driver's license. Janet says, I'm a local here because of Ramon, but I don't think they remember my name, just his. That's probably true. Yeah. She married about the most local person you could possibly imagine. Like, he grew up right in the middle of town. Anytime I walk anywhere with him, every single random person I know is like, Ramon. Like, it's crazy. So he's like, knows everyone, been everywhere, is from the neighborhood that they're in. Like, it's crazy. It's very, very funny. Perdomo is really good. Well, that sounds super cool. Okay, what did I... All right, I want to see. What is the name of that place? It's been a while. Oh, gosh, I'm never close. Come on, map. There's Rivas. And then I overshot. No, it's not that close. Well... it's called the Bay House now. It's pretty close. It's technically on Marsella, not on Madeiras, but it's really close. I thought about buying that at one point. I really liked that place long ago. I don't even know if it's open. They've changed the name, but it was called Bahia long ago. I live near Playa Mahagual now, the most beautiful beach in the world. Oh, Mahagual. And makes life fun to have him know everyone. AJ Fernandez probably makes the best stick in the world right now. Oh, back to cigars. Would definitely like to take a tour. Oh, got married in Marsella. It is a nice beach. My eldest daughter was swept out to sea on that beach. We totally caught her. Like, she's here playing video games right now. That was a long time ago, but I was out in the water. She was taken off the beach by a wave. Pulled out into the water when she was little. Surprised Nicaragua doesn't have Google Street View yet. It's not really that surprising. If you drive around enough and really think about what the Google car would have to be, it's a lot of work. And Google has to get a car here and has to do that. Although a lot of people, I think this is pretty funny, a lot of people are like, that's because they don't allow the Google Street Car to take pictures places. And I'm like, you do realize I walk everywhere the Google Streetcar would go with a 4K camera recording everything all the time. There's definitely not a problem with that. Like, if Google wanted to have Street View, they could just pull my GoPro footage and be like, oh, here, we're done. And have at least a good portion of it. Good portion of it done. If you're around next Friday, we'll come and say hi around midday on the way up to Esteli. To whom are you speaking, and where are you passing by? Jared Sousa says, hey, papi. TJ says, I'm sorry, but some of the best beaches I've been is Aruba. I don't even know where my favorite beach is. I feel like I've been to some good ones, but I can't really. Northern Nicaragua has some really nice ones. Where is the one that I really like? I like the black sand in northern Nicaragua for just being out on the beach. Near Aposantillo, I think that area gets really nice for the beaches, but it's so remote. The little bar in Marseille has the best pescado de ajillo I've ever had. Al ajillo. They don't need the car. So, who doesn't need the car? Scott, oh, you're saying to me you're driving via Leon to Esteli. Oh, sorry. When? Next Friday. Next Friday. I am probably around on Friday. That probably works. Yeah, let me know. Where are you coming from that you're coming through Leon on the way to Esteli? It's pretty rare that you would call Leon on the way. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of Pacific beaches over Caribbean beaches any day. I work in Belize, and I mean, it's not bad, but I don't. Yeah, awesome. I don't go out on the Caribbean in Belize and go, oh, this is so much nicer than home. No, I definitely prefer back at home here. We're only appending one night in Granada after Ometepe before we leave. Do you have any great food recommendations? Well, what kind of food do you want? Granada's got great food for sure. I can do the street view, right? Up from Granada, taking the longer road. That's a statement. Yeah, that is not in any way the way, but cool. Yeah, come up from Granada. Are you also going to go south and go through Nandaime to like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, when you do those slingshots of the satellite, like around a moon to gain some speed, you could kind of do that down to Nandaime, and then you could come up through the western path and take, it's not on Google, take Nicaragua 169, the amazing new highway. And new highway, 3 years, and Google doesn't even have the highway. It's one of the biggest, fanciest highways in the country. Not length, just like build quality. And Google still completely ignores it as if it's not there. Oh yeah, the Keys suck compared to here for sure. And the food there and everything. I'm not a fan of the Keys. I got a business kind of partner, kind of customer that lives in the Keys, might even be on West, I'm not sure. And he's always like, oh, you got to come out. And I'm just like, I've been, doesn't in any way entice me. Just doesn't do it. The Keys, the Keys as a physical formation are cool, but yeah. You know, honestly, I'm told, Courtney, that Waze is better than Google here. I never use it because 15 years ago it frustrated me and I gave up on it. That's why. But I hear everyone says it's better to use it. Black Sands reminds me of Greece. First time I ever got sunburned. I do love Greece. Greece is hard to resist. I've been to some pretty good beaches on Greece. Crete, I lived on Crete, so Crete is one of the beach hotspots of the world, and they're good. I don't know if they're better than here. A little bit different. I really like freshwater on Crete, where they've got the ice runoff goes through the sand, so you're in super hot Mediterranean, but at the same time your feet are in ice water. Like, it's so weird. You can see all the ripples in the water as they merge. What are your top 3 restaurants in Granada? All right, so to pick 3, Let me zoom in and make sure I'm getting... Well, so I always eat at Nectar. That's like I'm just used to it. Everyone agrees pretty much that the Garden Cafe is absolutely fantastic, and you should go there. And then I'm going to get this name wrong, so let me... I like this location. I like there there really is competition in Granada. There really is. This is for like restaurants. My favorite pizza in the region, from Panama to Guatemala, is Pizza Vale in Granada. Hopefully they're still there. All right, we got time. Where am I looking? There's the park. There's the cathedral. So I'm looking for this. El Zaguán. It's been a while, but they had... so if you're looking for steak, El Zaguán is really good. They are located right behind the cathedral. I really like Nectar out on the main thoroughfare on the Calzada. Right, it's a great place to sit, just have the views and everything. I used to really like Boca Negra, which was the tapas place. There was an actual Spanish tapas pirate-themed place out there on the Calzada, and it's been gone now, and I'm so sad because that was really good, unfortunately. And then the Garden Cafe is a perennial pick. I also want to throw out there, this is a bit different. Make sure I get the right spot and the year name. Where's the... Okay, so it's in front of the park, so it's right... Okay, so it's past the Chocolate Museum. Cafe Max and More. Venezuelan food, really, really good. Chill place, has air conditioning, and it's on Atravesada. So it's very close to downtown. It's just south of Arroyo Aduana, the river-ish thing that runs through, and it is one block. I guess you could call it. No, it's one block. One block from my old house, but it wasn't there when I had a house there. Those are my picks. Those are the places that I would, if I was looking to get food. And if anyone wants to do a pilgrimage from Cafe Max and More, just go to Santa Lucia, which is just north of it. Head west, and there you can find it on Google Maps. There's a little place called Casa de Arcos Guest House. That was my old house when I lived in Granada. That is where the Scott Allen Miller experience in Nicaragua began. And all my old pictures of my kids where we had a pool in the middle of the house, that's where we were. Almost 5 hours in, is this a cult meeting or an informational stream for tourism? Why is there an or in that? It's an and. You didn't care for the Garden Cafe. Well, it's not one that I ever go to. It's the one that everyone tells me is really good. So, what didn't you like about it? And did you go there because I recommended it? How close is the beach to downtown Leon? To downtown is about 20 minutes. From the edge of town, it's about 12 minutes. And obviously, to get through town, it's about 8 minutes. And your family didn't like it either. The curry at the Garden Cafe was good. The Indian place in Granada shut down. I do know that. That's very sad. The one in Managua did too. Pita across from Garden Cafe. If you like Middle Eastern, I do, and I have been there. It is good. Just wish I had chicken shawarma. What was I? My brain shut down. How close is the beach? I don't think that's what I was going to... Pita. No. Now I've lost what I was going to look up. There is a really good restaurant on Laguna de Apoyo, which of course I'm not going to be able to find its name. I always have to say it, and then someone has to go find it for me. But it's got like train in the name or something. It's really good. I bet it's... Nope, I'm never going to find it. There is a really good place around the edge. Oh no, I found it. Restaurant El Paso del Tren. That is reachable from Granada. And if you're just looking for like really high-end, just normal Nicaraguan experience, amazing views, mind-boggling views, really solid food, good customer service when I've been there, and worth it for the views. I was going to choose cult meeting. That's Jan's vote. Stayed across in the street, and me and my family went. Nobody liked it. No real cult leader would admit it. Scott is safe. but maybe I thought you would think that, and that's why I did it. You're welcome for the recommendations or whatever else, for not being a cult leader. Or maybe I am. My wife does joke, actually, constantly, that if I decided to start a cult, it would be successful. I lost my map. I was trying to scroll around. And if you're in the Granada area, don't forget to do the Messiah volcano. I don't know if it's actually open now. Has anyone heard if it's open now? People keep telling me it's like potentially closed, but... Oh, you're staying at the Laguna? Where are you staying? Are you staying at my place? Not my place, not like my place. The place that I stay? But yeah, definitely if you're gonna go there, Paso del Train that's definitely where I would look forward to eating the most. And then, let me see if I can find down on the water, there's a place that I like to go, but I never really do. So I stay at Paradiso because I'm cheap. Still closed. Oh, well, that sucks. This is the cult of personality that they talk about. Yo fui a Messiah en 2022. What is the name of this place? I can't find it. There's a place with good food along the Laguna, but I don't know. I have to really zoom in. Saturday. That's not it. Casa Marimba. Casa Marimba has good food. But I stay at Paradiso. It's not like super luxurious, but... oh, KCS, have a good night. Oh, Casa del Sol. Okay, I've never stayed there. I stay at Paradiso. I really like the crowd. I like the restaurant. I like the drinks. I like their beach. All that works for me. It's pretty nice. Oh, the guy at the car rental. He heard, but he wasn't sure. Yeah, a lot of us have heard it, but there's no announcements in this country. I see that FTC hat. What is your vintage of choice? This is my FTC hat. I mean, the 25 year is hard to beat. But most of the time, if I actually am buying it and drinking it myself, you're all going to hate me. I buy the cocoa. I do Flor de Caña cocoa with Coca-Cola, and everyone thinks it's the grossest thing until they take a sip of mine, and then everyone wants one. So it is what it is. It's a little bit sweeter, but the whole coconut and rum and Coke thing is good. It will also get you drunk really fast because it's so delicious. You tend to just drink it, and then you're like, wait, how many did I have? And then it's bad. Casa Marimba does have the best food. Yes, fantastic. Although if you haven't been to the train place, man, their food is good. It's just Marimba has like, menu, and the train is like traditional. So you get in like what you can get anywhere. It's just really, really good. NM Culinary Granada on Calle Guzman in Granada. I don't know that one. Sorry if I missed it. What's going on with the Messiah volcano? Oh, so I'm not the authority here. I've heard third hand or whatever, but someone said there was a little bit of rumbling, a bit of the shielding collapsed, and that falls in, and it really risks like making a splash up or some kind of like it can clog something. It just adds to it the risk, and the whole thing with the volcano is that you're really getting close, like leaning in, and that's they just have it closed just in case it gets risky. You ain't kidding, really? I'm a 7-year guy, usually just on ice, sometimes with a lime squeeze. The 18 is a pretty good trade-off. Definitely. Actually, okay, so here's my secrets. If I'm at the bar, yeah, I'm normally drinking 5 or 7. But I'd say about half my crew mixes 12. 18 is really good if you're looking for a reasonable thing. The 7 is really good. Here's the secret. If you like... Well, I don't know. It is a little bit different. It is... Sorry. Alfajore ad just popped up on my... Oh my gosh, pistachio alfajores? What? Must have. That's amazing. But it's like a culinary school. It's not something in Nicaragua. Well, then, that's just stupid. You like the 5 better than the 7. Interesting. The 7 is very good. Okay, so here's my thing. I like the 10. The 10 is my favorite. And definitely better than the 12. Flor de Caña 7 with a little ginger ale. It is good with ginger. It's funny how the 5, the 7, the 10, the 12, they all have different following. And the 17, the 18, the 19, the 21, the 23, the 25, like everybody has a different one that they like. I feel like I have an engraved 19. But the 10 is so good. But it's also cask proof, cask strength. So you want to be a little bit careful. If you're going out for just, mixing it with some stuff for the night, you could end up with a bit more than you expected pretty quickly. I do believe I have a bottle of the 5, 7, and 10, and 19, probably, in the house right now. All I can find about Messiah right now is from March 12th saying the park is closed. Yeah, it can be tough. Right, it's 2 months ago, and who knows if there's going to be an update. Basically, like everything, you just have to drive up there. The 10 is the one I haven't had. 25 for the 7 years, the best deal in aged spirits. Look around for the 10. It is really close to the price for the 7 in most cases, but it's stronger, and that's not the reason to get it, but that's kind of fun. Consistently, people that I know that are into the 10, we pick the 10 over the 7 and the 12 because the taste is so good. It is a noticeable difference compared to the 5, 7, and 12. I assume everyone who's doing it is familiar with the tour or has done the tour in Chinandega, well, in Chichigalpa, which is right there. Here, I got 2 bottles of 7 here now. Really? Now I'm on the hunt. Oh, yeah. So I only know 2 places where it's easy to pick up, Josh. There's only 2 places that I know to pick up the 10. I'm sure there's others, but there's 2 places I know of. PriceMart and the Flor de Caña Experience, which I only know of 2 locations of the Flor de Caña Experience. One is in Chichigalpa, which is where I normally buy mine because I live there. And the other is at the Gallerias, right in front of where the defunct Hard Rock Cafe is. There is the Flor de Caña Experience, where this hat came from. And they sell hats too, and coolers. They have a cool shop, and you can do your own blends there. But they should have the 10. So if you're up there, but PriceMart and them are right next to each other. But the 25 is pretty great for sipping, for sure. And if you really can get it, the 35 is pretty mind blowing. Yeah, the 10. I only know the 10. Like, I've seen it, right, because I go places and I look at alcohol, but I've never seen it in La Colonia. I've never seen it in La Union. I've never seen it in any of the shops anywhere. But if you do the tour, they have a lot of it on the tour because the 10 is specific. So this may be a telling thing. The 10 is bottled for the American market. And so the 10 may have a flavor profile that tends to be liked by Americans. And that's my taste palette, right? I like bourbon and stuff. So the 10 may be tuned for a different audience. So they specifically sell it in places that Americans go, and it is mostly bottled for export. So it's easy to get in like duty frees and outside the country in theory, but inside the country it's relatively unavailable. And I know very few Nicaraguans who drink it. All the people who drink it are some form of not from Nicaragua. Salvadorans, Americans, Canadians, they're the ones who seek it out routinely. I never see it. I never see Nicaraguans being like, oh yeah, I want the 10. I also very rarely see them get the 12, but the 10 is not a show-off drink, right? The 5, 7, 10 all look basically the same. So they're all like aged, solid, mixer, and the 12 is in the fancy, like I'm having sipping, right? Like it's a different feel. Yes, cast strength definitely for the U.S. market. So the 12 and the 18, the 12, the 17, 18, 19, 21, 23, and 25 are all done in these fancy things, and they're all special editions, and they're all, whatever. Like you're meant to just put it on ice and just, and then the the 5, 7, 10, and of course the 4 and the clear ones are all meant for mixing or for like I'm just doing shots and getting drunk kind of stuff. So it's there's a very clear delineation, but the 10 I just enjoy more than the 12. And I really enjoy the 12. And I'm very happy with the 7. And most of the time, you know, if I'm like mixing drinks, I'm like, whatever, just give me the 5. And sometimes I drink 4 or Cristiliano. Like, I'm all over the place. But honestly, the cocoa is the way to go. Or grapefruit. How well does that come through on the video? It seems like it comes through pretty well. It is. Have we hit 5 hours? Oh, 1 minute to go. I prefer the value of the 1.75 milliliter bottle versions. The 7 is definitely still a sipping rum. Yeah, I mean, it's to the rest of the world, the 7 is a sipping rum for sure. That is definitely the case. Here, I mean, no, I was definitely out with Nicaraguans on Tuesday, and we went through a couple bottles of 7, and they mix it, right? So the Nicaraguan thing, those of you who are here, you guys know, but for those who aren't used to it, it's really common what you do. Actually, this is great info, right? He says the guy giving the info. You take a drink, and they always give you a shot glass. I need to do a video about this. Someone help remind me later. But what you do is you always measure your drinks. No matter how much you're drinking, you measure it. It's supposed to be some way of keeping it fair. And so you put in 1 or 2 shots, and then some people even measure like the Coca-Cola when you put that in, and then ice, obviously you don't measure, and then a squeeze of lime. And that is the standard. That is the Nica Libre. However, technically a Nica Libre is only if you're using the 4 or the Cristiliano. If you're using barrel-aged 5, 7, 10, etc., technically that's a Cuba Libre. But the Cuba Libres with a squirt of lime measured like that is like the drink. And it is so standard that everybody does it. Like, it is crazy. The only variation is some people use Ensa unflavored soda water because they don't like Coke, and some people use Coke, and then I use Diet Coke. Right? That's it. That's like the total variation on that, and that's what everybody drinks if you're not drinking beer or seltzer. And it's so funny how uniform that is in the exactly what they get, exactly the routine of how they pour it, and how everyone does. Like, the whole thing is such a custom that is done, such a routine. Tonya or Victoria? Typically, I drink Victoria, but I actually prefer Tonya Light. But honestly, if I have my choice, I'm definitely drinking Moro Potente. And if anyone hasn't tried Moro Potente, it is one of the few. So Tonya and Victoria are available. Actually, I just found this out last week. I've known that they're available on tap. I have a deal with them to get the kegs, but they are out of taps. So I have to import the taps because they have to come from Europe like it's crazy. So I'm working on that. Both are, like, let me tell you, getting a liter of Victoria off the siphon, it is so much better than in the bottle. Trust me. But so I've been working on getting that, but I finally found a place that has both on tap. I've never found Victoria on tap before. I've had Tonya on tap at the Hard Rock, but they went out of business. So finding them on tap is super hard, but finally they're on tap at a little place at the Plaza Cali in Ciudad Sandino. So I go there and I get Victoria on tap, and it's really good. But I'm getting at my own place so I can drink at home with it on tap, and I'm going to start bringing down growlers because I'm going to start just doing that and having draft beer all the time for everything. So when I'm at home, I drink Tonya because my wife just brings home cases of Tonya. So that's what I drink. They're all pretty close. They're all pretty good. But if I'm going out and ordering a beer, it's normally a Victoria unless they have Tonya Light. I will drink the Victoria Dark, the triple bock, but it's not my triple malt. But it's not my vibe. I've had it. It's well made, but it's not my flavor profile. And I generally avoid frost. It's frost. But Tonya Light I actually really like. I find it very refreshing, and so if I'm doing a lighter beer, that is what I go for. Yeah, the on draft Tonya is good, but Victoria really shines. But Moro Potente is so good that, yeah, that's what you drink. Like Lado Oscura, that is, my best friend is a beer aficionado. She moved to Belgium. Like, drinking beer is like her big thing, and her favorite beer in the world is Moro Potente. My favorite beer is Moro Potente. My wife drinks Lado Oscuro every time she gets to a bar that has it. That's her beer every time. Like, she likes it so much. They're really fantastic beers, and hard to find on tap. But here in Leon, it's the only tap room I know of in the country that has the entire Moro Potente family on tap at all times. Nearly all times, but they have 9 taps for all of them, and they have the the tasting guide and all that. And then there is also in Leon, but so on the beach is Moro Potente, and in the city is the actual brewery for Cerro Negro, and they have some pretty good beers. And they have like 13 on tap, but it's the actual brewery, so they're just doing it right there. Yeah, we're doing a 24-hour stream. Let's do this. I have been challenged to do that. At some point, I will actually consider that. I think that would be a lot of fun, but we got to gear up. We got to make it like a special thing. I got to have like people like lined up to do it. Like, it's got to be a big thing. I got to have people. I got to have support teams, multiple cameras. Like, nothing's going to make that. So yeah, I drink but not a lot. I prefer. So honestly, I drink but not a lot. Everyone thinks I drink a lot because when I go out and I'm drinking, I can keep up with people and I'll be like, yeah, I'll have a drink. But I was just talking about this in the car on Tuesday because we were going out drinking, and we know a lot of people who drink a bottle a night or a case of beer a night. It's very common here, and when I go out, I drink with people. I'll do that. But you guys see, like, we're over 5 hours on the stream. I'm most the way through my second drink. I'm definitely not having a lot. And but I'll go 2 weeks without having a drink. But then, if we're going out, yeah, I had like 5 beers and a bottle of rum on Tuesday. So when I drink, I'll drink, but I easily go weeks and not even have something cooled in the fridge just in case. You prefer non-alcoholic beer instead of full alcohol beer? That I've never enjoyed before. Unfortunately, that's not a thing here. Nope, definitely not. I do like Tonya. I'm going to be blasphemous and say I actually prefer, Imperial is very good. I like Imperial a lot, and I have a nice Imperial hat that I wear quite often. Never heard of that. Now I got another hunt. Can you spell that? Are you looking for the one that I said, Josh? The Moro Potente? I don't drink a lot for a Wisconsinite, a lot for everyone else. Coming from Montana is relatable to that, Josh. Josh, where in Wisconsin are you from? Do you know that my business partner and roommate is Wisconsinian? Technically, he was born in Michigan, but he grew up in Wisconsin. Yep, to Moro Potente. So Moro Potente is actually owned by Tonya. It was an independent craft brewery. They're from Hinotepe in the middle of the country. And you should make it like those people that every time someone donates or buys you a coffee, it extends the stream. I don't know how that works, but that's a good idea. NA beer these days is not what it used to be. That's legit. I have not tried one in 30 years because it was so bad. It was O'Doul's. I'm not kidding. I just sold my farm near the Wisconsin Dells. Oh, cool. Yeah, he lived in now I'm gonna have to scroll to a map and check it. The name is right there. Starts with a C. Very far west. Wow. I should know the name. I deal with them all the time for stuff. Now I have to find them on a map. That's going to be... Okay. Cumberland. Near Rice Lake. That was not that hard. Oh, thank you. It's not just your dad's O'Douls these days. My dad never had O'Douls, just to be fair. That was always only me being like, oh, can I try this? No, that was not good. Cassville, no, it's Cumberland. So if you're going from Minneapolis, you kind of go almost just northeast. You hit it pretty quickly. I mean, it's really close to Minneapolis. I actually have a distilled bourbon that's non-alcoholic. They distill a bourbon and remove the liquor, keeping a lot of the flavor and nose. I've heard that they're starting to be able to do that. I'm so torn on the concept. I do kind of want to try some of the non-alcoholic bourbon because I love bourbon so much that it would be nice to be able to just drink it all the time and not have to be like, oh, that's a bit too much. And I'm sure I could mix things with it as well. I'm sure you know. I'm interested. Let's put it that way. Moro Potente is absolutely fantastic, though. A lot of really good beers. It's made in the mid-cities. It was private when I was here, I think in 2019. At some point since then, it got bought out by Tonya, by Cerveceria Nacional, and now it's distributed by them, but it's still treated as a private, or treated as an independent microbrew, but it's owned by them, or mostly by them. So it's a really interesting situation, but like if you're going to go get like Tonya, right, which okay, so you're going to go, well, you're going to open a place, Josh, but some of you, if you're, also has a bar called Peso Leon. Yes, I've heard of that. I haven't been there. Does Moro Potente own that bar, or do they, because I know they're there all the time, but I don't know if they own it. I'm just saying I don't know if they own it. I've been wondering. The one in Leon they don't own, but it's a really big place for getting theirs, because it's as far as I know, it's the only place to get taps on the beach in the country. So the no, I can't remember. Can't even remember what I was saying. I feel like it was about beer. Oh, if you're gonna sell Tonya, you go open a bar, you open a restaurant, you want to sell Tonya, you want to sell Victoria, you just call them and they just come in with crates, and they might give you a fridge. They do a whole bunch of stuff to help you, but it's just, here's a bunch of bottles, have a good day. When you get Moro Potente, they're like, okay, we're here to train you about beer. We're going to train you about siphons. We're going to train you about this. We're going to do ongoing training. Like, they are beer people. They do stuff. It's super interesting and cool, and they're just so good. The beer is so excellent. And such a wide range. There's so many that I like a lot. All right, we are closing in on 11 o'clock here. Definitely only going so much longer. I do have, other things I need to do. I do have to work tomorrow, and I need to sleep. For those who didn't see today's video, the one that explains that I do have a job. And I haven't even done my Duolingo yet today, so that's a big thing. I try to get through 3 quests every day minimum. Lyris is another brand that makes amazing distilled spirits. My girlfriend and I just launched a non-alcoholic bar in Montana. I've spent the last 2 years doing so much research. That's really cool. That would not fly here, just in case you're wondering, but it's really cool. Anyone on here have a lead on Moro Potente in San Juan del Sur? It must be there. It absolutely must. What about Turntable? Is that a place? That's the actual place. Hops and Hope? Nope. Nope. I'm struggling. All right, TJ, have a good night. Yeah, awesome. Reach out. Janet has to leave. It's a good time. Calling it a night at 11 local time is pretty good. I'm just going to read this real quick thing. Josh, you can go get Moro Potente at like AM, PM most likely. That's where I used to get it. When I was I first got Moro Potente in San Juan del Sur. That's I was in San Juan del Sur in 2019. So, of course, things may have changed. But I was in there. There was no one had anything on tap. We went to the local brewery. It was not good beer. I was with my best friend, the one that goes to Belgium and drinks beer every day. And we went to the AM/PM just right there in town. Just went and said, what do they have? Found this thing. We said, Moro Potente. What is this? Because I used to live there, and they didn't have it when I used to live there. And so we bought everything they had, and we went to what was the Barrio Cafe then. It's now Izcal, and Ical, to go to Ical. And we went up on the roof and just sat up there and went through all the beers. And we're like so blown away. It was such a big piece of us deciding to move back to Nicaragua was this discovery of this amazing beer, and like just that trip. That it was that trip when I returned was we got to move to Nicaragua. It had been so good when we lived there before, but Granada wasn't the right place, and San Juan del Sur and Moro Potente and this whole experience was so just, oh, this is so perfect, that it really inspired me to go back and convince my wife and my business partner that we were going to move down here. And it took like 6 months, and then she's like, okay, I do remember really liking Nicaragua, let's do it. And I've been pushing to get Moro Potente access to it ever since, because it's very hard to find, and it's way better in siphon than it is in bottles. But if you go to AM/PM, they should have most of them, at least Wacky Yang and Lado Oscuro and a couple others will be in bottles, and you can at least get a teaser of what the selection is like and what the quality is like when you move to the siphon. UR says, I'm gathering no bars that NA bars would never be a thing here. One of those things that works in the U.S. but not here. Yeah, people here really aren't into the flavor. It's really into drinking. It's just, I mean, they want it to taste good, but that's not the driving factor. Just not a thing. So yeah, all right, everybody. Well, we got a lot of people signing out. I think we're kind of in a good spot to wrap up. 5.25 hours. That is crazy, but we need to do it. And for those who are wondering, 303 views during the live stream. And then normally it roughly doubles it by tomorrow once people are watching it off of the recording in most cases. So good night, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been fantastic. I love getting to talk to everyone. And I'm so glad to get back to the live stream. It has been. And I'm about to go eat my jelly beans that have been waiting for me all this time. It has been way too long since we've done this. Thanks for joining. And I'll see everybody on the show tomorrow.